हाँ जी, क्या बोल रहे हो? तो उनको ये वाला
बस
लिंक शेयर कर देते हैं ना हम लोग।
ठीक है, ये लाइव जा रहा है। ओके, मैं रख रही हूँ,
है ना? हाँ, मैं उनको लिंक भेज देता हूँ।
ठीक।
उनको बोलो ज्वाइन कर लेंगे, मैं उनको लिंक भेज रहा हूँ। कार्य करता है। मधुर लय भारतीय संगीत का प्रधान तत्व है। राग का आध्यात्मिक लय, राग को प्रणाली से संबंधित अनेक
मैडम नमस्कार।
नमस्ते। क्या हाल है? थकान कम है?
चल रहा है मैडम, तैयारी चल रही है, पूरी तैयारी चल रही है। अभी मैं ललन सर को भी आज मैं फोन कर रहा था, मुझे लगता है सर कहीं व्यस्त होंगे तो इसलिए फोन रिसीव नहीं
सबको
कर
कर
पाए।
दिया मैंने, सबको कर दिया।
मैंने भी कर दिया।
अच्छा।
मैंने भी कर दिया। मैं जो हमारे जनरली
उनको
जो
लिंक की कोई प्रॉब्लम थी, फिर अपर्णा को बोला, फिर उन्हें लिंक सबको भेजा।
हाँ, जैसे मीटिंग में हमारी बात हुई थी केजरीवाल सर से, जो जितने हमारे पैनलिस्ट होंगे, मेन चेयर को चेयर, मेरे पास लिस्ट है, मैं फिर उनसे संपर्क करता हूँ। विकास का फोन आ रहा है, एक मिनट। हाँ विकास। ये
मेरा
विभूति जी,
नाम बदल गया फिर।
हाँ नाम अभी बारे में आपका नाम भी चेंज कर दे, विभूति जी।
मेरे को वो ये यूट्यूब में गई हुई हूँ मैं। वो
अभी
ऊपर
यूट्यूब
लिख
में।
रहा है ऑन यूट्यूब।
हाँ मैडम, यूट्यूब लाइव हो गया है, एक मिनट।
नहीं, ऑन। अच्छा, लाइव है।
हाँ, ये यूट्यूब में लाइव चल रहा है मैडम।
मैं अभी जूम पर ही हूँ ना।
हाँ नहीं मैडम, आप जूम पर है लेकिन लाइव स्टार्ट हो गया है। हम लोग मतलब मौन रहते हैं।
कल मैं बाद में क्या हुआ, मैं डिस्कनेक्ट होने के बाद लाइव उस पे चली यूट्यूब पे, वो जो
अच्छा।
आयुर्वेद का पैनल था ना,
ये
लास्ट
अपर्णा जी,
10 मिनट।
अपर्णा जी।
हाँ जी, मैं इधर ही हूँ। हाँ जी, बताइए।
हाँ, विकास जी अटेंडी में है, उनको लाइए पैनलिस्ट में।
1 मिनट ला रही हूँ
जल्दी। हाँ
सर,
अभी
आपके पास पावर है क्या?
अभी तक पावर नहीं है, मैं विभूति जो कह रहा हूँ, अभी तक उन्होंने किया नहीं ना।
1 सेकंड रुकिए, मेरा एक्चुअली ये चल रहा है ना
नहीं,
स्क्रीन
आप इसको
शेयर।
स्क्रीन शेयर बंद कीजिए और ये विकास को लाइए।
विकास
यूट्यूब लाइव कर दिया मुझे लगता है। अटेंडी में है विकास।
हाँ, मैं देख रही
आशा
हूँ।
लता पांडे को भी लाना है। क्या आ गई?
नहीं,
हाँ,
विकास का नाम तो है ही नहीं यहाँ पर।
अभी नाम था।
वो आ चुके हैं पैनलिस्ट में।
मैं यहाँ पे
आ
हूँ।
चुके ये विभूति जी।
अच्छा,
ये लोग अभी लाए नहीं है।
हाँ जी सर।
अरे
अच्छा।
मेरा तो चेंज कर दो पोस्ट में।
सर
अच्छा,
बस
आशा लता
कुछ सेकंड,
पांडे
1
को भी
सेकंड,
लाना
2
है।
सेकंड दीजिए।
अच्छा ठीक है, क्योंकि अभी
ये सेटिंग जरा
बाकी
मैं लाइव वाला सेटिंग कंप्लीट कर रहा हूँ, उसके बाद मैं इमीडिएटली आ जाता हूँ। अभी है 5
अभी
मिनट हमारे पास।
अभी यूट्यूब लाइव नहीं हुआ ना अभी?
नहीं हो चुका है, मैं उसी पे सेटिंग कर रहा हूँ।
अच्छा, यूट्यूब लाइव चल रहा
2
है।
मिनट
ठीक है,
दीजिए, बस 2 मिनट दीजिए।
ठीक।
हमारा 5 मिनट है स्टार्ट होने में वैसे भी।
जी सर, नमस्कार।
नमस्ते
नमस्ते
एवरीबॉडी।
केजरीवाल जी,
नमस्कार
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
हाँ सर,
अभी तो
5 मिनट
बहुत
तो है,
अच्छा चल
लेकिन
रहा है।
लेकिन
सबको
सर हमारा
नमस्कार
यूट्यूब लाइव हो चुका है हमारा।
सर, नमस्ते मैडम, नमस्ते सबको, नमस्ते।
हाँ नमस्ते।
जी
मैं कह रही
मैम,
हूँ बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है हमारा कार्यक्रम।
बिल्कुल मैम,
विकास
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
विकास जी आगे। ये अपर्णा जी, विकास जी का वीडियो ऑन कीजिए।
मेरे नाम को बदलना है कि मैं बदलूंगी?
बदल देंगे अभी मैडम, आप बदल लीजिए।
बोलो
आप
बदल दे।
कीजिए अपने नाम रीनेम
आप
कीजिए।
स्पेलिंग भी गलत है।
मैडम आप राइट क्लिक करके बदल दीजिएगा।
अच्छा,
एक बार
स्पेल
सब चेक कीजिए प्लीज, फेसबुक और यूट्यूब।
फेसबुक और यूट्यूब। ये विकास जी का, हाँ विकास जी का वीडियो ऑन हो गया। हाँ ठीक है। हाँ अभी 4 मिनट विकास जी बाकी है।
जी जी। हेलो सर, मेरी आवाज सही आ रही है आपके पास?
हाँ आवाज आ रही है, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
विकास,
आवाज आ रही है।
बैनर लगा लो अगर है
हाँ,
तो।
बैनर में
बैनर
लगा
लगाओ।
लेता हूँ। ठीक
हाँ
है।
हाँ,
बैनर
और
लगाओ।
फेसबुक एंड यूट्यूब।
हाँ प्लीज रंजीत सर, आप चेक करना।
वो वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड कैसे आएगा? एक मिनट, even देखने जरा।
वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड आएगा, वीडियो पे जाओ, वीडियो पे जो छोटा सा
वीडियो
आरो है
पे
उसको क्लिक
जाके
करो।
कर दिया सर।
हाँ ये कामना जी, आप एक बार फेसबुक और
है
यूट्यूब चेक कर लीजिए। कामना जी।
सर
उसमें
मैं
एक मिनट
फेसबुक
हटा
पर हूँ ही नहीं सर, सॉरी।
आपके उस पे होगा
अच्छा
ना,
अच्छा,
ऐड
तो
इमेज।
मैं चेक कर रही हूँ, मैं चेक कर रही हूँ,
आपके
डोंट
उसमें पड़ी
वरी।
होगी ना,
बिल्कुल।
कंप्यूटर पे,
हाँ
डेस्कटॉप पे।
विकास जी पहले हमारे बैनर को डेस्कटॉप पे लाइए।
हाँ सर,
और
डेस्कटॉप पर रखा हुआ था।
है ना,
यूट्यूब में
तो
चेक कर रही हूँ।
हाँ यूट्यूब चेक कर लीजिएगा। जो आपका वीडियो आइकॉन है वहां
हाँ,
पर
2
देखिए
मिनट
छोटा सा आरो
पहले
दिख रहा
लाइव
है।
हुआ
ये
है
हो नहीं रहा।
फेसबुक पे।
हाँ आरो जो है उस आरो को क्लिक
डेस्कटॉप पे
कीजिए।
पड़ा है।
नहीं नहीं, आप पहले स्टॉप वीडियो को, उसी ये वाला जो है, जो वीडियो का आइकॉन है, छोटा सा आरो को क्लिक कीजिए। आरो को क्लिक करेंगे तो आपके पास
अभी क्या करना है?
उसके
आ
बाद
गया।
चूज वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड आइए।
एक मिनट, थोड़ा ये सही करना पड़ेगा। मैं उधर बैठ जाऊँ? एक मिनट इधर लेके आया जरा। एक मिनट लेके आया।
वर्चुअल बैकग्राउंड आएगा, वीडियो पे जाओ, वीडियो पे जो छोटा सा आरो है
जाके कर दिया सर।
अरे मुझे लगता है यूट्यूब लाइव वाला तो कामना जी।
यूट्यूब पर 3
रंजीत सर, अब हम पर्सनल टॉक यहाँ ना करें क्योंकि इट इज गोइंग लाइव नाउ। आई चेक्ड ऑन फेसबुक।
प्लीज स्टार्ट रिकॉर्डिंग।
ये
ऑल सेट, प्लीज स्टार्ट रिकॉर्डिंग।
ये
My
होस्ट
picture is clear and my audio is clear. Am I audible?
नहीं, आपका ऑडियो, आपका पिक्चर ठीक नहीं आ रहा।
ये
थोड़ा
क्या
सा
आ रहा
आगे
है?
आइए। हाँ हाँ
एक लाइट बंद करना सर कौशल, ये वाली दोनों करना लाइट बंद। नहीं, गड़बड़ हो रही है। ये थोड़ा सा उस वहीं रखना जरा, एक वहीं पे रखना जरा, एक बार वहीं रख दो, वहीं रख दो, जल्दी करो, 1 मिनट है अपने पास। अभी ठीक है थोड़ा सा।
आपने बैनर गलत चूज किया है, इस वजह से प्रॉब्लम हो रही है। बैनर को चेंज कीजिए।
बैनर तो वही है मेरे ख्याल से जो आपको
नहीं,
भेजा
वो
था।
नहीं है।
अच्छा, कैन यू सेंड मी? हम ऐसे चलने दे क्या? समय भी अपना हो रहा है कुछ, मुझे लगता
हाँ
है
ठीक है,
कि
ठीक है,
ठीक
ठीक
है
है।
ना,
ठीक
क्योंकि
ठीक।
बैनर के
ये
चक्कर
बैकग्राउंड
में
ठीक है।
समय। ठीक है।
गुड टू गो।
कैन वी स्टार्ट?
Yeah, our panelist Professor Lalan Prasad joined us. Okay, and Professor Dr. Ashalata Pandey ma'am.
नमस्कार।
Yeah.
मैडम जुड़ चुकी है।
Okay, okay. Can we start 5 p.m.?
प्लीज स्टार्ट रिकॉर्डिंग।
स्टार्ट।
Yeah. Namaste to all. वागर्थाविव संपृक्तौ वागर्थ प्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वंदे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ. Welcome to this academic session of the 14th International Conference of Waves International and 24th India Conference of Waves India. I am Dr. Vikas Sharma, Assistant Professor, Sri Venkateshwar College, University of Delhi. In this academic session, I am as a moderator. Also, Professor Lalan Prasad, sir, is the chair of this academic session. And Dr. Asha Lata Pandey, ma'am, is the co-chair of this academic session. Warmly welcome to all. And they will be listening carefully to all presentation and will provide a detailed analysis of or summary of the session and papers. Then this conference is being jointly organized by Waves International and Waves India in collaboration with S. Vyasa Bangalore, India and Hindu Student Council, USA. The topic of the conference is Impact of Vedic Wisdom on the World Today. वैदिक ज्ञान का वर्तमान विश्व पर प्रभाव. This conference will be organized in 3 phases. The first phase is on 25th to 27th December 2020. The second phase is on 1st to 3rd January 2021. And the third phase is on 31st January 2021. You can also see this conference on social media like Waves blog, YouTube, and Facebook. The academic session of this conference will be of 2-hour duration from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. India time. In this academic session, 8 papers will be presented. After that, there will be important and valuable comment of the chairperson and co-chairperson. As you know that the wisdom of the sages has been passed from one generation to other generation. The Vedic wisdom enables us to understand who we really are and what our role in the larger picture of the world. We all live our lives like a jigsaw puzzle. This profound wisdom is like fitting each piece of the puzzle into its right place to completing the picture that we are meant to be. The Vedic Wisdom program offers a unique opportunity to be reborn in the spiritual world towards a higher knowledge of the self today. We will try to understand Vedic knowledge through the presented session. First of all, now I would like to request Dr. Soma Basu, Professor, School of Vedic Studies, Ravindra Bharati University, Kolkata, and your topic is Vedic Wisdom and the Modern World, an inquisitive glance into the Rig Veda. Dr. Soma Basu.
Today, I am going to present a paper entitled Vedic Wisdom and the Modern World, an inquisitive glance into the Rig Veda. Acts as the central core of Indian culture. Moral and social values have been imparted by the Vedic wisdom. The Vedas recognize most of the values of life. In them, truth has been described as the essence of divinity. Vedic literature was designed and classified in such a manner so as to serve the different aims of life of human beings, purusharthas, with different desires and capacities, arthitva and samartha, according to fitness, adhikara, at different stages of their life, ashramas. This literature is the source and instrument of the man's moral redemption. the Vedas emphasize the aspect of the prayer ritual karma and secular values of Abhyudaya, while the Upanishads shift the emphasis to that of mysticism knowledge, that is jnana, and spiritual values, nihsreyash, devotion, meditation, upasana being common to both, which links up the two. There is therefore no real conflict between the Vedas and the Upanishads, the latter being the culmination of what has been imparted in the former. The Vedas are the oldest bulk of literature that man has ever produced. They have a message to give to humanity. Truly speaking, they are the zenith of human wisdom. They can save man from utter untruth, gross materialism, from violence, and can teach man tolerance and harmony that are necessary more than any other literature, and that sense of world unity on which rests the moral order of the universe, that is Rita. They have imparted moral and social values as well. The Rig Veda, however, represents a great synthesis, the philosophical as well as spiritual, and the mystical as well as practical expression. It contains the universal ideals of Indian culture, the aspirations as proposed by this culture and acceptable to the entire mankind can be well expressed by this single saying from the Upanishad, Ekam sad vipra bahudha vadanti, which means that which is one. Wise men speak of it in many ways. In the Vedas are embedded all values of life. In them, truth has been described as the essence of divinity. The Vedas are the source and instrument of man's moral salvation. With the help of this, can be given that faith in the oneness with God. So essential for saving mankind from the gross materialism prevalent in the modern day. To give value and meaning to life, we should steadily pursue a purpose, ignoring the obstacles that hinder its growth. Terms provide the occasions for the application of these values, while the individual mind adds qualities like meaning, purpose, and interest with them. In the silent hour of self-communion, we strive to free ourselves from worldly chores suffocating our soul. We try to cleanse our thoughts and create within ourselves a clean heart and a single mind. It helps us to collect our thoughts and reassemble personality. In the state of complete self-communion, one finds oneself in that silence when one can hear the cry of the finite for the infinite. Every man has his own britra to fight, and he can fight him successfully only if he is valiant enough. In the Rig Veda, the sinless, that is Anaga, Devas, are described as Rita Sapaha, followers of Rita, and Satyaha. And sinners, Papasaha, are spoken as Anritaha, that is, they are without Rita, and Asatya, without Satya and truth. Thus, the Vedic outlook is the heroic or epic outlook on life. Life is hard and there is evil in our midst, but victory is ours. If we be brave, tolerant, and believers in harmony, man must be judged not by what he says, but what he does. There should be toleration for all honest views and actions. The dictates of one's own conscience should be the guide in one's religious and moral activities. The very first mantra of the Ishopanishad reminds us of the ageless truth that says, by giving up the lure of life alone can we enjoy it. Teno takteno bhunjitaha. The one and only way to improve mankind is to show the way by one's own example. This was seen clearly by the seers of our land. Man cannot escape from work, hoping thereby to get away from worldly attachment. Life is not possible for an individual or for a collection of individuals without real hard work. If we do not work for ourselves, then we have to leave on others who do. But ultimately, it is always better so to work as gradually to free oneself and not so as to get further entangled. The Ishopanishad again laid it down by saying, by constantly doing what ought to be done and thus aspiring to live 100 years. Kurban nebeha karmani jiji vishet chatang samaha ebang tai nannathe tosti na karma lipyate nare. Which means instead by doing duty only should there be the wish to live here for 100 years. For a human being like you, there is no existence other than this by which karma does not cling to you. Swamiji, again, I am quoting from Swamiji, Swami Vivekanand, I quote, "It is the worker who is attached to results that grumbles about the nature of the duty which has fallen to his lot. To the unattached worker, all duties are equally good. We are all apt to think too highly of ourselves. Our duties are determined by our desires to a much larger extent than we are willing to grant. Competition rouses envy and it kills the kindliness of the heart. To the grumbler, all duties are distasteful. Nothing will ever satisfy him and his whole life is doomed to prove a failure. Let us work on doing as we go whatever happens to be our duty and being ever ready to put our shoulders to the wheel. Then surely shall we see the light." The Vedic hymns express a high quality of religious feeling on the part of their composer rishis. They contain the rudiments of a far higher species of thought than these early poets could have dreamed of. By revealing the beauty that lies at the core of the cosmic order, the Vedic sages uplifted the mind of man to unimaginable heights. The beauty of Ushas illustrates the highest refinement of the mind and the finest culture. The deity Sabitar is understood in terms of goodness, beauty, and truth, the three ultimate values. Vedic outlook is the heroic of epic outlook on life. Life is hard and there is evil in our midst, but victory is ours. In momentum, human nature being ordinarily egoistic, some sort of sanction is necessary to restrict or regulate the selfish tendencies of the individual. The sanctions are provided by social opinion and conscience molded by education, religious mindedness, tradition, and self-restraints. The great scriptures of our country emphasize over and over self-restraint by way of bringing toleration and harmony in building character. The greater the restraint we impose on ourselves, the better for our culture. That is why our traditions can come to stand so long without breaking down. We may lose ourselves in admiration over modern discovery and knowledge, but I would like you to remember that our ancestors, the seers, have not been excelled by anybody else in the world at any stage of history in their perfect balance of mind, sanity, and pure vision. We cannot but be astonished by the broad views developed by our ancestors, the seers and the writers of our scriptures. Now, to conclude, the future is with the young. To them must be brought the creative power of spiritual life in a way that their immature minds can understand. Through joyful collective action, Their growing urges should be harnessed to noble reasons. We should therefore think in terms of youth movement based on faith in defense of spiritual values. The minds of youth should be harmonized to develop those moral qualities and that faith in God without which man can never fulfill his higher mission in life. We should remember that we should be the instruments of God. However, to be an instrument of God, to live in Him, to listen to and obey His mandate is not by any means easy. Thus, we must learn to stand up every time we stumble. Every little effort goes a great way. Further, I would like to conclude by reciting this unique Upanishadic Shanti mantra from the Ishopanishad. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnad Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate.
Thank you, Dr. Soma Basu. You said very nicely, and that you elaborate the Vedic wisdom. The Vedic civilization act the central core of Indian culture. You said moral and social value have been imparted by the Vedic wisdom. Thank you for your valuable paper, and thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kamna Vimal Sharma, Assistant Professor, Daulat Ram College, University of Delhi. The Vedic concept, and your paper is The Vedic Concept of Value Education, its relevance and significance today. Dr. Kamna Vimal Sharma.
Let us discuss what we mean by education. It is an often quoted connotative definition of education that sa vidya ya vimuktaye. The knowledge is that liberates. And the process of imparting this knowledge is known as education. Shikshate vidyopadiyate aniyati shiksha. Aim of education is the knowledge not of facts but of values. And therefore, an education system that does not inculcate values in the learners cannot be called education at all. Education is the development of an all-round and well-balanced personality of the learner, and also to develop all dimensions of the human existence so that he or she becomes an asset for the nation, making it more prosperous, democratic, cohesive, socially responsible, and culturally rich. The root cause of these contemporary issues is the lack of values in education system. The present education system does have a component on values. An additional value education course has been introduced and implemented on school and college levels to ensure teaching learning of values. But so far, it has been ineffective and impactless. So let us have a glimpse of the value education under the modern educational scheme. How is value education defined? The value education nowadays is defined in terms of a process, activity, or a wholesome development program. It is defined as a procedure that aims at transmitting qualities to the learners, or it is defined as an activity that leads to experience which are retained by the learners as guiding principles. Some other scholars has described it as an aggregate of all the processes that form the attitudes, abilities, and conduct approved or prescribed by the society or either appreciated by the society. The present day value education scheme of things has some specific objectives, which are as before you. It should allow the development of mind, body, and spirit of an individual, and should also form the character, or at least strengthen the character. It should improve the interactions, relationships of an individual with others, and make one contribute his bit for the society and the world. It should encourage the individual to arise, awaken, and achieve, which, if we say in the words of Swami Vivekanand, Uttishth Jagrat Prapya Varani Bodhat. It should not only impart education in values, but also should make the learner realize their significance. It should impart the awareness about the universe around and reassert the value of peaceful coexistence. A different approach is required for imparting lifelong values. Nowadays, value education is more like an academic discourse that is restricted to the educational institutions, that has a prescribed curriculum and textbooks. A teacher who may or may not be trained himself or herself preaches the so-called value lessons. Now, such a value education system, instead of adding to the values to the values to the learners, rather adds burden on the learners' minds. Now, it can be said that it is so easy to find faults with the existing without suggesting better alternatives. But the Vedic system of value education does provide answers to all these issues, and therefore, now let us suggest the advantages and the effectiveness of Vedic values educational system in today's world is a non-translatable. Etymologically, values Sanskrit counterpart, mulya, has its origin in mool pratipadik, that means root. Katyayan Shrota Sutra uses the word mulya in the sense of beginning at the root. Now, if we take the meaning etymologically, the value means something very innate that is acquired by birth or is at the root of the man or the individual. These values are the guiding principles of an individual's dharma. Now, as dharma and values are closely interconnected, let us understand what dharma is. Dharma is usually defined as yo dhritaha sandharyate sadharmaha. Likewise, the values which get expressed in the form of dharma forms the course of the life. Once a person adopts these values, accepts these values as his guiding principles, these values accordingly develops his or her personality, strengthens his character, and makes the individual ready to contribute to the society and the world. These values act as the motivator and the guide and help one achieve the goal of his or her life. First of all, the Vedic gods like Surya, Soma, Indra, Agni, Vishnu, Varun, etc. all have a value-laden life that becomes their dharma. The Vedic rishis consider values better than any kind of material wealth. Also, the avatarvad, as one finds in the later Puranic literature, is a way of emphasizing the significance of these values, as each avatar is a personified version of one or the other value. The Vedas describe dharma as Purvi and Dirghashrut, that is, the traditions of the old customs. Now, because values are the foundations of these dharma, the values can also be interpreted as being traditional and having a long history. Anupurvanyayokya samrajyasya sashtim mitrasya vrata varunasya dirghashrut. This is in Rigveda. In Rigveda, Vishnu, the creator god, has been tasked with the responsibility of upholding these values as dharma, ato dharmani dharyan, and also he, the Ishwar, is the protector of these values. Dharmana vayamanukramaam suvitaya navyase. It's from Yajurveda. Values are the means of eternal welfare when adopted as dharma, vratena stho dhruvakshema. These values are essential for attaining Vrit. Arshan mitrasya varunasya dharmana pratinvan vritam vrihat. And also the deeds inspired by these values ensure human progress and prosperity. Uddhritya vedamat karmani kranmahe. These Vedic values can be classified and categorized loosely under the following heads. There are some values which influence an individual's character and life. For example, value of truth, satyam vakshami, namritam. Non-violence, mahinsi. Compassion, sarvadharmamayi daya. Goodness, shrestha bhuyasma. Performance, yagyo vai shreshtatamam karma. Enhancing knowledge and to give, yagyo adhyayanam danamiti. This is from Chandogya Upanishad. Not to fear, but to be fearless. Mabhihi manstha, to share. Kevalagho bhavati kevaladi, shaki bhav, etc. Now, there are some social values to maintain goodness and order in society. In Atharved we find Janam Bibrati Bahudha Vivachasam Nana Dharmanam Prithvi Yathokasam. Also, Adit Santam Dapayantu. These both are from Atharved. Now, from Rigved we find Mitrasya, from Yajurved we find Mitrasya Chakshusha Samikshamahe. In Atharved, in Sangyana Suktam, we find Sangachadhvam Samvadadhvam Samvomanansi Janatam. All these are the social values. Within the same group can be placed the values that relate to a family, which ensure order and goodness in family relationships. Ajeshthasa akanisthasa etesa, Rigved se. Also, anuvrataha pituhu putro matra bhavatu sammanaha. This is from Atharvaved. Vedas do describe some values with respect to the environment that is clearly visible in the Shanti mantra of Yajurveda, where peace for every component of the environment is prayed for. In short, it can be said that the Vedic education system is in fact a full-time value inculcation program in itself, as clear from the following statement of famous Vedic scholar D.S. Altekar. The objective of education in Vedic period were worship of God, a feeling of religion, fulfillment of public and civic duties, an increase in social efficiency, and protection and propagation of national culture. We can enlist the objectives of Vedic value inculcation system as follows. It should develop the mind, body, and soul that reflects in the development of personality and its strengthening of character. It should encourage one to follow dharma and have an upright, righteous conduct. It should make one responsible and contribute to the betterment of the society and the larger world. It should allow one the insight to witness the one in all and all as one. It should encourage a life disciplined by values and dedicated to the pursuit of dharma. It should help one to achieve the purushartha, the goal of one's life. It should also encourage nationalistic values and patriotism in learners. Above all, it should enhance the level of consciousness and knowledge in the learners.
Thank you, ma'am. You told us the Vedic concept of value education. Today, what is the relevance of value education in modern world and in India also? The Vedic knowledge give us a unique identity in the world. Thank you so much for your good presentation. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamna ji. Now I introduce our chairperson, Professor Lallan Prasad sir. Professor Lallan Prasad, former Dean, Business Economics, University of Delhi, and Professor Prasad has served as visiting professor at Moscow State University, USSR, under Cultural Exchange Program of Government of India. Professor Prasad is a good writer and good poet also. He is author of large number of research papers published in various journals like management and environment, and his 5 books of industry, management and human resource development and environment. He has worked on several research projects, including a World Bank funded project of education of benefits and functions of Yamuna wetland in India, and has successfully supervised scholars of PhD. Warm welcome, sir. And our co-chairperson, Dr. Asha Lata Pandey ma'am. Asha Lata Pandey ma'am, member of GC Waves India. Warmly welcome, ma'am. You can see this program on social media also.
Thank you.
YouTube and Facebook. It's live. Now, I would like to invite our next presentators, Dr. Vinod Kumar Tiwari, Indologist and author, New Delhi. Your topic is recognition of India ancient knowledge. Dr. Vinod Kumar Tiwari.
Whenever I read any part of Vedas, I feel some heavenly light illuminating me. The great teachings of the Vedas are for all the ages, climes and nationalities. It's the royal road that leads to the great wisdom. Thoreau was a great devotee of Bhagavad Gita. He says, in the morning, I bred my intellect into the cosmogonal philosophy of Bhagavad Gita. Ralph Waldo Emerson is credited to have inspired Thoreau to study Vedic wisdom. He is aptly called the champion of the Hindu thoughts in America. In his Brahma and the other works of poetry, he gives an expression of the Vedic and the Upanishadic thought. Romarola writes that before the advent of Swami Vivekananda in America, immersion played a significant role in preparing American mind to listen and grasp Vedanta philosophy. And when Swami Vivekananda addressed sisters and brothers of America in the World Parliament of Religion held in Chicago, USA, the entire American intelligentsia was thrilled, enlightened, and exhilarated. Miss Josephine McLeod says, if the living God, the Christ, has ever walked in America, it's Swami Vivekananda. On Jesus Christ himself, Nicholas Notovich, the Russian scholar, after a thorough investigation, concludes that Jesus visited India, stayed in the Gurukulas, and learned Hindu metaphysics. This is why we find impact of Buddhism on Christianity. To quote Maithili Sharana Gupta, था हिंदुओं का शिष्य ईशा, यह पता भी है चला, ईसाइयों का धर्म भी है बौद्ध ढांचे में ढला. The arrival of Europe in India is an epoch-making phenomenon in the history of the world. It left an indelible imprint of Upanishadic impact on the European mind. It opened a new horizon to view India, to study and understand her ethos, and to realize the fact that India is the greatest nation of the world, its civilization is the oldest one, and its literature and philosophy and its contribution to humanity is beyond comparison. It happened that a French scholar named Anquetil Dupont visited India in 1760. When he returned, he carried with himself 80 manuscripts of Vedic scriptures that included Persian translation of Upanishads of Dara Shikoh, the eldest son of Shahjahan. Dupont published Latin translation of Upanishads in 2 volumes. The German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer happened to get a copy of this translation and was exhilarated. To quote his words, there is no study so beneficial and so elevating as that of Upanishads are. They are the solace of my life and will be a solace of my death. The study of Upanishads brought an intellectual renaissance in the entire Europe. Immanuel Kant, who is credited to have brought reconciliation between the 2 opposite schools of Western philosophy, observes, the French translation of Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita that I studied kept me charmed throughout my life. John Fichte and Paul Dussin acknowledged Vedanta as the best philosophy of the world. Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche studied Manusmriti and described it many times greater than that of Holy Bible, a work which is spiritual and superior beyond comparison, and which even to name in one breath with the Bible would be a sin against the Holy Ghost, he says. Romarola, the great French pacifist who wrote biography of Ramakrishna Paramahansa, Swami Vivekananda and Mahatma Gandhi, was moved with the noble ethos of Vedic literature. To quote his words, I have studied all religions of Europe and Asia. Hinduism appears to be best of all. I have a strong conviction that one day the whole world would have to bow before this Hindu Dharma. Charles Wilkins translated Bhagavad Gita with the title The Dialogues of Krishna and Arjuna in very preface of the book. Sir Warren Hastings, Governor General of British government, writes, when thousands of years after the collapse of British rule in India, the flag of Bhagavad Gita will keep unfurling into the firmament. Warren Hastings was so deeply impressed with the sermons of Bhagavad Gita that he distributed thousands of its copies throughout Europe and America. William Jones, who is credited to have translating Vigyan Shakuntalam into English, wrote hymns to Narayana and translated Manusmriti with the title Human Theology. He advocated that Gothic, Celtic and the Sanskrit are the members of same language family. Ramdhari Shindinkar writes, the edifice of modern comparative linguistics built by Lord Bope, Max Muller, Green, the foundation of which are laid by William Jones only. Before cultural interaction with India, no one in Europe was aware of linguistics. After having acquaintance with Indian Nirukta and Vyakarana, European could write on linguistics. Henry Thomas Colebrook deeply studied Hindu theology, Dharma, Darshan, Vyakaran, Jyotish, and published comparative study of Vedas. Alexander Hamilton, Chezi, Eugen Burnouf, and Schlegel brothers launched Sanskrit teaching campaign in France, Germany, and England. In the hierarchy of French scholars of Sanskrit, Eugen Burnouf is a celebrated name. The credit goes to him that he taught Sanskrit to Professor Frederick Max Muller and urged him to work on the profound study and research of the Vedas. The greatness of Max Muller lies that he spent 30 precious years of his life on Vedic studies, and when his great commentary on the Vedas appeared, the entire Western intelligentsia was enlightened. It was the climax of the Vedic Renaissance in Europe. It was the Digvijay of Vedic wisdom, the Shanti. Very few people are aware of the Vedic contribution to the modern science. Modern Europe, up to the 16th century, as taught by the Roman Catholic Church, believed that the earth is flat and it's the center of this universe. Galileo was bitterly tortured and imprisoned when he proclaimed that the earth is round and rotates around the sun. Contrary to this, Bhaskaracharya in India, centuries before, explained that there are millions of stars in this universe, and sun, one of the stars, is the pivot of our solar system, and our earth revolves around the sun. That the Vedic contribution to the mathematics has aptly been acknowledged by the eminent geniuses of the world today. To quote Albert Einstein, we owe a lot to India, who taught us how to count, without which no scientific discovery would have been made. Lancelot Ogden, the great mathematician of our age, expresses the same views. There may not be more revolutionary contribution than that of the one which the Hindus means Indians, made when they invented zero. The Vedic contribution to astronomy has been beyond comparison. The calculation of the solar and the lunar eclipses are correct up to the second. Kumbh Mela in Sanatan Hindu Dharma is a purely astronomical phenomenon. The congregation of Kumbh Mela is proportionate to the rotation of Brihaspati, Jupiter, in its solar orbit. That completes its one cycle in 12 years. When Jupiter arrives in Taurus and Sun in Capricorn, then the Kumbh is held at Prayagraj. Jupiter comes back into Taurus again after 12 years. Consequently, Kumbh Mela will be held in Prayagraj again after 12 years. Likewise, when Jupiter arrives in Leo and Sun also moves into Leo, the Kumbh is held at Nasik. This will repeat again after 12 years as explained above. Similarly, Jupiter stays in Leo and Sun moves into Aries. Kumbh is held at Ujjain. Likewise, when Jupiter moves into Aquarius and the Sun moves to Aries, Kumbh is held at Haridwar. Here it deserves to be mentioned that Kumbh, the Amrit Kalash, a pot of pitcher of nectar in Indian astronomy, is converted into zodiac Aquarius in Greek myths that connotates for the story of creation there. Indian Panchang, our calendar system, is the most perfect and scientific so far as naming of the days of the week and the months in the year and calculation of the timeline, the beginning of the new Samvatsar, etc. are concerned. Contrary to this, prevailing Gregorian calendar makes a mockery of itself. Very few people know that there were only 10 months in the year beginning from March. This is why September, October, November and December. as the name suggests, were the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th months respectively. When it was realized that it is a folly in itself, then the January and February were later inserted at the end of the year. January and February
हेलो
हाँ विकास जी आगे चलें।
ठीक है थैंक यू सर थैंक यू डॉक्टर विनोद कुमार तिवारी सर for your knowledgeful and informative paper, and a request to all of you, please read your paper that in your time, like 10 to 12 minutes. So noted, please noted that this. Now I would like to invite Brigadier Dr. J.S. Purohit, Panchsheel Enclave, New Delhi. Your paper is Job Satisfaction, a Contemporary Understanding from Arthashastra. Brigadier J.S. Purohit.
I take you to Arthashastra, the perspective from Arthashastra point of view. You're all aware, Arthashastra is almost 2,400 years old. Chanakya was the pioneer, the social scientist, the economist, the political scientist, the strategist that he was, and he created that largest empire, Magad. And if you all remember Nanda dynasty, who was very exploitative, extraordinarily negative authoritarian or autocrats, Chanakya was not very happy with them and he wanted to improve the situation. And when they did not agree, he decided to raise his own kingdom and change the entire society and the kingdom, which he did. Ultimately, he ousted Nanda dynasty. He created the largest known empire in India. The world of technology that exists today, the science and the management perspectives that exist today were not there. But actually, if you look back into the science and the ages, all that modern management and science is looking at is part of what Arthashastra was. Arthashastra or Chanakya is sometimes compared with Machiavelli, who wrote The Prince. Prince was only a political science part of it, whereas Arthashastra combined together everything. It was a statecraft. It was based on a finer philosophy of welfare state, a benevolent autocracy. And Arthashastra or Chanakya in Arthashastra gave a very, very holistic perspective of happiness with life, as against job satisfaction, which looks at an individual and attempts to make him happy by number of means. Chanakya said, it's a top-down approach. If king is good, the praja will be good. If king is making efforts, his population or masses will be extremely happy. And he created Arthashastra in two major objectives. He says, acquire territory and administer the territory. And hence, when Magad was acquired, he ensured that the administration of the entire kingdom of Magad is extremely professional, outstanding. Now, in administration of the entire kingdom comes an individual, a society, you and me together. And how does he make all of them very happy? This entire creation of the state of Magad by him and creation of a very happy state wherein the GDP those times was possibly the highest. And he created by large number of measures he adopted in the strategy, in the economy part of it, in administration part of it, in rewards and punishments. And when he created a holistic machine called state, which is a welfare-based state, everyone is bound to be happy. Of course, 100% cannot be happy. There would be some unhappy people, all right. But the concept that he developed was based on leadership. And he created almost 6,000 sutras on leadership. It says, create the leader who is an outstanding person, outstanding leader. He must have wonderful governance lessons. That is how he explains how a prince has to be raised. How should his education be? How should he grow to be a good ruler? He gave out rules for a king. How should a king behave? In fact, he went into so much of detail that from morning till evening, the 24 hours of the day, he gave out as to what should the king be doing at what time. And when I went through, I realized that almost 3 hours early in the morning from 1:30 to about 4:30, he had given to the king to do self-introspection, study, work, think about the state as to how to grow the state, how to make economy better, how to make people happy. And he had special time to meet people. He had special time for specially able people, for widows, for poor. And that is how he went right down up to each individual who had nothing in life. And he attempted to make each one of them happy. That is how a king should behave. That is how Chanakya trained Chandragupta Maurya. And that is how possibly the kingdom became an outstanding leader. The king or the leader, he said, is not by virtue of physical actions or physical strength. He said the king has to be trained with his strong mind. The mind has to be actually made in such a manner or worked upon in such a manner that the feel, think, and action, what job satisfaction talks today, is ingrained into the king, is ingrained into his ministers, amatyas, and down right up to each individual in the society. He worked on 3 essential aspects of happiness, beneficial or benefits, and welfare. And he differentiated between all 3 of them, really calling it sukh. Am I happy? How can I be happy? And hit, what is good for me, what is not good for me. What king thinks is beneficial to him may not actually be beneficial to him. But what is beneficial to the population is definitely beneficial to the king. And the third part, welfare. This is a welfare of each individual is so important. Kalyan, Mangalam Bhavatu is what he focused upon. And with these 3 holistic aspects, he attempted to make everyone a very happy and satisfied person in Magad. And if an individual is happy and satisfied, whatever he or she does on his job or her job, they will put in their best to get the best output. He said, if I have to select between peace and war, I will select peace. If I have to select between neutrality and war, I shall select neutrality. See the subtle aspect. The war may give you dominance. The war may lead you to victory, but he would prefer peace as against war. Wherever it is inevitable and the enemy has to be taught a lesson, yes, by all means, he went in for a large number of wars as well. But given a choice, he would opt for peace or neutrality. And he very well said, Praja sukhe sukham ragyaha prajanam tu hite hitam natma priyam hitam ragyaha prajanam tu priyam hitam. प्रजा के सुख में ही राजा का सुख निहित है. प्रजा के हित में ही उसे अपना हित दिखना चाहिए। जो स्वयं को प्रिय लगे उसमें राजा का हित नहीं है। उसका हित तो प्रजा को जो कुछ भी प्रिय लगे उसी में है। See the essence that praja should be happy. People, masses, is the focus for Chanakya, for the king, and they should work towards the population. What is happening today? Today, there is an organization, large number of private government organizations exist. The sutras are also existing. But
Please
what is
conclude
happening?
your paper, sir.
Modernization, the personal gains, today's concept of profit making, irrespective of what happens to an individual, doesn't actually hold good. But as a team, as masses, as a kingdom, if you are all very good, happy, socially excellent, automatically the output or the outcome will be outstanding. That's the major difference I visualize, I see between the satisfaction achieved through Arthashastra and the job satisfaction, which primarily focuses on the job. And happiness or satisfaction of an individual is the secondary part of it. And now people have realized, yes, individual is possibly the most important person, and focus is being laid on it. Couple of aphorisms of Kautilya or Chanakya, his sutras, which are so relevant towards happiness. He says, Sukhasya moolam dharma. Sukh ka sara adhar hi dharma hai. Whatever is ethical, whatever is righteousness is correct. That is dharma. Now, if that dharma is in favor or against me or any other individual, be it so. सुख तो उसी सच में है, धर्म में ही है. Then he say, dharmasya moolam artha. Dharma or righteousness is based on economy. Arth. Mullah rules. So money matters. And so the prime aspect of happiness is duty, dharma. The second one is artha, economy, money, property, and so on. And arthasya moolam rajam. You will have an excellent economy if the governance in the state is outstanding. Governance means all aspects of governance, be it external security, internal security and safety of people, economy, administration, facilities to the masses. All that is part of governance. What governance we see today, or what the farm bill that has come, we see so much of agitation from a limited number of states. You know, this is slightly contradictory as I see as against what Kautilya had given. Governance is so very important. Then he says, Rajasya moolam indriya jaya. Right governance is victorious or inner restraint. For better governance, the control of sensory organs is so important. Each individual, each functionary in the government, each member in the organization, each employee in the system, he or she must have an excellent control of own senses. And if you have right control, the inner restraint, if you work on insight, inward growth, as it is, Chanakya's philosophy is called inside out. So if you control your inside, I think your actions, your behavior will be more balanced. You'll be more happy in your actions. But how do you control your senses? He says, Indriya jayasya moolam vinaya. Victorious inner restraint is through humility, vinaya. If you remain humane, humility is part of you, and he says you will be able to control your senses. And rightly so, in present context, in the modern world, we all say, control your anger, control your lust, control your desires. do meditation, do yogasana. What is all that? It is all coming from our ancient philosophy. And Arth Shastra has got major part of this in conveying to you and me as control of our senses towards being more humane, care for each other, love and affection for each other. And if you are able to care for each other, what Herzberg said, motivators or intrinsic values. That means you recognize, you smile more often, you appreciate more often, you be creative in your life. And when you do all those things, you are actually controlling your senses and becoming better person individually. And when you become a better person, you are likely to perform better in whatever job you do. And then he says, how do you make yourself more humane? How does humility come into you? He says, Vinayasya moolam vriddhopaseva. You become more humane. The humility comes to you when you serve the old and aged, when you look after widows, when you look after specially able people, you look after the downtrodden. When you start looking towards people who actually do not have anything, you become more humane. The human touch comes into you. In today's context, if you compare the two and say, visit orphanage more often, visit old age homes, look after your and my old parents, old relations, look after the downtrodden. And that is how his sutras, out of 10 sutras, I've listed out 6 of them. You see that the essence of happiness that comes from Chanakya or Arthashastra is far too deeper than what is given in today's job context.
Please
Let me
conclude
now
your topic,
compare
sir.
both of them. In a way, there's hardly any comparison that we can see. Arthashastra is an ocean of knowledge, wisdom. Job satisfaction is part of what we are learning today. There is no set definition that has come about on job satisfaction, whereas Chanakya has given a very, very holistic definition. And he said, if the king can conquer himself first, his inside, his own mind, he can conquer the world. And therefore it is all emotional, very deep-rooted, holistic. The job satisfaction, what Locke had said, is also related to that. He says pleasurable emotions. Those emotions which give me happiness. Care for others, care for your family members, care for your co-workers leads to happiness, happiness at job. In context of Arthashastra, it goes much beyond the job satisfaction. It goes much beyond even happiness. He talks of sukha, hita, kalyan, mangal for everyone. For everyone. And when that happens, the entire society is rejuvenated, vibrant, dynamic, and more creative. And when such a vibrant and creative organization is working, the happiness is bound to be there. And all jobs, irrespective of what we do, would be very, very positively oriented. Values, attitudes, and behavior today have been stressed upon greatly in the job satisfaction aspect. A lot of authors have spoken about this. And Chanakya focuses on control of inner senses, controlling your own mind. And that again is the basic concept of Chanakya in his Arthashastra. In addition to the job, today we are also talking about work-life balance. That I should maintain my work and life in a very balanced manner. I should be, if I'm devoting 8 hours a day in the office, balance of the time I should be with family. It is even happening that from 7 days to 6 days to 5 days a week, the work has already commenced all over. Some of the European countries are even going towards 4 days a week. Possibly it is one way of saying work-life balance. And when you balance it in a manner, you're more creative. You have time to think rather than only work, work, and work. You know, all work makes Jack a dull boy. So in addition to the work, he needs to play also. Job satisfaction looks at an individual in an organization and then starts working towards his happiness. Arthashastra and Chanakya worked on happiness of the society. Look at each individual, welfare-based society, and everyone would be happy. Profit making is essence of job satisfaction. Individual happiness comes later. Whereas Chanakya said these 6 principles of lust, anger, greed, conceit, arrogance, foolhardiness, if these are overcome, the happiness is already there. So in a sense, when I compare the two, I find that both are oriented towards happiness of individual in their own ways. While Earth Shastra talks of entire state as a welfare state and look after each individual in this state, the job satisfaction looks at an individual and attempts to make him or her happy, satisfied at home and at job. So both of them are working towards the same factor, that is a human being, and happiness of a human being wherever he or she is. Arthashastra is much deeper, inside out philosophy. It gives out quite a bit towards his or her happiness.
Very interesting topic. Thank you, sir. You discussed on very important topic on our life. This academic session will be in both English and Hindi language. 5 papers have been read in English language. Now the term of Hindi language. 3 papers are in Hindi language. Now I would like to invite Sri Shashi Bhushan Rath, writer and thinker, Odisha Vigyan Academy awardee, Bhubaneswar, and your topic is Impact of Vedic Wisdom on Modern Mind. Sri Shashi Bhushan Rath.
Let me start with my presentation of the paper titled Impact of Vedic Wisdom on Modern Mind. At the very outset, let me remind the audience about a German word, Zeitgeist, which means the time spirit. This is the drift of the thought and feeling in a period of history. This time spirit, for good or bad, influences the future of mankind in a far-reaching way. Needless to say that today, this zeitgeist is dominated by scientific temper. Scientific temper has just not come in suddenly. It has come to this position in a very hard way after 400 years against dogmas and superstitions. Well, we have to remember the fact that this science has been instrumental in producing guns, bombs, and missiles, indicating its declining integrity today. It happens because we do not keep in mind that it is the man who has forced out of science this destructive power. Science itself, per se, cannot be destructive. It is basically an inquiry to find out truth. It is one-pointed pursuance of truth. Power of science is not in what it has achieved through discoveries and inventions, but how it has achieved. Actually, Vedas refer to knowledge, and we all know that nobody ever creates knowledge. Does anybody know that when knowledge was created by anybody? No, because it comes to the human mind during the course of evolution as its own natural output. It's an own natural outcome. So, in other words, the past, the present, the future knowledge all exist in all of us. We discover it, and that's all. So Vedas comprise of knowledge in the form of mammoth Sanskrit text, and Vedas are only a revelation. It is only discovered. It is not written in the early stages. It was something that was covered, and the human mind attempted to uncover it. Subsequently, the Vedas were expressed in the Sanskrit textual form. There is a popular saying that Ananto Vai Vedaha. The Vedas are indeed infinite. Vedas clearly refer to the traditions and not to the books or the texts. So we can say briefly that Vedas are the refined knowledge of mankind. As per the Matsya Puranas and Vishnu Puranas, the mention has been made that there was only one Veda, Eko Vedaha. But subsequently, Krishna Dvipayana Vyasa divided the single oral book that was known as Veda into 4 overlapping books of mantras with the names Rig Veda Samhita, Jajur Veda Samhita, Sham Veda Mantra Samhita, and Atharva Veda Mantra Samhita. Samhitas are mere collections, and associated with each of the above 4 mantra books, there are 3 types of books, part books, which are known as Brahmana books, Aranyak books, Upanishad. Well, the ensemble is like this, that most of the Upanishads and were reviewed, and respective bhashyas were given by Adi Sankaracharya. But out of 108 Upanishads, he chose 10 as the principal Upanishads, and he gave the bhashyas for them. But interestingly, Ramanuja have not written any bhashyas. They have written bhashyas on Brahma Sutras and Vedantas. It is noted that Ramanuja did not comment directly on Upanishads. Rather, his grand disciple, whose name is Ranga Ramanuja, he tried to give interpretations of Upanishads. And unlike many countries, I must say that India lives and keeps the continuity of our inner mind and soul even today. It has assimilated the ancient wisdom, culminating in tolerance, non-violence, hospitality, and resilience. And like a body which is having our human body, which is having a body with muscles, bones, and other stuff, and there is a mind and a soul, we are having the state or a country which is also having a body, a mind, and a soul. That is what the Indian nation is. The details of governance and politics constitute the body of the nation, all forms of creative self-expressions constitute the mind of the nation, what we call Ayudha, and the ideals of dharma, the laws of nature and philosophy constitute the soul of our nation, that is India. Coming to the word Ayudha, typically I have chosen this word Ayudha to create, to ignite the mind of the audience, especially the younger generation, to take interest in some of the powerful words that is used in Indian philosophy, in Indian scriptures, and Indian thoughts. So what I mean to say that India continues to live with this distilled knowledge and to give guidance to the whole world through the Vedic practices, which is still prevalent in most of the pockets of India. One might almost say that ancient India was created by the Vedas and Upanishads. There is no doubt about it. What we are today is the outcome of our thoughts, of our ancient thoughts. We have not severed relationship with our own cultural heritage till date. But we are finding in the media that there is shortage of energy everywhere and we are suffering and all that. But let us be aware of the two things, that energies are two kinds, internal and external. External energy is based on the various natural reservoirs like coal, water, air, and all that, from which we harness this external energy. But what we do to tap our internal energy, unless we tap our internal energy and give a direction to it, I do not think it will be guided properly. Absolutely, there is no difference, and the human beings continue to exist. So by departure of one human being, nothing departs, everything remains. So this particular thing has been engraved on his tomb. Similarly, Niels Bohr also was deeply influenced. We need not go to the Himalayan retreats or any ashramas, but try to concentrate to find out oneself. Know thyself has been the biggest challenge since time immemorial. I am quoting from Kathopanishad, chapter 3, shloka 14. Therefore, charebeti, charebeti. Let us go on and on and on. Let us not stop in our pursuance of discovering truth, because our mind has evolved from Descartes' time, where the guiding principle was cogito ergo sum, means I think, therefore I am. Thinking was primary and existence was coming next. Whereas, as per Indian Adhyatma Vidya, it is, as per Vedas, sum ergo cogito, means I am, therefore I think. I exist, I am is more important than my thinking. That comes before that. Therefore, now there is a necessity of enlarging the scope of science to make it integral, more integral, and suitable for survival of the rare species called human beings on earth. And science can get enrichment. The Western science can get enrichment from the ancient Occidental Indian thoughts. Thank you very much. And for this, I have referred the works of Ramakrishna Mission and the Aurobindo Ashram books, and also the Sakshi Prakashan of the Bangalore. Finally,
Thank you, sir. You read very informative paper. The content represented by you is very informative. Thank you so much, sir. This is the last paper in English language. Now 3 papers will be in Hindi language. And now I would like to request Dr. Vijay Shankar Dwivedi, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, University of Delhi. Your paper is अथर्ववेद में वर्णित दीर्घायु प्राप्त करने के उपाय. डॉक्टर विजय शंकर द्विवेदी.
मैं डॉक्टर विजय शंकर द्विवेदी, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर संस्कृत विभाग, दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय दिल्ली, इस प्लेटफॉर्म से आप सभी से जुड़ने का एक अवसर प्राप्त हुआ, इसके लिए वेब्स को धन्यवाद देता हूं। आज के इस विषय पर मैं बोलना चाहता हूं, जो मेरा टॉपिक है आज का, वो है अथर्ववेद में वर्णित दीर्घायु प्राप्त करने का उपाय। यह विषय है। अगर देखा जाए तो भारतीय संस्कृति का आधार वेद है। वेद किसी वर्ग विशेष, काल विशेष और किसी एक के लिए नहीं है, अपितु संपूर्ण मानवता के आधार ग्रंथ हैं। वेदों में जीवन जीने की संपूर्ण कला का वर्णन किया गया है। अथर्ववेद जो लोक वेद है, उसमें लोक से संबंधित समस्त पक्षों का वर्णन प्राप्त होता है। अथर्ववेद में एक ओर प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के कर्तव्यों एवं संबंधों पर विशेष बल दिया गया है, वहीं दूसरी ओर स्वास्थ्य एवं जीवन शैली कैसी हो, इस पर भी बल दिया गया है, जो मानव जीवन को सुगम बनाते हैं, स्वस्थ बनाते हैं एवं प्रेम पूर्ण बनाने का आधार है, जो कि प्रत्येक काल में, प्रत्येक परिस्थिति में समसामयिक एवं प्रासंगिक है। वेदों में दीर्घायु होने का वर्णन प्राप्त होता है। हम 100 वर्ष तक स्वस्थ जीवन जिए, हम दीर्घायु हों, इसके संबंध में अथर्ववेद के अनेक सूक्तों में अनेक उपाय बताए गए हैं। जैसे शुद्ध जल, शुद्ध जल दीर्घायु के लिए आवश्यक है। शुद्ध वायु एवं सूर्य का प्रकाश व्यक्ति को दीर्घायु बनाता है। जठराग्नि है, उसको प्रतिष्ठित करना चाहिए। हमारे जो पाचन शैली है होना चाहिए। उसके साथ मन को कभी भी कुमार्ग में नहीं लगाना चाहिए। जो बीत गया, जो बातें बीत गई, उस पर दुखी नहीं होना चाहिए। उससे हमें एक ज्ञान जरूर लेना चाहिए, लेकिन उस पर दुखी नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि उस पर विचार करने से हम उससे सीख तो प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, लेकिन उसे हम पुनः वापस नहीं ला सकते। इसलिए जो बात बीत गई उस पर बहुत दुखी होने की आवश्यकता नहीं होती। इससे भी हमारा दीर्घायु जीवन प्राप्त होगा। अगर हम दुखी होंगे तो हमारी आयु कम होगी। उसके साथ अंधकार एवं अज्ञान का अनुसरण नहीं करना चाहिए। उसके साथ और भी देखा जाए तो ज्ञान विज्ञान का उपयोग करना चाहिए। और दीर्घायु प्राप्त करने के लिए एक तो आलस्य का भी त्याग करना चाहिए और अभिवादन करना चाहिए। अभिवादनशीलस्य नित्यम विद्धोपसेविना, जैसे कहा गया है, चत्वार तस्य वर्धन्ते आयुर्विद्या यशो बलम। इसलिए अभिवादन की भी बात की गई। उसके साथ साथ अगर देखा जाए तो असाधु शब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं करना चाहिए। हमारे जीवन को असाधु शब्द जो हैं वो भी प्रभावित करते हैं। इसलिए हमें साधु शब्दों का प्रयोग करना चाहिए, कभी भी असाधु शब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं करना चाहिए। उसके साथ भी अगर देखा जाए तो यज्ञ करना, औषधियों का उपयोग करना, भोग और अज्ञान से दूर रहना, उत्तम उपदेश देना और नियमानुकूल कार्य करना। जो नियम बनाए जाते हैं वो सबके हित के लिए बनाए जाते हैं, इसलिए नियम के आधार पर कार्य करना चाहिए, नियमानुकूल कार्य करना चाहिए। ये भी हमारे आयु को प्रभावित करते हैं। ये भी हमें, अगर जो नियम से कार्य करता है वो दीर्घायु होता है। उसके साथ अगर देखा जाए तो नैतिक कर्तव्यों का पालन करना, नैतिकता भी जीवन में अगर है तो वो भी दीर्घायु बनाती है। उसके साथ कोई भी कार्य करना हो तो समय का विभाग करके कार्य करना, ये भी दीर्घायु प्राप्ति के उपाय हैं, और जो अथर्ववेद में वर्णित है। बहुत से ऐसे सूक्त हैं जिसमें इसका वर्णन किया गया है। उसके बाद अगर देखें तो अथर्ववेद में दीर्घायु प्राप्त करने के उपाय को अगर जीवन में अपना लिया जाए तो वर्तमान में भी व्यक्ति दीर्घायु होकर के स्वस्थ जीवन जीते हुए अपने परम लक्ष्य मोक्ष को प्राप्त कर सकता है। दीर्घायु एवं स्वस्थ व्यक्ति के अनुभव का लाभ समाज को प्राप्त होता है, और स्वस्थ व्यक्ति से स्वस्थ परिवार होता है, स्वस्थ समाज होता है, सुदृढ़ राष्ट्र होता है, इसका निर्माण होता है। इसलिए दीर्घायु की परिकल्पना, दीर्घायु होने के उपाय वेदों में, अथर्ववेद में कई सूक्तों में वर्णन है। अथर्ववेद में देखा जाए तो बहुत से ऐसे मंत्र हैं जिसमें कि प्रार्थना की गई है कि हम कम से कम 100 वर्ष तक जिए, और सिर्फ जिए ही नहीं अपितु निरोग रहें, यहां तक कि 100 से अधिक 300 वर्षों तक जीवित रहने की भी परिकल्पना प्राप्त होती है, उसकी कामना प्राप्त होती है। उदाहरण के लिए देखा जाए तो कश्यप और जमदग्नि ऋषि की आयु 300 वर्ष की थी, ऐसी भी बात प्राप्त होती है। त्रयायुषम जमदग्नेह कश्यपस्य त्रयायुषम यद देवेषु त्रयायुषम तन्नो अस्ति त्रयायुषम, ये यजुर्वेद में इस तरह के मंत्र प्राप्त होते हैं। हजारों साल की भी परिकल्पना की बात की गई कि हम हजारों साल जीवित रहें। सहस्त्रायु सुकृतेश्चरेयम, अथर्ववेद के 17वें कांड के प्रथम सूक्त का ये 27वां मंत्र का अंश है, मंत्रांश है। सहस्त्रायु सुकृतेश्चरेयम, हम अगर सुकृत करते हैं, सुकृत का तात्पर्य सत्कर्म से है, हमें दुष्कृत नहीं करना चाहिए, हमें सुकृत करना चाहिए, उससे भी हमारी आयु बढ़ती है, हम दीर्घायु होते हैं। आवृतो ब्रह्मणा वर्मणा, यानी ज्ञान रूपी कवच का आश्रय लेना चाहिए, इससे भी दीर्घायु होते हैं। ज्योतिषाम वर्चसा, यानी जीवन तेजस्वी हो और वर्चस्वी हो, यह भी मंत्र प्राप्त होता है। ऋतेन गुप्त, सत्य का भाषण और सत्य व्यवहार का आश्रय हो, यह भी बात कही गई है। और ऋतुभिश्च सर्वै गुप्त, ऋतु के अनुसार हमारी जीवनचर्या हो। दीर्घायु होने के लिए हमें ऋतु के अनुसार हमारी जीवनचर्या होनी चाहिए। अग्निर्मा गोप्ता, अग्निरक्षक हो, यानी हमारी समस्त अग्नियां जो हमारे अंदर हैं वो हमेशा प्रदीप्त रहनी चाहिए। उसके साथ अगर देखा जाए उद्यन सूर्यो नुदता मृत्यु पाषाण, उदय होता हुआ जो सूर्य है वह मृत्यु के कारणों को भी नष्ट कर देता है। अर्थात उदय होते हुए सूर्य की किरणों से स्नान करना चाहिए, या यानी सूर्य की किरणें अवश्य लेनी चाहिए। इसलिए सूर्योदय के समय कि सूर्य की किरणें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, ये भी दीर्घायु बनाती है, और न जानी कितने रोगों का ये शमन करती है, न जानी कितने रोग इससे दूर हो जाते हैं। इसलिए सूर्य की किरणें बहुत आवश्यक है दीर्घायु के लिए। उसके साथ और भी कहा गया है विच्छन्ति उषसः, उषा काल यानी ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उठना चाहिए, ध्यान करना चाहिए, ये भी दीर्घायु, इससे भी व्यक्ति दीर्घायु होता है। उसके साथ भी अगर देखा जाए तो पर्वता ध्रुवा, पर्वतों का आश्रय लेना चाहिए, यानी पर्वतीय स्थल पर जो वायु होती है वह दीर्घायु बनाती है। उसके साथ अगर देखा जाए तो बहुत से हजारों साल तक जीने की जो बात कही गई है उसमें बहुत से मंत्र भी हैं। प्रजापतेरावृतो ब्रह्मणा वर्मणाहम कश्यपस्य ज्योतिषाम वर्चसा च मामा प्रापत पांपा मोत मृत्युर अर्धतेहम सलिलेन वाचः अग्निर्मा गोप्ता परिपातु विश्वतः उद्यंत सूर्यो नुदता मृत्युपाशा विच्छन्ति रुषसः पर्वता ध्रुवा सहस्त्रम प्राणामया यंतताम यतंताम। इस तरह से करके अथर्ववेद के 17वें कांड का जो पहला सूक्त है उसके जो 27 से लेकर 30 मंत्र तक इसमें इसका वर्णन किया गया है। उसके बाद और भी अथर्ववेद में बहुत से ऐसे वर्णन है दीर्घायु प्राप्त करने के लिए, बहुत से उपाय हैं। जैसे रजोगुण और तमोगुण से बचना चाहिए, यानी रजोगुण जो होता है वह राग द्वेष का मूलक होता है और आयु को क्षीण करता है, और जो तमोगुण है वह आलस्य, प्रमाद, अकर्मण्यता का कारण है जो जीवनी शक्ति को नष्ट कर देता है। इसलिए दीर्घायु के लिए सत्व प्रधान जीवन और सात्विक वृत्तियां आवश्यक हैं। उसके साथ देखा जाए, कहते हैं कि रजस तमो मोपगाह, अथर्ववेद के 8वें कांड का दूसरे सूक्त का एक प्रथम मंत्रांश है। और क्या करना चाहिए दीर्घायु के लिए? और उपाय में बताया गया कि सत्य को अपनाना चाहिए, यानी सत्य के प्रति निष्ठा होनी चाहिए, सत्य व्यवहार होना चाहिए, सात्विक जीवन होना चाहिए, और ये सब मृत्यु को दूर करने के सर्वोत्तम उपाय हैं। ये अथर्ववेद के तृतीय कांड का 11वें सूक्त का ये 8वां मंत्रांश है। और उपाय है कि प्राण और अपान शक्ति उसका संयम करना चाहिए, ये भी दीर्घायु के लिए आवश्यक है, जो कि प्राणायाम से पुष्ट होते हैं। इसका भी अथर्ववेद के द्वितीय कांड के 28वें सूक्त के मंत्रों में ये बात कही गई है। और दीर्घायु के लिए क्या करना चाहिए? अथर्ववेद में कहा गया है कि चिंता का त्याग करना चाहिए, चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए। प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा, सूर्य की किरणों का सेवन, शुद्ध वायु में रहना, प्राणायाम करना, यज्ञ और अग्नि को अपनाना, शुद्ध जल का समुचित उपयोग करना, चिंता रहित होना, सात्विक विचारों से युक्त होना, पवित्र और सात्विक अन्न का उपयोग करना तथा पुरुषार्थी होना, ये सभी दीर्घायु के उपाय हैं। अथर्ववेद के 8वें कांड के प्रथम सूक्त, अथर्ववेद के 8वें कांड के द्वितीय सूक्त, ये सब में इसका वर्णन किया गया है। अथर्ववेद का कथन है कि औषधि और जल ये दोनों दीर्घायु प्रदान करते हैं। ये प्रथम कांड के 30वां सूक्त का ये मंत्र है। इसके अतिरिक्त इस तरह की बात उसमें वर्णित है। इसके अतिरिक्त सत्य भाषण करना और अक्रोध, आत्मचिंतन करना, शांत चित्तता, सदाचार और यज्ञ आदि भी दीर्घायु प्रदान करते हैं। ये भी दीर्घायु के उपाय हैं। उसके अतिरिक्त भी मणियों एवं रत्नों का जो स्वर्णाभूषण इत्यादि धारण करने की अपने यहाँ परंपरा है, वो भी दीर्घायु प्रदान करते हैं और रोगों को दूर भी करते हैं। दाक्षायणा हिरण्यम दीर्घायुत्वाय शतसारदाय, अथर्ववेद के प्रथम कांड के 35वें सूक्त के कई मंत्रों में इस तरह की बात कही गई। और कहा गया दीर्घायुत्वाय मणिम जगिडम विभ्रमो वयम, ये भी अथर्ववेद के द्वितीय कांड के चौथे सूक्त का प्रथम मंत्र के मंत्रांश है। ये इस तरह देखा जाए तो बहुत से उपाय हैं दीर्घायु के। सुश्रुत संहिता में कहा गया है कि भूख लगने पर ही भोजन करना चाहिए, उचित मात्रा में ही भोजन करें, खूब चबा के भोजन करना चाहिए और ताजा भोजन करना चाहिए, घृत, दुग्ध आदि का भी उपयोग करना चाहिए। इस तरह से सुश्रुत संहिता में भी दीर्घायु के बारे में बताया, वर्णन प्राप्त है। काले सात्म्यम लघु सिद्धम क्षिप्र मुष्मम द्रवोत्तरम बुभुक्षितो अन्नमस्नीयात मात्रावद विदितागमः, ये सूत्र में है। इसलिए तुम्हें दीर्घ जीवन के लिए बलशाली बनाता हूं। उद्यानम ते पुरुषम नावयानम जीवातु ते दक्षताति कृणोमि, अथर्ववेद के 8वें कांड के प्रथम सूक्त का मंत्र है। बहुत से मंत्र हैं दीर्घायु के लिए। जो बात बीत गई उस पर विलाप नहीं करना चाहिए, क्योंकि वे दूर ले जाने वाले होते हैं।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर विजय शंकर द्विवेदी सर, आपने अथर्ववेद के अंतर्गत जो दीर्घायु प्राप्त करने के उपाय हैं उस पर प्रकाश डाला। निश्चित रूप से वैदिक वांग्मय में हमें ऐसे अनेक उद्धरण, जीवेम शरदः शतम, ऐसे अनेक उद्धरण या उपाय हमारे जीवन कैसे हमारी दीर्घायु कैसे बढ़ सकती है वो हमें प्राप्त होते हैं। आपने बहुत अच्छा रिसर्च पेपर प्रस्तुत किया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी जो अगले हमारे शोधार्थी हैं आरती जी, आप श्री लाल बहादुर राष्ट्रीय संस्कृत विद्यापीठ में शोधार्थी हैं। आपका विषय है विश्व में वेदांग ज्योतिष का प्रभाव। सुश्री आरती जी।
वेद प्राचीन भारत में पवित्रतम साहित्य है। यह हिंदुओं में प्राचीनतम और आधारभूत धर्म ग्रंथ भी है। यह भारत देश में ही नहीं, वेद विश्व का प्राचीन साहित्य है। वेद शब्द विद ज्ञाने धातु से बना है। वेद का शाब्दिक अर्थ ज्ञान है और वेद को श्रुति भी कहा जाता है। उत्तर वैदिक काल 1000 से 600 ईसा पूर्व भारतीय इतिहास में उस काल को जिसमें 4 वेद और ब्राह्मण, आरण्यक, उपनिषद और वेदांग सूत्र साहित्य है। इस प्रकार हम वेदांग की चर्चा करते हुए वेदांग के रहस्य के बारे में बताते हुए काफी समय बिताने के बाद वैदिक साहित्य एवं कठिन प्रतीत होने लगा और वेद के समय को स्पष्ट करने के लिए अनेक सूत्र ग्रंथ लिखे जाने लगे, इसलिए इसे वेदांग कहा गया। वेदांग 6 है: शिक्षा, कल्प, व्याकरण, निरुक्त, ज्योतिष, छंद। प्रथम 4 वेदांग मंत्र के शुद्ध उच्चारण और अर्थ समझने के लिए तथा अंतिम 2 वेदांग धार्मिक कर्मकांड और यज्ञ का समय जानने के लिए आवश्यक है। अब हम वेदांग ज्योतिष पर चर्चा करेंगे। ज्योतिष शास्त्र की व्युत्पत्ति ज्योतिषाम सूर्य आदि ग्रहाणाम बोधकम शास्त्रम की गई है, अर्थात सूर्य देव ग्रह और काल का बोध कराने वाला शास्त्र ज्योतिष शास्त्र है। वैदिक ज्योतिष ज्ञान का आधुनिक काल में विश्व में प्रचलित है। वेदों का उद्देश्य नियमों का प्रतिपादन करना है और यह उचित काल और मुहूर्त के अनुसार किए जाने पर फलदायक होता है। अतः काल ज्ञान के लिए ज्योतिष का ज्ञान अति आवश्यक माना जाता है। इस प्रकार ज्योतिष के ज्ञान को यज्ञवेता माना गया और ज्योतिष शास्त्र का विकास हुआ। यह वेद का अंग समझा जाने लगा। तस्मादिदम काल विधानम, ज्योतिष शास्त्र का दूसरा नाम काल विधान शास्त्र भी है। वही यज्ञ स्वरूप का वेता है। सूर्य, चंद्र, तारा आदि ज्योतिष पिंडों के ज्ञान का प्रदर्शक होने से इस शास्त्र का नाम ज्योतिष शास्त्र है। वेदों में ज्योतिष की उपस्थिति इष्टिदर्श, कोण, मास, पक्ष, मास, ऋतु आदि विषयों के स्पष्टार्थ ही रही। महर्षि वशिष्ठ ने अपनी संहिता में इस शास्त्र की सार्थकता के संदर्भ में पर्याप्त प्रकाश डाला है। सूर्य एवं भौम आदि ग्रह तथा चंद्र आदि उपग्रहों की गति, ग्रहण आदि का ज्ञान एवं दिन, मास आदि समय का ज्ञान ज्योतिष शास्त्र के द्वारा होने से इनकी पूर्ण सार्थकता है। क्योंकि न्याय मीमांसा अप्रत्यक्ष शास्त्रों के संबंध में परस्पर विवाद अथवा संदेह उत्पन्न हो सकते हैं, परंतु ज्योतिष तो पृथ्वी पर प्रत्यक्ष शास्त्र है। सूर्य, चंद्र आदि ग्रह इसके स्वयं सिद्ध साक्षी हैं। ज्योतिष के आधारभूत ग्रंथ का नाम वेदांग ज्योतिष है, जिसके कर्ता लगत मुनि हैं। ज्योतिष शास्त्र की उत्पत्ति स्थान वह ब्रह्मा को माना जाता है। इसका काल 1200 ईसा पूर्व है। ब्रह्मा ने ही यज्ञ साधन निर्मित अपने चारों मूर्खों के चारों वेदों को निष्पत्ति की। उन्होंने ही यज्ञ आदि के समय का निरूपण भली भांति कराने के लिए कालावबोधक ज्योतिष शास्त्र बनाकर नारद जी को इसका उपदेश दिया। नारद जी ने इस शास्त्र के महत्व को अंगीकार करके संसार में प्रवर्तित किया। भारतीय ज्योतिष की प्राचीन और मौलिक केवल भारतीय विद्वान ही सिद्ध नहीं करते, बल्कि अनेक विदेशी विद्वानों ने भी इनकी प्राचीनता स्वीकार की है। यह कुछ विद्वानों के नाम भी दर्शाए गए हैं। इस प्रकार विद्वानों के अभिमत अनेक अन्य विद्वानों ने भी ज्योतिष शास्त्र दर्शाया है और ज्योतिष शास्त्र की प्राचीनता को दर्शाया गया है। ज्योतिष शास्त्र के विराट रूप का विश्लेषण करें तो इसके पंच स्कंद दृष्टि पटल पर गोचर होते हैं। होरा, सिद्धांत, संहिता, प्रश्न और शकुन को ज्योतिष परंपरा के मनोविज्ञान, जीव विज्ञान, पदार्थ विज्ञान, रसायन विज्ञान एवं चिकित्सा विज्ञान के अंतर्गत हो जाते हैं। ईसा पूर्व 500 ईस्वी 500 काल के अंत में ज्योतिष के गणित सिद्धांत एवं फलित के 3 भेद स्वतंत्र रूप से वह प्रस्फुटित हो गए थे। ग्रहों की गति, स्थिति, अयनाशपात आदि गणित ज्योतिष के अंतर्गत तथा शुभ अशुभ समय का निर्णय, विधायक यज्ञ आदि करने के लिए समय और स्थान का निर्माण व फलित ज्योतिष का विषय माना जाता था। ईस्वी 500 से ईस्वी 1000 तक का समय व पूर्व मध्यकाल के प्रारंभ में ज्योतिष का अर्थ स्कंद त्रय, होरा, सिद्धांत और संहिता के रूप में ग्रहण किया। आगे यह पंचात्मक होरा, गणित या सिद्धांत, संहिता, प्रश्न और शकुन रूप में हो गई। उपसंहार। वेद भारत में ही नहीं, वेद विश्व प्राचीन साहित्य है। भारतीय उत्तर वैदिक काल 1000 से 600 ईसा पूर्व तक वह भारतीय इतिहास में उस काल को जिसमें 4 वेद, ब्राह्मण, आरण्यक, उपनिषद और वेदांग सूत्र साहित्य आदि की चर्चा की गई है। ज्योतिष शास्त्र की व्युत्पत्ति, सूर्य आदि ग्रह और काल का बोध कराने वाले शास्त्र ज्योतिष शास्त्र है। भारतीय ज्योतिष की प्राचीनता को भारतीय विद्वान ही नहीं, विदेश विद्वानों ने भी दर्शाया है। जैसे अल्बोरिनी और मैक्स मूलर इत्यादि अन्य विद्वान रहे हैं। ज्योतिष शास्त्र के पंच स्कंद जैसे होरा की उत्पत्ति कैसे हुई यह सब बताए हुए हैं। फिर भी अंक गणित, प्रश्न शास्त्र इत्यादि वैदिक दर्शन में सृष्टि का सृजन और विनाश माना गया है।
प्लीज कैन
और
इंक्लूड योर पेपर मैम।
बुद्धि, चिंतन, वाक शक्ति प्रवृत्त हुई है। शास्त्रों में बताया गया है कि स्वयं शरीर ही भगवान की जल की एक बूंद से अंडा उत्पन्न हुआ और उससे भगवान उत्पन्न हुए। इस प्रकाश वैदिक साहित्य में दर्शाया गया है। इसी
थैंक यू आरती जी। द नेक्स्ट पेपर विल बी द लास्ट पेपर ऑफ टुडेज academic session. After this paper, the next session will be Q&A. If you have any query and doubt, you can ask in brief from our chairperson, Professor Lalan Prasad. Now, I would like to request Dr. Umesh Kumar Singh, former research associate, CIS USA. The topic is पंच महाभूत सिद्धांत एक नवीन दृष्टि। डॉक्टर उमेश कुमार सिंह।
धन्यवाद विकास जी। मुझे स्क्रीन शेयर की अनुमति मिलेगी?
जी स्वागत है।
धन्यवाद। अभी भी ये डिसेबल्ड बता रहा है।
टेक्निकल टीम एक बार डॉक्टर उमेश जी के पेपर को देखें, शेयर करें।
हाँ, सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। मेरा विषय है, इसमें तो अभी स्क्रीन नहीं आ रही है मेरी स्क्रीन।
प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
ओके, धन्यवाद। मेरा विषय है पंचमहाभूत सिद्धांत एक नवीन दृष्टि। पंचमहाभूतों के बारे में आप सारे लोग जानते होंगे कौन कौन से हैं। ये एक दर्शन का एक सामान्य सा प्रश्न है। पृथ्वी, जल, अग्नि, वायु, आकाश, ये 5 जो है हमारे महाभूत माने जाते हैं, जो भारतीय दर्शन की सृष्टि प्रक्रिया में कहे जाते हैं। इसमें से जब हम तंत्र ग्रंथों को देखते हैं, दर्शन की जानकारी तो प्राय हम सब लोगों को रहती है, सृष्टि प्रक्रिया का उसमें चर्चा करते हैं हम लोग, इसमें तमाम सारे शोध होते हैं। इसमें जब हम तंत्र ग्रंथों को देखते हैं तो इसमें हमें थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट मिलता है। अभी हम थोड़ा सा आप लोगों को बता दें कि पृथ्वी जैसे है, विमान शास्त्र हो गया, अंशबोधनी हो गया, या अन्य जो तंत्र ग्रंथ हैं, उनमें इन सारे महाभूतों के बीज मंत्र बताए गए हैं। जब हम तंत्र ग्रंथों को देखते हैं, दर्शन की जानकारी तो प्राय हम सब, ये मेरी आवाज मुझे ही सुनाई पड़ रही है क्या? तो
प्लीज म्यूट ऑल।
पृथ्वी का जो बीज मंत्र है वो लम है, जल का वम है। यहाँ थोड़ा सा हम बता दें कि जैसे जब आप लोग भगवान शंकर को जल चढ़ाते हैं तो बम बम लोग बोलते हैं, ये अनुष्ठान में आता है।
आप म्यूट हो गए हैं उमेश जी।
हो रहा है, हाँ अब हो गया। जैसे ही मैं स्क्रीन शेयर करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ ये जो है म्यूट कर दे रहा है। हाँ अब दिख रहा है मेरी स्क्रीन, सेकंड स्क्रीन।
जी जी जी,
हाँ
कंटिन्यू।
तो इसमें पृथ्वी का बीज मंत्र लम है, जल का वम है, जिसे शंकर भगवान को जल चढ़ाते समय बम बम के रूप में बोलते हैं। अग्नि का रम है, वायु का यम है, आकाश का बीज मंत्र हम है। इन बीज मंत्रों को मातृका भी कहा जाता है। और ये मातृका का जो हम मैटर कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में, जो बेसिक एलिमेंट्स मानते हैं उनको, इससे क्या संबंध है इसको हम लास्ट स्लाइड में बताएंगे। अभी हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि दर्शन में कहा जाता है कि पंच महाभूतों की उत्पत्ति कैसे है, इनके अवयव क्या है। तो इसमें एक कारिका आती है, द्विधा विधाय चैकैकम चतुर्धा प्रथमम पुनः स्वश्वेतर द्वितीयांशैर योजनात् पंच पंचते। यानी इसमें जो पांचों महाभूत हैं, जब ये प्रकट रूप में आते हैं तन्मात्रा से, ये महाभूत जब ये भूत के रूप में आते हैं तन्मात्र से, तब ये इसमें आकाश में 50% आकाश होता है, बाकी अन्य 4 महाभूत अपने अष्टमांश होते हैं। इसी तरह से बाकी आकाश के भी, पृथ्वी के अन्य सारे महाभूतों के जो अवयव माने जाते हैं ये इस तरह से माने जाते हैं। ये तो दर्शन की सामान्य बात हो गई। लेकिन जब हम तंत्र ग्रंथों में आते हैं तो इसमें जिस तरह से दर्शन में बताया जाता है, सांख्य में या वेदांत में या न्याय में, इससे थोड़ा सा हमें डिफरेंट मिलता है। इसमें एक सौंदर्य लहरी की जब हम बात करते हैं तो इसमें सौंदर्य लहरी में बताया गया कि पहले परमाणु के बारे में बताया गया कि ये शिव शक्ति युक्तो यदि भवति शक्तः प्रभवितुम। बाद में शिव को जो है अणु कहा गया। अन्य तंत्र ग्रंथों में भी शिव अणु कहा गया है। शिव देवता के रूप में नहीं, महादेव के रूप में नहीं, शिव को अणु कहा गया। एक अन्य तंत्र ग्रंथ है परमानंद तंत्र, इसमें कहा गया कि अणु संक्षिप्त शक्ति स्यात् स माया रूपम अनेकधा। यानी ये जो अणु है ये शक्ति का संक्षिप्त रूप है और ये अनेक प्रकार का है, तरह तरह का है और ये प्रतीत होता है, किंतु यह अमेय है, इसको मापा नहीं जा सकता। इसी तरह से सौंदर्य लहरी में जब पंच महाभूतों की चर्चा होती है, इसमें पंच महाभूतों की किरणों की बात की जाती है, जबकि भारतीय दर्शन का जो न्याय वैशेषिक आदि है इनमें महाभूतों की किरणों का उल्लेख हमें नहीं प्राप्त होता। इन महाभूतों की किरणों के बारे में यह है कि हमें नवीन जानकारी प्राप्त होती है, जिसमें पृथ्वी में 56 किरणें मानी जाती हैं, जल में 50 किरणें मानी जाती हैं।
सेकंड उमेश जी,
हाँ हाँ
स्लाइड दबाएं।
सॉरी सर, सर स्लाइड नहीं दिख रही है तो फिर हम इसको वैसे ही कंटिन्यू करते हैं
या संक्षिप्त में करें उमेश जी, है ना?
समय का हमें
ध्यान रखना है।
हाँ 2 मिनट हमें दीजिए, इसको हम कंक्लूड करते हैं।
कंटिन्यू करें।
तो सौंदर्य लहरी में हमें पंच महाभूतों की किरणों की चर्चा की गई है, अलग अलग संख्याओं में, अलग अलग तरह से। तो एक तरह से ये माना जा सकता है कि पंच महाभूतों की जो किरणें हैं ये ऐसे ही कुछ तांत्रिक रूप से होंगी, इनका जो है साइंस से कोई रिलेशन नहीं होगा। लेकिन हमें एक और ग्रंथ मिलता है अंशुबोधिनी। अंशुबोधिनी का अर्थ होता है किरणों का बोध कराने वाली, और ये बेसिकली स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोपी के ऊपर एक ग्रंथ है और ये लुप्त ग्रंथ है, जिसका एक छोटा सा पार्ट हमें मिलता है जिसमें सृष्टि अधिकार का प्रकरण मिलता है। इसमें भी पंच महाभूतों की किरणों की चर्चा की गई है, लेकिन इसमें जिस तरह से सौंदर्य लहरी में पंच महाभूतों की किरणों की बात की गई है उस तरह से नहीं है, उससे थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है। उतने नंबर्स में नहीं है लेकिन उससे अलग है। ये कहा गया कि जो सृष्टि करने की जो शक्ति कश्यप और अदिति हैं, इनके संयोग से भूत की किरणें जो है, पंच महाभूतों की किरणें उत्पन्न होती हैं और उनसे फिर जो है सृष्टि आगे बढ़ती है। तो पंच महाभूतों की जो किरणें हो गई, इनका हम जो वर्तमान में सूर्य की 7 किरणें मानी जाती हैं, अलग वेव्स मानी जाती हैं, तरंगे मानी जाती हैं, उनसे सीधा संबंध नहीं कहा जा सकता। ये एक तरह से सृष्टि का जो आदिम स्थिति थी उस समय ये सारी भूत किरणें उत्पन्न हुई। इसके बाद ये माना गया कि जो तंत्र ये यजुर्वेद में किरणों को कहा गया आरोगो भ्राजः पटरः, ये सारी पंचमहाभूत किरणों की पंचमहाभूतों की उत्पत्ति के बाद उत्पन्न हुई। अब एक तरह से ये भी कहा जा सकता है, प्रश्न उठाया जा सकता है कि ये सारी चीजें अनसाइंटिफिक होंगी, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। अंशुबोधिनी में एक ध्वांत प्रमापक यंत्र बनाया गया है, जिसको अगर अंग्रेजी में कहें तो इसको स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर कहते हैं। इसका निर्माण अंशुबोधिनी के टेक्स्ट के आधार पर डॉक्टर नारायण गोपाल डोंगरे जी ने किया, और ये इसके किस तरह से जो है कौन कौन सी यूनिट्स हैं, उनका नाम क्या था, इनके जो स्पेक्ट्रम्स हैं उनका राउडिक संबर, इस तरह से जो राक्षस थे या जो अन्य लोग थे जिनको माना जाता था कि पहले विज्ञान में ज्यादा पहुंचे हुए थे, उनके पास विमान आदि थे, तो उनके नाम पर है। तो हो सकता है कि ये लोग साइंटिस्ट रहे हों, रामायण और महाभारत वगैरह में इनको राक्षस बताया गया या कहानियां बदल गई हैं। अंतिम स्लाइड है मेरी। एक जैसे ये दो शब्द हैं, एक वेव है और दूसरा मैटर है। तो इसमें कई अक्सर ऐसा माना जाता है कि संस्कृत जो है सारी भाषाओं की जननी है, इससे जो है तमाम सारे शब्द जाते हैं, मातृ प्रेतृ भ्रातृ ये सारे अंग्रेजी में गए हैं। इसमें अगर हम वायु को लें तो वायु शब्द में व आ य और उ ये सारे ये चार जो है स्वर और व्यंजन आते हैं, और इसमें अगर हम व को देखें तो व का अंग्रेजी में W के रूप में भी परिवर्तन होता है, V के रूप में भी परिवर्तन होता है, आ का जो है ए बनता है, और य का जो है अगर हम संस्कृत में देखें ई का य में परस्पर परिवर्तन होता है। तो वेव अगर हम लें जिसको हम तरंग कहते हैं, तो व का जो है W हुआ, आ का जो है अ ए हुआ, य का ई हुआ, और उसके बाद इसमें जो उ की मात्रा लगी है, उ का परिवर्तन हम लोग भाषा विज्ञान में देखते हैं कि व के रूप में भी होता है, शिशु का शिशुः बनता है रूप। तो एक तरह से कहा जाए तो जो वायु है ये भाषा विज्ञान की दृष्टि से एग्जैक्टली सेम है वेव की तरह।
सर प्लीज
दूसरा
कंक्लूड।
जो मैंने दूसरी, हाँ लास्ट स्लाइड है, दूसरा एक मैटर शब्द है। मैटर शब्द जो इसकी उत्पत्ति मानी जाती है मदर शब्द से मानी जाती है, मदर जो है मातेर से बना है, जिसका अर्थ होता है माता। और शुरू में मैंने बताया सारे जो है महाभूतों के जो बीज मंत्र हैं, उन बीज मंत्रों को मातृका भी कहा जाता है। तो एक तरह से कहा जाता है कि ये मात्र संयोग भी हो सकता है, अथवा भाषा वैज्ञानिक दृष्टि से इनका कोई जो है एक संबंध भी हो सकता है कि हम लोगों ने मातृका को पंचमहाभूतों से अब कोरिलेट नहीं करते हैं, या पाश्चात्य जगत में जो मैटर है ये यहीं से निकल कर मातृका से निकल करके गया हो। यही मेरा एक नया थोड़ा सा कथ्य था। आप सभी लोगों को सुनने के लिए धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू उमेश सर, थैंक यू उमेश जी।
विस्तृत जानकारी चाहिए तो आप लोग हमारे पत्र को देख सकते हैं।
वेरी नाइस टॉपिक एंड वेरी इंफॉर्मेटिव। Thank you so much, Umesh ji. Now I would like to invite our chairperson, Professor Lallan Prasad sir, to share his valuable thought. Professor Lallan Prasad sir.
हेलो, ये वीडियो ऑन कर दीजिए।
टेक्निकल
वीडियो ऑन कर दीजिए अपनी तरफ से आप।
या
हाँ, सुन रहे हैं आप ना?
हाँ सर, आप बोलिए, आवाज आ रही है। आप वीडियो ऑन करेंगे तो हमें दिखेगा सर। आपकी तरफ से ऑन है सर?
हाँ, एक मिनट में देखता हूँ।
हाँ सर, अभी आप दिखाई दे रहे हैं, आवाज भी स्पष्ट आ रही है आपकी।
ठीक है। बहुत सुंदर सेशन था और बड़े अच्छे स्कॉलरली पेपर्स प्रेजेंट किए गए। मैं इस सेशन के सभी स्पीकर्स को बधाई देता हूँ कि उन्होंने बड़ा रिसर्च किया है और बहुत अच्छे ढंग से प्रस्तुति की है। समय बहुत कम है। कितना समय होगा जब मैं बोल सकता हूँ इसमें, आप बताएंगे मेरे को?
सर 5 मिनट है आपके पास में।
5 मिनट है? अच्छा ठीक है। 5 मिनट में तो फिर सबको समराइज नहीं कर सकते। सोमा बसु जी और कमला विपुल शर्मा जी और विनोद कुमार तिवारी जी और ब्रिगेडियर राजपूत जी, शशि भूषण जी और उमा शंकर जी और आरती जी, विजय शंकर जी, उमेश कुमार सिंह जी, सबको मैं बधाई देता हूँ। देखिए, जहाँ तक वेदों का सवाल है और आधुनिक जीवन में जो उनका असर है, तो वेद तो जैसा कि वेदों की परिभाषा है कि वेद का मतलब होता है ज्ञान, और ज्ञान अनंत है, अनादि है। और जैसा कहा गया, किसी वक्ता ने कहा भी कि ये ज्ञान तो भरा हुआ है सब पूरी संस्कृति में। ये खोजने वाली बात है, ऐसा नहीं कि ये कोई नई चीज निकाल के हम ला रहे हैं। चीजें सारी हैं इस सृष्टि में पहले से ही, जो पहले भी थी और वर्तमान में भी हैं और आगे भी रहेंगी। तो हम उनकी खोज में लगे हैं और ये खोज अनंत है, ये चलता रहेगा इस सृष्टि में। जो हमारे पेपर्स प्रस्तुत किए गए तो उनमें बहुत सारे ऐसे विषय प्रतिपादित किए गए हैं जिनका सीधा हमारे जीवन से संबंध है। अब जैसे सोमा वसु जी का पेपर था, तो उन्होंने कहा कि सेंट्रल कोर ऑफ इंडियन कल्चर है वेदास। तो इसमें कोई शक नहीं कि वेदों में जो कुछ कहा गया है वो हमारे जीवन में, हमारे रोजमर्रा जीवन में भी है, हमारे लाइफ का जो एम है, जो हमारे जीवन का सिद्धांत है, जिसलिए हमें ईश्वर ने जीवन दिया है। जैसे ईशावास्यमिदं सर्वं यत्किंच जगत्याम जगत्तेन तत्तेन भूतिका मागध कस्मिंश्चित् धनम। ये जो कुछ ईश्वर ने इस सृष्टि में दिया है, सिर्फ मेरे लिए नहीं दिया है, ये सबके लिए दिया है। तो हम सिर्फ उतना ही भोग करें जो हमारे लिए आवश्यक है। कमला विमल शर्मा जी ने जो कहा स्विद्या या विमुक्त है, तो विद्या का अर्थ है कि मुक्ति कैसे मिले, अज्ञान से हम कैसे मुक्त हों, और उन्होंने बहुत डिटेल में सारी चीजें बताई। और विवेकानंद को भी कोट किया, जो विवेकानंद जी ने कहा है कि ज्ञान प्राप्ति की जो धारा है वो तलवार की धार की तरह है, और कैसे हम उसके ऊपर चलें और कैसे ज्ञान प्राप्ति करें। और बाकी उन्होंने संघ चद्वम संवर्धम संघो मनासी जायताम, ऐसी चीज़ों का भी जिक्र किया जो हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, और कैसे समाज में सौहार्द हो और हम सब मिलकर चलें, ये वेदों में बताया गया। डॉक्टर विनोद कुमार तिवारी जी का जो पेपर था, उन्होंने बहुत सुंदर ढंग से बताया कि कैसे भारत के बाहर विदेशियों में, विदेश के जो वैज्ञानिक हैं, विदेश के अर्थशास्त्री हैं, विदेशों के मैथमेटिक्स के ज्ञाता हैं और दर्शन शास्त्र के ज्ञाता हैं, तो सबने भारत की तारीफ की है। और मैक्स मुलर हों, चाहे वो बाकी लोग हों, बड़े बड़े साइंटिस्ट ने भी ये कहा कि जो भारत में वेदों में कहा गया है, और बहुत कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जो आज की साइंस भी उसको काट नहीं सकती। जैसे एक सिंपल बात है कि जो हमारे वेदों में कहा गया है कि पृथ्वी में गुरुत्वाकर्षण शक्ति होती है, जैसे कहा गया है कि जो पृथ्वी कैसे पैदा हुई, तो वो जो चीज़ें वेदों में कही गई हैं, वो चीज़ें आज भी जो हमारे वैज्ञानिक खोज कर रहे हैं, तो उसी सिद्धांत पर अल्टीमेटली वो आते हैं कि हाँ, ये बातें सच हैं। तो जो विद्वानों का, जो विदेशी विद्वानों का भी भारत के प्रति ऐसे ही मत रहा है। कुछ लोग भारत को क्रिटिसाइज भी किए हैं, लेकिन अब अधिकांश पश्चिम के अधिकांश विद्वान ये मानने लगे हैं कि जो विभिन्न विषय वेदों में है, वेदों में ऐसा कोई विषय शायद नहीं है कि जो नहीं हो। वेदों में दर्शन शास्त्र है, वेदों में अर्थशास्त्र है, मनोविज्ञान है, वेदों में कृषि शास्त्र है, वेदों में कोई भी ऐसी विद्या नहीं है जो वेदों के अंदर न मिलता हो। और
टोर है अपने पास में
जी
next session will continue after this session. Sir, just a minute. Dr. Kamna will take over from here. Please continue, sir.
अच्छा, तो मैं कुछ बातें और कहना चाहूँगा इसके अलावा। जैसे अब चाणक्य के ऊपर बात कही गई कि सुख से मूलम धर्म, धर्म से मूलम अर्थ, अर्थ से मूलम राज्य, राज्य से मूलम इंद्रिय जय। तो जो इंद्रिय जय की बात है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हम अपनी इंद्रियों को अगर विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं तो हम विश्व पर विजय प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। और चाणक्य ने यही कहा कि राजा अगर अपनी इंद्रियों पर विजय प्राप्त कर ले तो वो विश्व विजय कर सकता है। और जो हमारे राजनीतिक नेता हैं आज की इस परिस्थिति में, आप जो देखते हैं इतना भ्रष्टाचार पैदा हुआ है, जो हमारे जो ऑफिसर्स हैं गवर्नमेंट में जो काम करते हैं विभिन्न विभागों में, उनमें जो भ्रष्टाचार है। तो एक बड़ा सुंदर श्लोक है अर्थशास्त्र में, मैं उसका अर्थ आपसे बताऊंगा कि जैसे मछली पानी में घूमती रहती है और एक बूंद अगर पानी वो पी ले तो किसी को पता लगेगा क्या? तो वैसे ही जो सरकार के अंदर सरकारी कोष से जो लोग सरकारी खजाने से जो लोग डील करते हैं या सरकारी धन को खर्च करने का जिनके पास अधिकार है, तो उसमें से अगर कभी कुछ रुपये निकाल में या कुछ उसमें से गबन कर दे तो उसको पता लगाना पता लगाना मुश्किल है। और इसलिए उन्होंने एक व्यवस्था की कि कैसे सरकारी अफसरों को, नेताओं को या जो लोग जिम्मेदार पदों पर हैं उनके पीछे भी कुछ एस्पिनेज हो, पता लगता रहे कि कौन ईमानदार है, कौन बेईमान है, और जो बेईमान उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जाए। तो इस तरह से अर्थशास्त्र में बड़ी व्यवहारिक बातें बताई गई हैं, जो उनका रेलिवेंस जो पहले था वो रेलिवेंस आज भी है और हमेशा रहेगा। तो ये 2500 साल पहले की लिखी हुई किताब आज इतनी महत्वपूर्ण है। जर्मन के एक बहुत बड़े विद्वान ने कहा था कि कौटिल्य का अर्थशास्त्र मात्र कुछ विषयों का विवेचन नहीं है, ये पूरा पुस्तकालय है। ये सिर्फ पुस्तक नहीं है, पुस्तकालय है। इसके अंदर सभी विधाएं, सभी विज्ञान इसके अंदर निहित हैं। और इतना बाकी भी पाश्चात्य विद्वानों ने इनके बारे में, चाणक्य के बारे में लिखा है। और चाणक्य तो ऐसे ही आप जानते हैं कि एज ए स्ट्रेटेजिस्ट, एज ए जो युद्ध में कैसे जीता जाए और दूसरों की टेरिटरी पर कैसे कब्जा किया जाए, अपनी टेरिटरी को कैसे बचाया जाए, ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। डिफेंस के जो बड़े बड़े सलाहकार हैं, डिफेंस के बड़े बड़े विद्वान हैं, वो चाणक्य को पढ़ते हैं। तो हमारे यहाँ जो वेदों में या शास्त्रों में जो चीज लिखी गई है, अब वेदों में देखिए कृषि के बारे में बड़ा अच्छा लिखा हुआ, खेती कैसे की जाए, कैसे अच्छे उन्नत बीज बनाया जाए, कैसे खेती की पैदावार अच्छी की जाए। गौओं के पालन के बारे में लिखा है, क्यों उनके गौओं को क्यों पूजा जाए, उनका वध न किया जाए, या जो पारिवारिक संबंध होते हैं बड़े सुंदर सुंदर श्लोक में आपको मिलते हैं, ऋचाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ कहा जाता है कि घर में जो बहू आती है तो वो महारानी उसको समझना चाहिए, और वो साम्राज्ञी उसको समझना चाहिए। और ऐसे ही आप देखिए जो शादी ब्याह में जो आज भी अग्नि के चारों ओर जो फेरे दिए जाते हैं, तो सब ऋग्वेद में, वेदों में हमारे दिए हुए हैं। तो वेद तो हमारे जीवन से लगे हुए हैं, और हर विधा में, चाहे हमारी दिनचर्या हो, जैसे अभी कहा गया कि अथर्ववेद में दीर्घायु कैसे हो, श्रद्धा सतम जीव, श्रद्धा सतम रेडियम, श्रद्धा सतम पश्चिम, तो ये जो चीजें दी गई है और इसके तरीके बताए गए हैं कि कैसे हम 100 साल जिए। मेरे विचार से वेद जो हमारी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण साथी हैं, पूरे संसार की साथी हैं, और जिनसे पूरे संसार को प्रेरणा मिलती रही है और हजारों साल आगे मिलती रहेगी। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं विकास जी को भी बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और रंजीत बहेरा और सबको। और अगर कोई प्रश्न हो तो बड़ा अच्छा है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। समय हमारा हो गया है, अगला सेशन अभी आगे कंटिन्यू है। तो अगर डॉक्टर अपर्णा जी यहाँ हैं, अगला सेशन डॉक्टर कामना विमल जी देख रही हैं, तो ओवर टू डॉक्टर कामना विमल।
Thank you so much, Dr. Vikas ji.
Thank you, ma'am,
for passing on the baton of this ongoing Gyan Ganga to me. Namaste and a very good evening to one and all present here today. I, Dr. Kamna Vimal, the moderator of this session, welcome you all to the Day 3 Academic Session 4 of this Confluence of Minds inclined to Vedic Studies in the 14th International and 24th India Conference of Waves on the theme Impact of Vedic Wisdom on the World Today, being jointly organized by Waves International and Waves India in collaboration with S. Vyasa Institute, Bangalore, and Hindu Students Council, USA. This session of 1.5 hour duration is dedicated to exploring the various aspects of Vedic life and Vedic vision through 5 talks which are to be presented in this session. Now let me introduce you all to the chair and co-chair of the session, under whose supervision and guidance we would be conducting this session. It is our proud privilege to have Professor Narayanan Komerath ji as chair with us. Professor Komerath ji is well-renowned scientist and an ardent Vedic scholar of international acclaim. Professor Komerath ji is Professor Aerospace Engineering from Atlanta, Georgia, USA. Sir is director, Waves, and among his other writings on science and Vedic wisdom, Professor Komerath ji has also composed a book on Hindu Dharma. As chair, Sir will be overseeing the proceedings of this session and will enlighten us all with his expert's comment and overview of the session after the presentations. We are also glad to have Dr. Raghav Buddupalli ji from Institute of Sanskrit and Vedic Studies, Bangalore, with us as co-chair of the session. Dr. Buddupalli ji will also be assisting our chair, Professor Komerath ji, in the question answer session. We would also like to hear his views on the theme at that time. At the end of the session, we also have a question and answer session. All the questions posted by our audience and Jigyasu attendees during the session will be taken up and answered in this session. It will be conducted by and coordinated by our chair and co-chair. So if you have any question and any query, feel free to post in our Q&A session of this meeting. Now let us start with the presentation part of this session. We have as our first speaker of the session, we have Professor C.L. Prabhakar ji with us. Professor Prabhakar ji is the president of the Bangalore chapter of Waves. Socio-moral discipline in the Vedic life, impact now is the title of his presentation. May I now request Professor C.L. Prabhakar ji to come and deliver his speech. Professor C.L. Prabhakar ji.
Presenting my paper on socio-moral discipline in the Vedic life, impact now. This is the title of the paper which I proposed. And now I start reading, and now and then, if at all necessary, I give my explanation. Yadi hasti tadanyatra yanne hasti nasti kinchana. What is here elsewhere, what is not here nowhere. Veda is Shruti. There are Apaurishayas. All mantras have Seer, Chandas and Devata. It is, in a sense, there is the intervention of knowledge, presentation mode and the guiding power to effect the intended discipline. Only because of the discipline prominent in Vedic life, the times are subsisting happiness and life force operative. Moreover, it is said that the Vedas are infinite number, Anantavai Vedaha. Though we have a set 4 Vedas, Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda and Atharvaveda, but Veda, when it is a knowledge, it is immense. Therefore, we do notice a good behavior that is lucrative to the social order and moral stamina among people for generations together, although deviations did occur, but they got attended and quelled and removed. Deities and other elevated characters that figure in the various mantras have qualities, functions, identifications, mahat and all that, in order to show the impact on the lives of desired people. So the study of Veda mantras remain open to get scope to variety of knowledge and also the mode of behavior and good character and conduct. The respective faculty members belonging to different specializations anytime are able to find some extra light relevant to their respective subjects. They connect to give extra light in the moral and social behavior, and also the impact of them would extend to the eternity. The truth is, Veda Vedo Akhilo Dharma Moolam. That is, it has got the foundation of all Veda mantras remain strong upon Dharma. and that can be substantiated very much. Moreover, the Vedas also relate to the Lokacharitam, the journey of life belonging to the three gunas, Sattva, Rajaha and Tamas. It is evident that there is a great deal of information and many suggestions for the purpose of better behavior and conduct in the contemporary life that one lives at any given generation of time. It means that Veda mantras, which number to more than 15,000, they're all available and they are eternal and they possess validity for prosperity of human life and also pray for the betterment of animal life and the life of all beings in the creation. And it has opened scope for improvement and for excellence because human beings need correction of behavior because their mind is important, but that will not be stable, that will not be standardized, but effort must be done, instruction should be given that the mind is kept under control and to a good behavior and prosperity. And this is being done in the mantras which have rich mythological data, language, diction, erudition, and also instructions connected to the social being on one hand and also spiritual insights. In fact, human society is the replica of the mythic society. Is a replica of the mythic society. And so the Vedic seers, male and female, lived a disciplined life, and hence the same is made reflected in the mantras and explanations recorded for the benefit of humanity, and they are valid even for a long posterity. The interpretation of the mantras is most important tool to make them convenient for our purpose. Moreover, the vocabulary in the Veda mantras is so tenable that they are open for different interpretations because the meaning of the mantras is never certain because it is open and dependent upon the faculty, vyutpatti, need, and also the scholarship and Daivanugraha. And if not the background, Vedic background, society of people would be empty, gripped by more chaos and confusion.
Sir, sorry to disturb you. Sir, you are hiding behind the paper.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But in
Can
the temple culture,
Can you start 1 minute back?
okay. The Vedic society looks to be highly principled and committed to long and peaceful life here and hereafter. The Vedic seers, male and female, lived a disciplined life, and hence the same is made reflected in the mantras and explanations recorded for the benefit of humanity. They are valid even today, and they still remain valid for long posterity to come. If not the Vedic background containing socio-moral discipline instructions, the society of people would be empty, gripped by more chaos and confusion. In our contemporary life, its impact is growing. For example, the temple culture, it is growing at all nations. It has become a seat of socio-religio spiritual center. There is a lot of developmental activities nowadays. Old temples are renovated and new temples are coming up. Priests are being recruited all over the globe, and the religious programs are being conducted. And so, as a result, a large number of people are getting to know the value of Veda mantras, and people are starting now to learn the Veda mantras more so the Namakam, Chamakam, etc., such very popular, influential suktas and sections of our Vedas. And the plea that Yaskacharya had made that it is necessary that one should know the meaning of the Vedas or Veda mantras, with which they are trying to get connected. That's why, if supposing they don't know the meaning, he says They are just like the pillar holding the or bearing the weight of the block. So sthanurayam bharaharaha yo aditya vedam na janati artham. Therefore, the meaning is important. The most popular suktas of Veda are in recitation and employment in various centers in and outside the country. A moral ridden life in practice would be a healthy sign of happiness. A few are being explained in discourses. Interested body of crowd is participating and getting the benefit. Now, to help the need, we can derive the norms from mantras for simple living and a disciplined behavior, that life shall not be a stress-ridden, directionless. The electronic media these days have grown extensively, very much important, playing an important influence. People are anxious to get on to the Vedic wisdom, suiting to their level and requirements. Worldwide scope is available, transcending the barriers of restrictions and secrecy, which has been popular in our ancient or earlier days, because now no more Veda mantras are secret, because they are looked upon with academic interest, especially when the foreigners, the Westerners and others have contacted and started looking at the Vedic mantras with a research mind. The wealth of Veda mantras, the communication therein have become very much useful, and people are drawn to that, and their behavior is also better. And just to mention specifically what could be the suktas which would be of importance for our present aspect of learning, or improving our knowledge on the social, moral behavior and instructions regarding it. Though not we have text later on in classical Sanskrit imparting the knowledge, but our Veda mantras have got the source so much. And in that instance, I just like to mention the Bhagya Sukta, Ayusha Sukta, Agni Sukta, Manu Sukta of the Rig Veda, and also the Rudradhyaya, Namakam, Chamakam, Purush Suktam, and all these things. They do not only give us the necessary magical or influential or beneficial results, but at the same time, they direct our life. They give us upayas, how best we can make ourselves happy and comfortable upon this globe. And also, we should require gurus to explain the communication and instruction that is underlying the suktas, so that that would be easy for us to practice. Actually, when we read the suktas, for a general interested person, they only remain as sounds. But actually, sound has got a lot of communication to make. After all, Vedas are only sounds. That's why Veda Nada, Veda Ghosha, Veda Ucharana, and all that we come across that. The mantras refer to the three gunas, but still lend hope that one should transcend these three gunas. Though Krishna said in Bhagavad Gita, Traigunya Vishaya Vedaha, Nistraigunnyo Bhavarjuna, when he says Nistraigunnyo Bhavarjuna, means though you are transacting and coming to know all about the three gunas, but you have to rise high them so that you will be eligible for emancipation. And to grow high also, there are methods and instructions which have been given in our Vedas. Therefore, the Vedas have got Karma Kanda and Jnana Kanda, and also this Jnana Kanda gives us the necessary fillip for our quest that our human life can be made really fruitful. And also, in general, people are born with religious mind and a sense of compassion, but circumstances favor them to hold on to that nature. But otherwise, ignorance is there, negligence is there, indifference is there for our scriptures. Therefore, they have some problems. They have got, but it is a great teacher like Lord Krishna or our various thousands and thousands of Maharshis. they always infuse the Swabhava in us that we will be able to get attracted. For example, you can talk about the Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna lost his nature of being a good Kshatriya, and he was overpowered by the sentiments that he refused to war. But a great Acharya like Krishna screwed up his courage and tried to rebrush his behavior and nature and made him to be a great soldier. Sukshatriya Partha Labhante Yuddham Idrusyam. And again, we should know that all Vedic mantras are vibrant energies. They yield different benefits and also add for the different aspirations. So interpretation of Vedic vocabulary and content accordingly would be very much lucrative. For example, I want to talk a few words from Bhagya Sukta, which is a sukta or prayer for fortune acquiring. So the Lakshmi, Mahalakshmi Prapti, it is found in the Taittiriya Brahmana 289 and also in Rigveda. And there, the aim of our human life has been given as Bhagavantasyama. So we have to be Bhagavans in the sense that we should be able to manage things by ourselves and also seek the Guru's counsel so that our life will be a complete fulfillment. See, the term Bhagavan can be employed to describe the mortals and immortals as we see in experience. In the opening passage itself, there are some 9 deities beginning from Agni and Indra and other deities to whom we offer salutation and they should bless us. Actually, this Bhagya Sukta is recited right in the morning whenever we open our temple gates or our house doors or some such kind of prosperous activity we recite. For example, a priest is advised to recite Bhagya Sukta when he opens the temple doors. So, moreover, the Kshatriya is also will be protected. When Brahma and Kshatriya, the priesthood and royalty go together, there will be absolute happiness. That's why in Yajurveda we find Tam Punyam Lokam Prajnesham Yatra Brahma cha Kshatram cha Samyanchau Charatas Sada Tam Punyam Lokam Prajnesham. Then there is priesthood and royalty go hand in hand supporting. There is absolutely Punya Loka there. And the evil forces shall not touch the children and they will because of the prayers. So we have also references where we have prayers to them that they should allow the children to become senior citizens with all prosperity and happiness. And Vishnu is one important god. He is described as Antimo Devaha. So we make appeals to him that he has to bestow on people good fortune, good health, and good vigor and prosperity. The mantras of Veda could be source for our etiquette, social behavior, moralistic strength, and moral integrity, and also to have a successful journey in the spiritual path of life, because man is composed of body, mind, and spirit. People are always buried in looking to their body and sometimes to mind, and they get lost. They complete their life. But spirit also is there. When you grow more and more Vedantic, Veda and Vedanta, they go hand in hand. That's why the Veda is telling you the Karma Kanda, actual gymnasium, physical work. Only the physical work will give you health and also improve your mental stabilities and growth. And therefore, recitation of mantras is an expertise and interpretation of them is scholarship. So we should have expertise and scholarship clubbed together to be comfortable with our Veda mantra rasi. However, the mantras stand unique source sustaining life principles, integrity in personality development and management and all that. Therefore, ultimately, as we declare Shiva, Shiva as Deva, Mahadeva, and Vishnu as Mahavishnu, Agni as Mahagni, and Lakshmi as Mahalakshmi, and Kali as Mahakali, Saraswati as Mahakali. We should also get that kind of attribute in a kumbud manner, that we all should be declared as Maha, something like that we say Bharat Mahan, Mahan Bharat. Only for Bharat Desha we have got the Maha Shabda being given, because it is a Chakravarti Kshetra, it is a Rushi Kshetra, it is a Mahanadi Kshetra, and so on, and Maharanya Kshetra, and so on. So all this knowledge has come up in the forests only, not in cities like now we are seeing. So because the culture, dignity, importance, everything has come up from the isolated places, far from the madding crowd. What has literature grown far from madding crowd, that literature has been brought into the crowd in order to check the behavior and boost the moralistic behavior and attraction to the religious conduct, so that they will be all having the Saumanaskata, Subhadrata, Bhadram, Swasti, and Shanti. So with these words, I think I can conclude my talk.
Thank you so much, Professor Prabhakarji, for reasserting the fact that Sarvam Vedat Prasidhyati, and also that there is a lot that the present world can learn from the Vedic wisdom. Let us move to the second presentation of this session. As the next speaker, we have Shri Dhananjay B. Gare. Gareji is a scientist retired from Indian Institution of Science, ECE, Bangalore. Today, he would be presenting his thoughts on the title, Marching Towards a Global Knowledge-Based Society, Guided by Vedic Vision and Wisdom. Let us invite Shri Dhananjay B. Gareji to come and deliver his speech, give us his presentation. Shri Dhananjay B. Gareji.
Good morning. Marching towards a global knowledge-based society guided by Vedic vision and wisdom. In 21st century AD, education will become increasingly highly influenced by the seeker, students' own self-learning, motivation, desires, intellect, memory power, geographical and emotional environment, intuitions, intentions, and ability to choose, grasp, and discriminate information. Studying videos by international experts available on internet. Pedagogic dependence on teachers' teaching skills along with the students' physical classroom attendance will keep on diminishing. In the 21st century, all global communities and societies belonging to all nations will become increasingly dependent on the latest status of knowledge. Knowledge as learned, memorized, believed, and accessed by any living species, including human species, is limited in several factors, such as one's own limited lifespan, family background, historical time period, geographical location, environmental circumstances, and intellectual capability, etc., etc. The word Veda means knowing, understanding. Vedic philosophers have given highest priority to learn, understand, and act accordingly. Vedic suggests vision, wisdom, and knowledge-based recommendations can therefore provide increasingly useful guidance for living in a knowledge-based living style to all societies all over the globe. In the forthcoming decades of the 21st century, 24/7 availability of international experts coaching videos, libraries of books and journals, communication links, experts, friends, distance education facilities of international universities, etc., will dominate the educational transfer of knowledge from the mobile in one's pocket or on a laptop in his lab to the attention of any learner at his own willpower, motivation, and convenience of time. In Vedic philosophy, learning and higher levels of happiness, enjoyment, and getting rid of lowering of the levels of all sources and varieties of feelings such as sorrows, grievances, unhappiness is identified as the main motivating driving force which governs the activities performed by each living organism, including a vast majority of the human species. Unhappiness can be physical, mental, emotional, intellectual, moral, ethical, etc. Exact and perfect knowledge about any topic is known to be humanly impossible. It is believed to be known only by Mother Nature or Lord Brahma. That is why called as Pradhanam Brahma in Vedic terminology. Therefore, status of knowledge in human species is always incomplete or partial. Knowledge as a basis for social behavior pattern is also therefore always in an evolving status. The knowledge-based behavior patterns and disciplines recommended to be followed by all persons are always having designed and framed for maximization of social welfare, social prosperity, social happiness. Bahujana Sukhaya, Bahujana Hitaya. Almost all future circumstances. Therefore, there are a lot of overlapping similarities in such recommendations or rules and regulations, and this is because of the government bodies and medical yoga-based healthcare prescriptions. The non-overlapping dissimilarities are mainly due to evaluation of knowledge, variations in the environmental conditions due to geographical location, sun cycle, etc., etc. Jnana is always a nature scope of variations such as Adhyana, Pradhana, Siddhana, Vijnana, Viparidhana, Vastatmik Jnana, Rajasic Jnana, Tamasic Jnana, etc., etc. In English, these terms can be equated to knowledge, ignorance, vague knowledge, inaccurate knowledge, wrong knowledge, etc. A human individual actually is in possession of a mixture of all such varieties of knowledges, information about most of the topics, T1, T2, T3, etc. Let KIT represent the total knowledge understood and memorized by an individual I at an instant of time t. Then KIT is equal to KT1, KT2, KT3, etc. Further, a society consisting of a collection of n such individuals has summed up level of knowledge KST accessible at any instant of time t. Using the formula KST is equal to sigma of KIT. Average or average of the KIT index as KASJ for society SJ can be assessed using the formula KASJ is equal to 1 by n into the sigma KIT. Average knowledge average index can be used compared to formula using this formula. Similar in Vedic terminology, Vidya is also classifiable as Vidya, Avidya, Suvidya, Kuvidya, Sadvidya, Asadvidya, Satik Vidya, Rajasic Vidya, Tamasic Vidya, etc., etc. In Vedostic text, Avidya is known as the technical knowledge or skill in the fields such as medical, engineering, music, sports, management, etc., etc. Learn bread and expenses is Avidya, useful. Education, maintenance of good health, etc. of one's family. Vidya, on the other hand, is philosophical and theoretical knowledge, useful for understanding the underneath immoral principles, leading to mental satisfaction and moral happiness. Both Vidya and Avidya, formally earned by every individual, can be noted via their degrees, etc. In Vedic philosophy, to live a comfortable enough human life is recognized as a very difficult circus of walking on a razor. Vedic sages have therefore appealed for every living being to get up, awaken, and approach an education institution to learn, and which is essential for the possession of a long-living, healthy, prosperous, happy life. Vedic philosophers have therefore recommended every individual to make efforts and work hard to earn Vidya. Avidyaya amritam vidya, Vidyaya amritam asmite. Further, there are possibilities of wide differences of knowledge-based opinions and conclusions derivable from the same set of latest available data, which also maintains the probabilistic instrumental measurements and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, instrumental experimental limitations, observed effects, disturbance caused by the observed system on the act of observation. A Society is a group of human personalities which has something common. For example, the residential locality, or a profession like scientific research, or engineering, or medical, or legal practice, etc. Knowledge-based society is a group of human personalities who are devoted to use latest knowledge for all their activities. Among all the human activities, majority are aimed at a motivated by human desire of Sauksham Sampadanam, Dukkha Nivaranam, earning happiness, reducing unhappiness, and yoga activities to achieve this aim are summarized as an appropriate diet combining fasting with balanced, healthy, treating, tuned, periodical seasonal variations, and one's own age, BMR, etc. Appropriate activities including yogasana, sports, exercises, appropriate activities including entertainment, appropriate disciplinary daydreaming, and activities including planning one's goals, appropriate self-learning and self-control with understanding of one's own capabilities and limitations of due to age, sex, etc. Yuktahara viharascha, yukta chestasya karmasu, yukta sapna avavosascha, yogo bhavati dukkha. Earning divine and moral credits and washing away of sinful moral discredits, punya arjana, pava praksharana have been a popular way of orienting a majority of common man-type human population belonging to all faiths and religions all over the world. In the Upanishadic, Puranic, Shastra-based living style recommendations to praise, please, appease, and praise the God, the God Supreme, is described as Sat Chit Ananda Swarupa, that is a real truth, not a fiction of imagination, divinely life force, and full of divine happiness. All yoga techniques and Navavidha Bhakti activities are described as steps to approach and reach the position of supreme peak happiness, or a theoretical state of zero level of unhappiness, liberation from unhappiness. The request made to the God are aimed at liberation, mukti, from deadly diseases, accidents, etc. Mrityoho mokshihi, ma'amrita, not at all. Moksha from prosperous, healthy, present living conditions. Among other motivating forces, all moral, legal, and good ones can be clubbed together, as well as all bad and immoral emotions also can be clubbed together. Both these motivations can either cause sufferings or bring happiness. Unhappiness, Vedopanishadic philosophy based yoga, Vrata Upavasa, dieting, facilities, enjoyment are popular practices originally designed and brought to social, physical, moral, emotional health. Understanding their original intentions and promoting their performance in a modernized fashion can improve the quality of living and standards and global knowledge-based society with maximum possible global peace and happiness. Every animate species likes to live in the state of minimum unhappiness. Therefore, the desire of occupying a level of lower possible unhappiness works as an emotional motivating force for all the animate species. This natural tendency can be viewed as the law of minimum unhappiness potential in the field of psychic, intellectual, moral, emotional activity thermodynamics. Just like the flow of water from the clouds at high gravitational potential to the Earth's surface and to the ocean, or electrical current by the movement of electrons from the highest negative terminal to the positive terminal, the flow of thermal energy from high temperature body to a low temperature body. Living species get motivated to act in similar fashion, which they believe would lower their unhappiness potential. Motivating forces, law of minimum unhappiness potential, causes or motivates these animals to act in such a way as, for example, drink water when they are thirsty, eat food when they are hungry, to migrate from locations to locations, sleep and rest whenever they feel tired and exhausted. All these can be called as neither divine nor demonic, but normal, neutral activities. Good knowledge and good moral emotional intentions lead to intentional divine sattvic activities. Intellectual partial incomplete understanding or misunderstanding or misconception or tendencies to earn cheap popularity lead to rasic activities. Ghatam vindyat, patam chindyat, कुर्यात् रासभरोसनम येन केन प्रकारेण प्रसिद्धः पुरुषो भवेत् lead to unintentional semi-demonic activities. Bad emotional belongings, extremist thinking tendencies, and laziness, etc., lead to intentional demonic activities, tamasic asuri activities. As per the Vedic philosophic definition, yoga is either an addition, that is, for the 4 plus 3 is equal to 7, is an addition, or contribution, or a binding link between the God Supreme and the individual personality. Hundreds of yoga techniques are mentioned even in a small 700 stanza book like a Bhagavad Gita. Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Raj Yoga, only 4 have become most popular. Spirituality motivated divine activities, devotional love and service, and disciplined behavior pattern are the 4 major tying up ropes for establishing this linkage. Says Patanjali in his Yoga Sutras has summarized the Upanishadic teachings on Raj Yoga, or in Bhagavad Gita called Atma Sanyam Yoga, in 8 steps, Ashtanga Yoga format, which has become globally well known and appreciated. However, out of the 8 steps, only physical yogasanas, postures, and maximum popular, and pranayama and meditation are 2 other steps which are somewhat practiced also. But yogasana, postures, and pranayama procedures need to be knowledgeably avoided under certain health conditions. For example, pregnancy, high fever, high BP, spondylitis, hernia, etc. Further, the first 2 foundation laying stones, the Yama and Niyama, in this 8-fold Ashtanga Yoga, containing self-discipline and moral measures which inculcate good personal and social hygienic practices and good moral character, best basic behavior is being neglected, not being practiced much. Global reports should be made to popularize these disciplines in the students. Children of forthcoming generations should intellectually understand and believe that these self-disciplinary rules are essential features of global knowledge-based society. Vratopavasa or Ekadashi, Shivratri, etc. fasting and fortnightly, monthly or annual periodicity. Theoretically, these practices are physically dieting measures coupled with emotional attachment with the supreme divine power. This combination ensures maintenance and regaining of the improved physical, mental, emotional health. Langanam Parmosanam, meaning fasting is the best medicine. This is the Ayurvedic principle, and now it is also being used mainly by the naturopathic system. Vratopavasa performances coupled with some spiritual archana, yajana, variety of yoga-based performances are recommended as disease preventive measures to improve and maintain body mass ratio, increase disease immunity level. Yajana are in an essential several karma yoga variations, and Dravya Yajna is mostly practiced today, which is a cooperative effort to request the Supreme God to magically ward off something. Most of these Uttava festivity celebrations are linked with the Vratopavasa practices. For example, fasting on Ekadashi is accompanied by feasting on the next day, Dwadashi. That is a Vrata Udya Uppana. This way, a vigorously enriched food diet is ensured as a recommended format of Naivedya, Tirtha Prasada. These performances are usually recommended to be enjoyed with a small or big family or social get-together. Walking is recognized as the simplest, best exercise and is easily adoptable by large population belonging to almost all ages. Millions of
Thank you, Garuji. Dve vidya veditavya paracha aparacha. And on the basis of these two vidya emerges a knowledge-based society. Thank you so much, Garuji, for sharing your wisdom and in the language of who composed this paper with Liji, all from Boston, USA, talk on worship, medicine, and consciousness. Dr. Kameshwar Sharma ji.
Namaste. Life amounts to be the constant interaction of the body-mind couple, begetting new concepts and interactions with the other body-mind couples, the world around. Mind appears to process the sensory information gathered by the body and generate a will for further interaction with the world. Sickness is the burden of concepts from interaction either with one's own body or the world. Neurology focuses on the brain and nervous system of the body and is puzzled by the role of mind. I and consciousness are its puzzles. The physical body supplies sensory information and responds exclusively to the will of an individual. Thoughts and concepts in the mind have a similar exclusive access to the individual. This leads to the identification of I with the body-mind couple. The hard problem of neurology and Libet's empirical findings on the free will of an individual stress neurology to extend I beyond the boundary of body-mind couple. The consciousness becomes a concern of neurology. Worship is the age-old technique for the expansion of consciousness. The laws of nudity of Adam and Eve in Bible perhaps details the Vedic concept Manu. Different, Anya, from me, Mat, projects as the fundamental pathology of the burden of life. To highlight the need for physicians to recognize a scientific theory in worship and for priests to recognize the relevance of science to their mantras, this article is organized into the following sections: Manu and Mahat, Gayatri Mantra and levels of consciousness, Samkhya concept of I, personification of concepts in Puranas, Sandhi Vandanam, Itihasas, formulae for liberation from Manu and misery, ocean of milk and prosperity, Sivalinga and schizophrenia. Manu and Mahat. Dream is the entire reality during its tenure. The sleeping body in the bed vanishes along with the bed and the bedroom. The individual interacts with a new world through a different body. Dream highlights a new pain, a new body and a new world. Wakefulness deals a blow to the body world pair of the dream. It shows that the pair is a single entity which emerged and vanished as a whole. Sleep vanishes the body-mind pair of wakefulness. The experienced relief points out the turbulence generated by the notion of manu, the felt separation of the body from the world. Physics faces a similar wonder. In a filled balloon, is it the molecules or the gas that is filling the balloon? The gas in the balloon has three distinct properties. Pressure decided by the atmosphere, volume decided by the elasticity of the balloon, and temperature decided by how hot the gas and the surroundings are. But what fills the balloon is the roaming of the speck-like molecules. The entire concern of any molecule is its velocity. They are blind to the gas, let alone its properties. But when they encounter another molecule or the wall of the balloon, they change their velocity in strict accordance with a law. When the three properties of the gas and the number of molecules settle into a special relation with a number called universal gas constant, the balloon attains stability. Is the agent dictating the constant number related with the gas and molecules as society is related with family and its members? Mahat is a Vedic term for an entity manifesting as smaller entities. World splitting into countries is a state of Mahat manifesting as countries. Society is a form of Mahat manifesting as families. Gayatri Mantra and levels of consciousness. A mantra is a group of words or syllables whose repeated meditation, man, protects, tra. Neural pathways is a related notion of neurology. Routine ritualistic worship may have the effect of forming the neural pathways conducive to happy perception and interaction with the world. Section 6, Ocean of Milk and Prosperity, details this aspect. Gayatri Mantra is the key to Vedic vision. It has two forms, the condensed and the extended forms. Each form has three parts. Condensed Gayatri, in its first part, Om Bhuh Bhuvaha Suvaha, projects wakefulness Bhuh, dream Bhuvaha, and sleep Suvaha, states of an individual as manifestations of Om. Tat Savituh Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. The second part resolves to fix the attention on the brilliance of the hidden magician of the three states and fit to be the constant companion for life. It is the fixation of attention on a brilliance which is fit to be the constant companion for life. The third part, Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat, spells out the need for this attention on the brilliance. It is the one who propels the wills of I and the other. The third part of Gayatri Mantra cures Manu through Na, the I-other combination. The puzzle of free will from Benjamin Libet's experiment and the molecules or gas situations relate with this part of Gayatri. Extended Gayatri in its first part adds 4 more levels to the 3 levels of condensed Gayatri. Om Bhuh, Om Bhuvaha, Om Suvaha, Om Mahaha, Om Janaha, Om Tapaha, Om Satyam. Preparation of a smooth inclined plane and leaving a stone sliding on it do not promote any physical comforts, let alone the curiosity about the planets moving in the sky. Experiment is a ritual introduced by Galileo to science. This ritual accessed a concept, inertia, inaccessible to the level of consciousness bound by Manu. The level Maha appears to be the reverence for sensory perception without personal prejudices or preferences. This reverence without prejudice elevates consciousness from Maha to Jana, where new concepts are generated, Janaha, are accessed. The vision of earth revolving about the sun is enough blow to common sense at the level of Bhur Swaha. The conclusion that the paperweight and the pen stand staying still on the table are attracting each other is a concept born from the wedding of Kepler's concepts from the observations of the sky with the concepts of Galileo from the observations of sliding. The concept of gravitation materializes the satellites and cell phones. Thus, the levels Maha and Jana connect with science and technology.
Thank you, Dr. Kameshwarji. It is said that a mantra, when pronounced in the proper way, has the capacity to transport one to the level of consciousness of the mantra drishta rishi. I thank you, Dr. Kameshwarji, for proving it through your very comprehensive presentation. As the last speaker of the session, Professor Nebnath ji could not make it to the session. We now move on to the last presentation of this session. Before that, let me remind you that we have a question and answer session after this presentation. So I request you all to post your questions and queries in the Q&A session of this section of this meeting. Now, let me invite Captain Gopichand M. G, who's our next speaker. Captain Gopichand M. G is a consulting physician and a Veda student from NYAK, Bangalore. Captain Gopichand Ji will be speaking on the topic Pearls of Rudram with respect to health and well-being. Captain Gopichand Ji.
My talk is regarding pearls of Rudram with respect to health and well-being. Rudram comes in Rig Veda. It is taken from Krishna Yajurveda Taittiriya Samhita. It is a homage given to Rudra, and it is the most popular sutta. And it is also called Rudriyam, and it is by itself an Upanishad. Rudram has Namakam and Chamakam, each having 11 Anuvakas. The Namakam, in Namakam, it ends as Namo Namo, which is nothing but salutation, and in Chamakam, it ends as Chame Chame, meaning to me. By reciting Veda once, the person becomes pure on that day, but by reciting Rudra, the very next moment he gets purified. That is the power of Rudram. And Rudram is nothing but it is a litany to Rudra, and it starts with a prostration to Lord Parameshwara by the term Om Namo Bhagavate Rudraya. It starts with a salutation to Rudra. And Rudra is taken as God of gods and combines the power of all the gods, as the statement goes, Sarvohi Isha Rudraha. all the gods is nothing but Rudra. And Rudra is supposed to be the earliest physician and also one of the ancient physicians and the best physician. And he has been involved as the one of the prana giver. The prana shakti that flows in all living beings is attributed to him. That is pranana. So with this introduction, I will come to the first anuvaka. What is all the there in the first anuvaka? And the majority of the benedictions are found in the chamakas rather than in the namakas. So most of the attribute that we are requesting Rudra is found in the first in the chamaka only. In the first anuvaka, the prayer is made for the upkeep of the human body, energizing the internal equipments, sensory organs, mind, and external physical body. The human attributes, as I said earlier, are very essential for the successful harmonious performance of several tasks in everyday life. And as I told earlier, through this human body only we have to reach the God. That is to get the highest purushartha, that is moksha. The first purusha, the four purusharthas, what is described in our scriptures, like dharma, artha, kama, moksha, these are all to be achieved through this body only. So the first of all, the maintenance of this body is extremely important, and to keep the body in a good state is also very essential to achieve any of the purusharthas that is prescribed in our Hindu scriptures. So in the first chamaka, it starts like this: Om Agna Vishnu Sajosha Sema Vardantu Vangiraha. This Om Agna Vishnu means Om, salutations to Agni and Vishnu, requesting them to bestow the following. That is Vaja, Vajaschame, Vajaschame, Prasavaschame, Priyatischame, Prasitishchame, Titishchame, Kratushchame, Swarashchame, Shokaschame, Shravashchame, Shrutishtame, Jyotishtame. It's like this it goes. So I want to give the meaning of, I want to describe the meaning of each thing. Vaja means food, Prasava means permission to consume the food, Prayati means auspiciousness of the food, Prasiti means appetite, Titi means digestion, Kratu means sacrifices that promises the food, Swara means the chanting of the Vedic mantras, grammatical without any grammatical mistake, Shloka, Vedic hymns, Swara, pleasing voice, Shruti, ability to hear, Jyoti, for mental awareness, Suva, to reach the God's abode. Then coming into the second Anuvaka, here the salutations are recited for acquiring the intellectual and leadership qualities from the various functional aspects pertaining to the various organs and parts of the human body. So more it goes in more in terms of mental and the other intellectual property, intellectual qualities, like manya, bestowing qualities to control untoward reactions to anger, the bhama, to sustain the negative reactions like anger, ama, in-depth insight, and kluptam, to make human journey pleasant and purposeful, klupti, to make judicious use of materials in life journey, mati means clear mind, sumati, dexterity in trading the difficult situations. And in the third Anuvaka, this is the most frequently recited Anuvaka. It goes like this: Chamchame, Mayashchame, Priyanchame, Anukamaschame, Kamaschame, Saumanasachame, Badranchame, Shreyashchame, Vasashchame, like that. So in the each meaning of each word is Sham means happiness, Maya means heavenly happiness, Priyam, all the pleasing we ask Rudra to give all pleasing objects, Anukama, tempting objects, Kama, all desires, Saumanasas is tranquil mind, Badram, wisdom, Shreya, virtuous in this world, Vyasashame, comfortable dwelling house, Yashashame is success, Bhaga, wealth, Dravinam, huge wealth, Yantachame, guidance from teachers and elders, Dhrata, steadfastness, Kshema, ability to protect property and assets, Dhruti, steadfastness, Vishwam, cooperation from other people, and Maha, great respect from this Mahashchame, like Samvichame, proficiency in Vedas and Shastras, Gnatranchame, ability to understand the Vedas. Suchame, ability to control offsprings. Siranchame, agricultural activity. Prasuchame, good administration. Laya, ability to prevent destruction. Ritam, truth. Amrutam, immortality. Ayakshmam, ability to prevent diseases. Anamayashchame means ability to manage the diseases. Dirgha Yatvanchame, to bestow longevity. Abhayamchame, to protect from danger. Sugam, easy life. Shayanam, to have a peaceful sleep. Suchachame, to have nice morning. Sudinanchame, that means to have a comfortable day. So these are all the benedictions that we are asking through the third Anuvaka. And fourth Anuvaka deals with different names and varieties of grains, and we need not go into that. And in the fifth Anuvaka, it deals with the precious stones and animals. Pushtam, to bestow huge abundant wealth. Pushtichame, to bestow well-built and healthy body. Karma, ability to perform various actions. Kriti, energy required to conduct various activities. Artha, consequences of such rituals. And the sixth Anuvaka is more of asking benediction with Arthindram, that is along with the salutations to Indra. Seventh and eighth Anuvaka deals with Yagna rituals. Ninth Anuvaka enumerates the power of purpose and Diksha. So they're not connected with the particularly connected with well-being and health. And coming to the 10th Anuvaka, invocation for all is made in the 10th Anuvaka. Invocation is made for all biological species to cooperate in the daily life, and also involves prayers for perfection of principal prana energy. That is for and our senses, mind, soul. The 11 portions are enumerated like Arya Kalpatam. That long life occur by performing sacrifices and yagnas. Prana Yagnana Kalpatam. Let there be pranic energy. Apana Yagnana Kalpatam. Apana, let bestowment of Apana energy. Vyana energy. Chakshur Yagnana Kalpatam. To bestowment of eye sense. Shrutram means hearing energy. Mano Yagnana Kalpana, bestowment of mind energy. For everything, the mind is important. Vak Yagnana Kalpatam, bestowment of speech. Atma Yagnana Kalpatam, Atma energy. Yagna Yagnana Kalpatam, let there be bestowment of Yagna energy for performance of many more Yagnas. That's what we are asking the Rudra. Then in the conclusion portion, Shanti Pata, again there are some benedictions that we are requesting while reciting the Rudra. That is in the relevant portions, not the entire thing. Mama Higumsi, let there not be any suffering to me. Madhumanishe, let the pleasant thoughts come to me. Like, and Madhu Janishe, let pleasant actions happen through me. These are all the benediction that we are requesting from Rudra. Like Asatoma Satkamaya, Madhuvaksha me, let the present situation be seen by me. Madhuvadishyami, let my speech be very pleasant. Madhumatim Devebhyo, let's like honey to Devas, let me be like honey to Devas. Udyasyam, let pleasant and sweet words be spoken by me. Like that. And in concluding, Shushrushenyam, let me stay pleasant and happy situation. Manushebhya, to all the persons and with whom I contact, let me have a very pleasant situation. And Tanma, let me be that kind of person. And Deva, to all gods. Avantu Shobhaye, let them enlighten and make my speech enjoyable and without errors. We are requesting gods to make my speech very enjoyable. Pitaro, in connection with my forefathers. Anumadantu, let everyone agree and feel glad with me. That's what we require. So the people should not be, repulsed by our presence or by our talk or by our actions. Let them all the people, because we cannot complete the journey in this life or in this planet alone. We have to take the help.
Thank you, Captain Gopichandji. It is said that Veda mantras have deeper meanings and should not be taken on the face value, that is literal meaning only. To quote Sri Aurobindo, the words of the Vedas can only be understood in their true meaning by the one to whom the Vedas reveal themselves. The same has been proved by Captain Gopichandji in his presentation. I thank you for this. Now, as we are done with the presentation part of this session, let us move to the question answer section of the session. I invite questions and queries from all those who are attending this session. If there are any questions, you can put them before our chair, Professor Narayanan Komerath ji. I would request our co-chair, Dr. Raghav Buddupalli ji, to assist our chair in this question and answer session. I believe there is no question. Then I would request our co-chair, Dr. Raghav Buddupalli ji, to come forward and bless us all with his words of wisdom and his views on this session. Dr. Raghav Buddupalli ji. Sir, please unmute yourself.
My pranamams to the chairperson, Professor Narayanan Komerath, and all the organizers of the Waves 2020 conference. It is a wonderful session, started with Professor Prabhakar sir, and it was several Veda mantras, how they are very well utilized by the mankind and how they can be useful on a day-to-day basis for the benefit of the human beings. He has very well organized his lecture and presented very nicely. And basically, Professor Ghareji's lecture was very good with a lot of information, but unfortunately, it is the lack of time that people can't take it in a better way than the one what he has presented. And the Rudram one, the Chamakam what Professor Dr. Gopichand has presented was also very nice. And again, it is very much important that the lack of time, he could not complete this one lecture. So I really appreciate all the speakers, and I request Chairperson Dr. Narayan to take forward.
Namaste. So I want to first, I hope my microphone is unmuted. I don't hear any complaint. Okay.
It is now muted, sir. Please unmute it.
I thought, is it all right?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear
You're
me
audible
now?
now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Dr. Kamna Vimal for her excellent comments summarizing each paper so quickly after each one. And I am a new student here. I do not have this skill. I can tell you that right off. I have only seen one of the papers that have been presented here and one of the presentations ahead of time, and that only very briefly. So I will not try to make any, I cannot make informed comments in such a short time. So I will first thank our eminent authors for their succinct presentations. As mentioned, yes, time is always a problem. We wish we had much more time for that. But there is a way to do that. I think the proceedings are hopefully available, and people should read that. Now, Sri Ghare shared his presentation with me ahead of time, and he started with a very thought-provoking question, considering what changes will occur in higher education due to the present wide usage of YouTube, Zoom, etc. Very thought-provoking. So may I comment on that? So in my view, universities are very resilient. They will bounce back, fortunately or unfortunately, to the way they did things before the pandemic, both good and bad. But the new skills learned will no doubt have effect. And here the Vedas convey a fundamental lesson. So we talk about 24/7 access, but what else is done in learning the Vedas other than 24/7 access? What we see today are highly condensed versions suitable for ultimate portability and access anywhere in the universe. Okay, you don't have to have an internet connection at all. The rigor there is in learning accurately. That was what was so much emphasized. So that when it is, you get the words back 50 years later, you are sure that the word is exactly what is in your mind. And so that was taught very, very carefully. The Upanishads conveyed the logic to help interpret these things. The deep learning comes much later, when one revisits the same lessons many, many times through reflection. Okay, it does not come in one hearing. As you know, even Sri Arjuna, who is such a smart learner, and as one of the presenters said today, he had to have things explained to him in great detail before he got the simple idea. Stop giving excuses and do your job. So that was, and that is how most people are. They have to learn through many, many revisits and reflection, and that is what the Vedas do for us. Similarly, good universities always emphasize rigor, accuracy, and completeness of the logic during the education while teaching the principles. And the rest of the learning happens much later. So this is not going to happen by watching YouTube once. It will come from watching it many times and thinking and reading. So in that sense, let me point you to an excellent source of knowledge and information, and that is the proceedings of all the past Waves conferences. I hope they are mostly available, and the rest will become available soon. Please refer to these sources so that future readers can also learn the continuity of thought. And I will not say that any paper is perfect, but it is the best effort of the author, and that can be improved by looking at what others have done before. And I hope that is a habit that really goes forward. Most academic disciplines insist that papers that are presented in conferences and certainly journals refer to previous work very thoroughly. So consider what others have been trying to do. And I will give you one example. In the USA, I am aware of many people who have been fighting for decades for better understanding of our Sanatana Dharma. And one item that bothers me, I'll confess, is continued use of the word God or goddess and things like that. Some words should simply not be translated, and there is no need to translate them. You can explain them to others, but do not try to substitute Western constructs or whatever for these. Paramatman is one of those words or concepts. Ardhanarishwara is a beautiful concept that don't try to translate it. Okay, I hope there will be a lexicon developed to guide particularly Wave scholars to support our community in these things. So again, let me close by thanking the authors for their deep thought and their efforts to bring out the essential unity in the apparent diversity of our worship. This is what happened in what was brought out in our session today and in other papers at this conference. So thank you very much. That is all I have to say. I hope there's plenty of time for others.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your views and experiences with us. Actually, sir, we all wanted to listen to you, and therefore we have kept an ample time for you. So
question answer may be invited.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. In case there are any questions or queries, I invite them so that our chair, Professor Komerath ji, can answer them. And in case, sir, there is no question answer, we would like to hear from you on the theme.
I have.
Yes, please.
Good to see you, Narayanan.
Good. I'll refer the question back to the great authority on this, who is Professor Balram Singh. I hope he is present.
No. I'm
yes.
I'm having this question. The beautiful session, and it's always good to have more time. But I think it's okay to have less time so that we remain curious. And like you said, I think we should look up, what is written, as well as I think all the videos, from what I understand, is going to be full length. So on the YouTube, they will even some of the talks have
That's
been
very good.
curtailed because of the paucity of time. I think they will be there. So I'm myself looking forward to reading some of those. I was just intrigued by your comment also about education, and but you think the universities will remain, but the universities have been in this world only for 1,000 years. And so before that, something else was there, and after that, something else could be there. I mean, the education will remain, but you're saying that universities are resilient. There was a study in in United States in 2014 that they said in 25 years, we will not have universities as we know. This is a US study. And at that time, there was no corona. And corona has accelerated that, I would say, at least 1,000 times, if not more. So what, and my question is, of course, I understand what you're saying. My question is how and what we can do to take advantage of this situation in transition, whereby we can bring the educational content as well as the process, which then makes, like what you were saying, that there are differences, and some other speakers also talked about accessibility of education to all, in particularly a system like India, which is mostly in villages. This maybe actually provides a very different kind of university, if we want to call that. We might call something else, but so please comment on that.
Oh, of course. Thank you very much. Padma is not in earshot, so I can say that this is the kind of question where she will stand up and say, "Don't let him get started. He's a university professor. He's programmed to continue for 50 minutes if he gets started." Okay, or 75 minutes. But let us think about it. See, my comment on that about resilience comes from the very simple experience that back whatever 1,000 years ago or more. People tried burning down Nalanda and Takshashila, okay, and the library in Alexandria. So people have tried to destroy universities many times, and perhaps the same structures did not come up for a long time afterwards, but the knowledge was not killed. And I believe that is also the message of the first three avatars that we see about. It basically says, do not let the asuras get hold of the Vedas. Okay, and that progressively became a situation where the advice was let everyone have access to the Veda, which is the Bhagavad Gita, or the lessons of the Bhagavad Gita. Let everyone have access. This is the best way to protect knowledge. If everybody knows this, if you keep it in one stone structure, then yes, that structure can be knocked down and the books can be burned. But if it is in everybody's minds and accessible, that is the real success. So perhaps that is some inspiration to use here. I agree that this is a tremendous opportunity. Of course, I would not want to be a university administrator at this point because they are really struggling and they don't know how to meet next year's budget. That's a very tough situation. But we have, and that is where a lot of these articles that I also see come out and say, 25 years, we won't need that. Why should you? So the issue is, why does education cost so much? Why does it take, why do humans have to spend the first, 15 years, 17 years, 22 years, 24 years, sometimes 26 or 30 years of their life getting educated? In some ways, you can say this is a ridiculous waste of time. You should put people to work at age 5 so that they can be productive citizens and do the learning at the same time. And you extend that and say, 8 hours a day or more, humans are supposed to just sit down quietly and listen to and take down notes if they take it down, and they don't even do that these days. So this is very wasteful. And but people have simply not found a better way to do it that is accepted until they were forced to do it this year. You see, we had internet-based courses for a long time. They did not make the classrooms go away. We have had YouTube and Wikipedia, and I used that quite a lot, very much in research. So having the resources does not revolutionize anything. It is good. It does provide more access, but that is not enough. That is my point, that the learning is still, if it is done properly, it is hard work. You cannot take that hard work out of there. You will destroy it. So many, I think, and in some ways, some cases, I hope that many institutions, especially in India, will have to do some hard thinking on what they're doing and change their mode. Simply a model where you collect fees from people and have somebody go in there and read out something is really not going to work that well, because the student, as you point out, can get the content from somewhere else, and they have now used to the idea that they can log on to a site in New Zealand just as easily as the one in Bangalore. So what are you bringing through your... So there one theory is that universities will, or even colleges will, divide into two different types: knowledge creators and knowledge as conveyors. Okay, and many people may not need the latter part, but some will need. So this is a very, very complex situation. I don't think, I think the next year there will still be most universities present. Very few will close their doors. But over time, this may have a huge effect. So that is my view on that. And I'm very open. I don't know what the answer is. I'm very curious to hear what other people have to say on it.
Thank you, sir. In the same context, Rajiv ji, one of our participants, has commented in the chat section that university may not exist, but universality will exist. A section. Can I ask you? Anil Maheshwari ji has posted a question to you, Komerath sir.
Yes.
He has said that, could you please further elaborate on building a corpus of authentic modern knowledge of the ancient Vedas? For example, I found the interpretation of Rudra beneficial. He has also said that he had loved yesterday's panel on Ayurveda. How could such knowledge be disseminated and made real in the lives of people at large? And so he has already thanked you in advance. Could you please elaborate this?
Again, it would be very pretentious to claim to be an expert on these things. I will just relate my own experience. So, as you pointed out, I did try to put down everything I know into a book. And people asked, who is the textbook aimed at? And I said myself, because this is what I'm hoping to learn. So I'm just writing it down. So where did I find information? That is where I'm saying that I looked for sources, because I didn't know anything. And many of our ancient books, even if they're there, I cannot read them, because I know some Sanskritam, but that is not enough to read anything that is serious. So I found that the proceedings of the Waves conferences were the #1 source of good information. Okay. Now you cannot take any paper and just simply treat it as the Holy Veda. That is not going to work in this context, and it does not work in aerospace engineering or anything else. You are going to have different opinions. You are going to have to look at many things before anything becomes clear. So this repetition, iteration, all of these things are extremely important. So there have to be many, many sources. And I would be very worried about any source that claims to be single authentic source. Vedas I will take as Shruti, and that's it. Okay. Other than that, everything else is subject to human interpretation and has gone through human interpretation. And one has to just get used to it. See, in the United States, I'm aware that there was a digital libraries initiative many years ago. I tried to get funding and they did not accept any of my proposals. So I have no good feelings for them anyway. But they were dealing with this problem. They said, we want to put everything, digitized content that must be available to all students at all times. It should not be in paper textbooks, et cetera, et cetera. But they got trapped into precisely this problem. They said, we don't want children to see anything that is not authoritative. That's peer-reviewed, et cetera, et cetera. This was a huge mistake. Because learning actually occurs by looking at many things and questioning and saying, I'm not going to believe this just because it's written there. Okay, I'm going to take another opinion. Even doctor tells you have some disease, you're going to get a second opinion. Why should education not be like that? So there, I feel that a very distributed system. I also tried to construct a digital library for our students. And it was used by tens of thousands of people. About 75% of them were not my students, but from around the world. I tried to provide guidance on how to learn. And that was in the days when search engines were still very, very, very crude. But actually the search engines caught up with me, and people learned to use search engines faster than I could do any of these things. So it became totally irrelevant for me to try to provide the proper guidance to learn something. Okay, I could provide some guidance, but I actually found that I had to provide even my course notes. I had to provide access from, say, 3 or 4 different types, because people learn in different ways. Some people wanted everything given very, very rigorously derived, down the line. Rocket scientists. We classified these people. Those were the rocket scientists. Some people said, I don't have time for all these things. Tell me what you really mean by all these things. So they had to have it as very succinct results and then say, go and do it. Others had to learn everything by doing, experiential learners. Okay, so you had to get them with examples from day one, and they would learn very, very fast. So none of these can be preordained and sort of forced into a container. So I gave up trying to set up the authoritative anything. Okay, so that's my real answer. But we should have the information accessible, and they should be interconnected. They should refer to each other. You should not write a paper without looking at what has been done before. In my case, that's an automatic rejection if I submit that to any of the journals I know, because one of the questions they ask reviewers is, does this person demonstrate a proper understanding of prior work and set their own contribution in context? If the answer is no there, that paper is rejected. So beyond that, I don't think one should try to be, one should try to be as authoritative as possible oneself by being careful. That's the other thing I discovered. I wrote this book and I have corrected it so many times. Okay, and after everything was done, one day I gave it to a classmate of mine who has difficulty seeing with one eye actually, and said, hey, this is my book. And he opened it and said, Narayanan, did you really mean to say that? Okay, 5 seconds. So that's my answer to this. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Do not try
I
to
believe
be
your answer satisfies the one who has put up this question. And also, sir, I also believe in the same notion that you have just said, that every achievement is a product of hundreds of trial and errors. So we keep on reforming ourselves.
Yes.
I hope this session has been fruitful, and all the attendees have found answers to their questions. Concluding the session, I thank the chair, Professor Komerath, co-chair, Dr. Raghav Buddhapalli, all the panelists and presenters, and the audience, be it through this meeting or through YouTube, Facebook, or any other mode, for being a part of this confluence of Vedic ideas and being a carrier of the Vedic wisdom to the world. As we have a special session just after this, I now pass on this baton to the moderator of the next session, Dr. Aparna Dheer Khandelwal. Dr. Aparna ji.
Ji Kamna ji. Pranam and greetings to all. Thank you, Dr. Kamna Vimal Sharma ji. We just had a great learning session and a discussion also. Now moving to the third session of today. This is the third special session of this conference, and I am pleased to inform you all that this is the last session of Phase 1 of WAVES 2020. That is the 14th International and 24th India Conference, jointly organized by WAVES International and India in collaboration with S. Vyasa Bengaluru. This session is being chaired by respected Professor Balram Singh ji. He is a scientist and one of the directors, WAVES International. There are 3 speeches in this session. After all speeches, our learned chair will give his presidential remarks, and we may have few discussions over the speeches. The participants can share their views or queries directly into the chat box or into QA. Now it's time to invite our first esteemed speaker of this session, Dr. Anil Maheshwari ji. He is a professor of management at Maharishi International University, Fairfield, USA. He has already been to many of International India conferences of WAVES. In fact, our 11th International Conference on Vedic Living in Modern World in 2014 at Maharishi University of Management, Fairfield was organized at his university, and he was part of this that conference. We welcome you, Dr. Anil Maheshwari ji. The topic of your presentation is Transcendence, Blissful Living Through Reading Vedic Literature.
Namaskar. Thank you for inviting me to present at the WAVES 2020 conference. My name is Anil Maheshwari. I'm a professor at Maharishi International University in Fairfield, Iowa, USA. Today I will be presenting on transcendence to the Vedic level through reading of Vedic literature. So I will start with what is consciousness and what is transcendence. I'll present a V theory of transcendence. We'll talk about what is Vedic literature, how it's organized, and how it should be read, or how we read it. Then I will show some evidence of transcendence, both verbal and with EEG, and implications for development of potential for human beings. So let's begin with homage to our Guru, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. Chant with me if you would. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Shri Gurve Namah. All glory to Maharishi and all our gurus who helped us attain this wisdom. He said, life finds its purpose and fulfillment in the expansion of happiness. Not my happiness or your happiness, but expansion of happiness in the world. The more we bring others happiness, the more we get happiness. But we can also get happiness through transcending to that level where life is bliss. He said, and I quote, long quote, I'll read aloud, the crucial mistake that has dogged mankind for countless centuries is the loss of understanding of the primary importance of the field of pure consciousness, means pure awareness, unbounded by anything. It is this field alone, which is the field of all possibilities and the home of all the laws of nature. Unless thought and field and action are experienced in this field, life remains incomplete and plagued by ups and downs, imbalance. Only direct experience can reestablish its importance of pure consciousness as the field that we must contact before we can be successful in whatever interests us. So he clearly said you need to connect with this field of consciousness. So what is consciousness? Pure awareness. So at one level, this pure being, just be aware of everything, potentially everything, the whole cosmos. But then at one level, another level, we are a human being, directly bounded by our body, our thoughts, our time, resources. We can bound them in various ways. So even as we live a life of a human being, how can we enjoy the benefits of pure being? That is the purpose of this talk. So I will present this theory V, which I kind of originated, again, with Maharishi's inspiration, a model of transcendence. So let's say we live at surface reality. This is where we are separate, individual beings with our own characteristics, desires, etc. Using a particular technique, any technique, we transcend to the absolute. You can use transcendental meditation. You may have your own. And then we get in touch at that level of consciousness where it's just pure consciousness, which is the field of all the laws of nature. At that point, all our thoughts, emotions, expressions, perceptions just begin to become very fine and they go away. At that level, we are just pure consciousness. After staying there, being with that pure consciousness, being unbounded, we do come back out to the field of action, the field of world, the surface reality, but a little bit ahead, a little bit more charged, a little bit more energized, more joyous, more rested, more vigorous, more creative. That is the purpose. So let me explain what are the various states of consciousness. The first three And what is the level of awareness of the self and of the world out there, the content of our experiences? Top three are what is called ordinary states of consciousness. Then there is the fourth state of consciousness. Then there's the higher states of consciousness. What are the ordinary states of consciousness? Sleep, dream, and waking. In sleeping state, we are not aware of ourselves. We are not aware of anything in the world. But in dreaming, which happens sometimes during the sleeping, right? We have no awareness of ourselves, but we have some illusory experience of what is going on in the world. And then there's a waking state where we are aware of ourselves, like now, and also aware of our perceptions. When we transcend, we reach that fourth stage, Turiya. Shivam Shantam Chaturtham Manyante Sa Atma Sa Vigyeyo. That is Atma. The fourth state is Atma. It is worth knowing. It is important for us to know our own true self, the Atma. It is a state where we are unbounded consciousness, what you see in the yellow band, but we have no awareness of the content of experience. We are just pure awareness. Then there can be, Maharshi said, there are higher states of consciousness, such as a cosmic consciousness, where you have awareness of the self, even when you're working in the external field. That being infuses within you at the level of action, and your action becomes more settled, more life-affirming, more enjoyable, brings bliss to everyone. As you develop more transcendence capability, it reaches the next higher level, which you said refined cosmic consciousness, where the distance between the inside and the outside becomes very, very fine. Your perception becomes very fine. And then you can reach the seventh state of consciousness, unity state of consciousness, or Brahman state of consciousness, the same state of unity, where Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, where we are one with the universe. You are one with the universe. There is no difference between you and the universe. I'm aware of myself, the true self, and the rest of the world is also just fluctuations of that field of oneness. So let's move to the next part, which is Vedic literature. We talked of transcendence consciousness. Let's look at Veda. What is Veda? Veda is total knowledge. Veda. The definition I like from Maharshi is that Vedic literature is the authentic song of the self, by the self, for the self. You know, Vedic literature will cognize as a transcendental state, and deep trance or transcendental state, let's say in some sense, by the rishis. And it just came out of them. And of course, it was codified in Sanskrit language, which was considered the language of Vedas. But anytime you put form to it, you're limiting it. That's why a lot of our tradition has been oral. Vedoham. Vedic literature is within me. In fact, we've shown the structure of Vedas is the structure of human physiology. Art matrain siddhyati. By its Vedic recitation itself, one can become enlightened. In fact, we know as Govindam. They said, Krishna said, you just bhaj the name of the Govind, just chant the name of Govind, and then you will be enlightened. So reading Ved is a way of reaching a level of unbounded consciousness, the pure consciousness. And the sound of every Vedic hymn, every Vedic syllable is different. It has different effect on the physiology. And it can, when done for the pure level, it can actually manifest reality if you are at that state. So that's aspiration, to get a level where our physiology is pure and it can vibrate with the pure sounds of Vedic knowledge. What is Vedic literature? You all know those many branches, but Maharishi Mahesh Yogi organized it as 40 branches and along 3 pillars of knower, process of knowing, and the known. You can say subject, verb, object. So Rig Veda is at the top, Agni Mile Purohitam, kind of the first opening hymn, which is then expanded in the rest of Veda, Rig Veda, which is expanded into the 3 Vedas, Sam Veda, Yajur Veda, Third Veda. Then we have the Vedangas, Shiksha, Kalp, Vyakaran, Nirukta, Chanda, Jyotish. You have 6 darshanas, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, Sankhya, Yoga, Karma, Mimamsa, and Vedanta. We have Upaveda, like Gandharva, Dhanur, Stapacha, Veda. And we have these various Ayurveda branches. We have this very Ithas and Puran, and then we have these pratishakyas. So this way he organized 40 branches. So I just completed earlier this month an MA in reading Vedic literature as a degree, in which we read 9 different branches among these. And what I'm going to share with you is experience of reading one of those branches. But first, let me tell you what were the principles that we followed for reading Vedic literature. First, Vedic sound should flow easily from our mouth. We should read low and slow through the sandhi and the gaps and the samhita. Enjoy the potential of the gaps between sounds. That is very crucial. At least Maharshi Vedic Pandits are trained to read like this, highlighting the gap. The subtle gap between 2 syllables is the space for transformation, so we should read syllable by syllable. Second, definitely read the front and the end of it. The first syllable is the wholeness, the last one is the wholeness, and then it sort of expands like a diamond and comes back and ends there. So what that means is the Vedas are its own commentary. You don't need human commentary. The Apaurishayas, not created by human beings. The Vedas just expand on themselves from the first syllable to many syllables. So be aware of that. Third, read from a transcendental or subtle self. How do you get subtle? Well, you can start with transcendental meditation or other techniques, or as you begin to read Vedic literature, you will get more transcendent. Because the ordinary language is built at sensory level. When you read from the transcendent, don't read from that level, the knowledge of the gaps of transformation is lost. And fourthly, from behavioral level, I would say read regularly, read as a habit, at the same time carving out high quality time, settled time, maybe Brahma Muhurat, maybe early in the morning, late in the evening, or around whatever times. Anyway, so that is the idea of how to read Vedic literature, at least how we read it. Now, let me go to evidence. So I'll show 2 sets of evidences, one around verbal description or imagery in the head, and the second, how we did the EEG during or around the time of reading Ramayana. So, Ramayana has many parts. So during Uttarakhand, I was getting imageries of enchantment. Like one of the most beautiful images was of standing at the beach at sunset in Hawaii, very enchanting. During the Balkhand, it's this whole idea of a transformation, a tall, soft plastic tunnel turning towards the sun into the sky. I felt like expansion, like a growth. And during the Ayodhya Kand, it was very blissful. I got the feeling of being a bright, sunny saffron flag, pulley to the top of my crown of the head, a sense of tingling on my crown chakra or crown of my head. I felt feeling of expansion like Ashwamedh Yagya, the birds flying, and a sense of invincibility rising like a kavach. So it was like feeling secure and expanding. What a joy to read Ayodhya. No wonder people like to read Ramayana. And during Sundarkand, I got very blissful, sort of joyful, happy memories or imagery, or more dream-oriented imagery. So anyway, these are kind of my feelings, and everybody else reported different experiences based on their physiology and their experience with it, and what they were at that particular state of consciousness. But now let me shift to a more empirical evidence, again very anecdotal from one person. So here is the EEG map of reading during the reading Vedic Ramayana. While we're reading, this is the average level of our brain integration. The way to read it is that the points are, let's say, about 32 points of measurement of electrical signal on our skull. So we wear a cap in which the electrodes would measure the electrical activity. And then what you see is the various different frequency bands going from the smallest to highest bands. And then we focus on alpha 1 band, which has been shown to be the signature of transcendence. Alpha 2 is more focused on mindfulness, and then the other on the left is more sleeping, and the later is more focused activity. But in any case, let's focus on the alpha 1 band, and you see there's a lot of brain integration. I was really surprised. And then upon reading Ramayana, I got this kind of EEG signature. During that same session of the Brain Center in our university, then we were asked to listen to chanting of Ramayana from Vedic Pandits. Again, we saw a lot of coherence in the brain, a lot of brain integration. Now I'm going to go back to the previous one and then go forward. If you see that, you just focus on the thing under the red signal, red circle, you will see during reading there's even more coherence than listening to Ramayana. So we like to listen to Ramayana, which is very transcending, but I found that if you read it the way we were taught to, you can be transcendent that way. It can develop your connection to the absolute field of absolute consciousness. And this also, the third measurement during the same session was after finishing reading, then we did TM, and then, or was it we did TM before, but this is how our TM, even after TM, we were feeling like this. There's some level of integration, but sort of we were just aware of ourselves at this point. Maybe it was TM was done before or after, I forget. The point is that during TM, it was not so coherent, but going back during reading and listening, this is reading, this is listening, and this is after TM. So look at that, you can transcend on reading Vedic literature. Isn't that amazing if we read it the right way? What is the summary? Summary is that development of consciousness is key to development of full potential and achieving bliss and happiness in life. That's what Maharishi said. And that capability has to be revived. We presented a V theory, a model of two levels of transcendent consciousness, which is the surface level and the transcendent level. You can go into a technique and come back out more refreshed. We describe, at least my perception is that Vedic literature is a song of consciousness. It's a song of the self, by the self, for the self. So if we treat it in that way, respect it in that way, and listen to it low, slow, respecting every syllable by syllable, Maharishi said that treat every syllable like the cub, the tigress holds a cub in her mouth, very gently, firm enough, but not too firm that will hurt, just very carefully, and read from regular and settled state of consciousness. And then I showed that EEG evidence shows that Vedic literature, reading Vedic literature or writing, listening can bring higher brain integration, which is associated with creativity and well-being through other research we've shown. And we found that reading Vedas, or at least in this case, could produce higher brain integration than listening. So this is the joy of reading Vedic literature, and I'm glad I could share this experience. More research is ongoing, and we will be able to find across dozens of students, across dozens of or several sessions of reading Vedic literature, and that research would come out whenever it comes out. So thank you very much, and I would be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Maheshwari ji, for your interesting Vedic philosophical presentation. And of course, Vedic sounds are the path of enlightenment. So one should remain in touch or surrounded by Vedic chants or words of scriptures. Thank you very much for that wonderful talk. Now it's time to invite the second speaker of this session, Dr. Mansi Sahuji. She is Senior Lecturer in Sanskrit at Mangala Mahavidyalaya, Katakpur in Puri, Odisha. She is a life member of Waves India. She is going to share her thoughts on the message of Atharveda for a healthy society in modern time. We welcome you, ma'am.
Namaste to all. I am Dr. Manasi Sahu, reader in Sanskrit, Mangala Mahavidyalaya, Kakadpur, Puri, Odisha. My topic is the message of the Atharveda for healthy society in modern time. Vibharti sarvabhutani veda shastram sanatanam tasmadetat paramanye yajanto rasya sadhanam. The Veda is the source of wisdom from which the streams of knowledge have flooded not only in India but the entire world. Vedic knowledge is universally popular due to its significance and valuable teachings. Vedic seers in their deep meditative position visualize mantras. Practicing austerity, they became able to know the secrets of this universe and spread their supernatural knowledge to the entire world. Knowledge revealed in the Veda is for the benefit of all living and non-living bodies like the sun's light for earth. Among the four Vedas, the Atharvaveda is a different one. While the first three Vedas are related to Alaukika Phala, this Atharvaveda is careful for Laukika Phala. It is directly related to man's day-to-day life. Most salient teachings of the Atharvaveda are benevolent for health, prosperity, for establishing harmony in village and in family life. The Veda mantras can bring solution to existing problems in our modern society, that is industrial problem, agricultural problem, social problem, political problem, religious problem, familiar problem, psychological, physical problem, etc. A healthy society is possible when man's body and mind become sound. In the mantras of the Atharvaveda, different diseases spreading in man and animal are described. The medicines and treatment procedures to ensure long life is suggested. It prescribes 4 types of medicines to make man free from all ailments. Atharvani, Rangirasir, Daivir, Manusya Jauta, Osadhaya Prajayante Yadatvam Prana Jinnvasi. The medicines of Atharvani means mantra therapy. Medicines of Angirasi, the juices of medicinal herbs. Blessings of the gods in offering prayer, that is Daivi, and man-made medicines can make life strong and sound. In the Atharvaveda, we find water treatment, sun ray treatment, and metal treatment to drive away the disease germs. Charms were composed psychological disorder. Herbal medicines were prepared to enlarge the lifespan of man and animal. Prana, Ayunsi, Tarisa. The impact of Charaka Samhita and Susruta Samhita on today's medical science is well known to all. Social life sustained by high morals. 3 important aspects of their spirituality were knowledge, selfless action, and love. The Vedas declare a religion is not a religion at all if it asserts its superiority over other faiths. Our religion has been called the Aryan religion. Arya means noble. This name has given to a great race much pure in their character and action. Shruti and Smruti are the foundation of our Sanatana Dharma. But in our modern society, in the name of Dharma, we don't hesitate to create violence, division among people, and lead them to conflict. In Vedic age, people worshipped the only and one God, that is Param Brahma Paramatma. So in Rig Veda, it is said that Ekam Sadviprah Bahudha Vadanti Agnim Jamam Matari Swana Mahu. The leaders of the society should know the actual needs of modern society. Now we invent so many things with the help of our intellectual knowledge. But man cannot gain eternal peace by worldly objects. Different problems disturb the individuals, groups, nations, and the human society at large. The final solution of many modern problems are love and cooperation. Love signifies the caringness towards the nature and all living creatures. Cooperation brings a sense of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Man should know what is right and what is wrong and should perform only the right actions. He should consider rightful actions as his duty and perform those taking no credit. The Veda says that Shrunvantu Visve Amrutasya Putraha. When man can understand that his mortal body on this earth has to maintain the spirit of divinity, then only human society will be a healthy and pious society, no doubt. All types of knowledge originate from Sanskrit literature. It may be Panini's grammar, Kautilya's Arthashastra, 4 Vedas, Upanishads, astrology, astronomy, cosmic knowledge, or moral knowledge. Vedic scriptures are full of gems of knowledge. Modern man has to take it for his social and spiritual well-being. It is the need of time that we modern people should understand the basic values of Vedic tradition. Vedic seers observed the nature keenly, so they came to know the sun as prime life giver on earth. They felt the importance of air, fire, water, tree, forest, etc. and honored them. Man's existence and prosperity depend on the orderly functioning of all natural phenomena. When science and religion, technological discoveries and spiritual wisdom will go together, then our society will be healthy. Universal brotherhood will be our principle. When man shall love his neighbors, then we find heaven in our society. In the Atharvaveda, we can find mantras for every stage of human life. Brahmachari Sukta is only for young students. Their potentiality and dedication is described. Brahmacharyeti samidha samidhi karsnam vasano dikhito dirghasmasru sasadyayeti purvasmaduttaram samudram lokan sangrubhya muhuracharikrat. Again, for successful married life in Atharvaveda we find akhyau nau madhusankase anikam nau samanjanam antah krunusva mam hrudi manainau sahasati. Here the couple wish to be always with each other with love and affection. They pray for blessings to lead joyous life without malice and not to be separated from each other. Beauty and bounty of nature is elaborated in the mantras. Modern man should realize and feel its fullness in his heart. Now I may come to conclusion. The realized sages always think Bhadra Michanta Rusaya Swarvidastapo Dikhyam Upaniseduragre Tatorastram Vala Mojascha Jatam Tadasmai Deva Upasamnamantu. The sages, aspiring for a higher and better standard, work with diligence and devotion. They inspire people to do their duty with dedication. This is the way how nations and communities grow strong. For social harmony, Yajurveda says, Drute drungha ma mitrasya ma chakshusa sarvani bhutani samikyantam. Mitrasyaham chakshusa sarvani bhutani samikhe. Mitrasya chakshusa samikhyamahe. O Supreme Lord, make me firm and resolute like thee. Bless that all may look on me with a friendly eye, and I look on others likewise. May we experience complete harmony among us. Social consciousness is well reflected in the concluding mantras of Rigveda. Samano mantra samiti samani samanam manah sah chittam esam samanam mantra mavimantra eva samanena boha visajomi. समानि व आकुति समाना हृदयानि व समानमस्तु वो मनो यथा वः सुसहासति. May our prayers be one and the same. May we belong to one fraternity. May our minds move in accord. May our hearts work in unison. For one supreme goal, let us be inspired by a common ideal. Let us sing thy praises in congregation. Thank you.
Yes, social consciousness is what is required today at most. And I'm here to say that it was a wonderful talk by Dr. Mansi Sahuji with lots of information on medicinal plants, herbal uses of river waters, cosmic bodies, in addition to knowledge on their deities. Thank you, Sahuji, for this presentation. Now it is time to invite the renowned key speaker of this session, Padma Bhushan Dr. David Frawley. I'd like to mention his brief introduction before his talk. Dr. David Frawley is also known as Pandit Vamdev Shastri. He is a Vedic teacher and Hindu Acharya. He is the author of 50 books published in 20 languages worldwide. His fields of expertise include yoga, Ayurveda, Vedanta, Vedic astrology, and ancient Vedic texts. He has also written on historical, social, and cultural issues facing Hinduism and India today. Vamdevji was honored with the Padma Bhushan Award, one of the highest awards of the Government of India. He has a DLED from ISPASA in Bengaluru, that is the collaborating institute of this conference also, and a second DLED from Ram Manohar Lohia University in Uttar Pradesh. He has been associated with many Hindu and Vedic organizations worldwide. He is the director of American Institute of Vedic Studies, New Mexico, USA. It's an honor for Waves and all of us to have your talk, and you will be speaking on relevance of Vedantic knowledge for coming century. We welcome you, David Frawley.
Namaste, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. This is Dr. David Frawley Vamadeva, and I'm very happy to be with the World Association of Vedic Studies, WAVES, for another important seminar, international, and renewal of WAVES agenda for another crucial year in this very strange era for our world and society today. We greet you via virtual reality. Our reality is becoming more imaginary, or at least virtual, as these days proceed. And we are approaching, you might say, a new view of the universe that is virtual. Now, the subject of my talk is the relevance of Vedanta for the 21st century. I have been with the WAVES organization. I was one of its founding members, I believe, in 1996. And we addressed a lot of issues of human civilization, human history, cultural values, and philosophy, cosmology, yogic spirituality. And it is on this later topic of the yogic spirituality Vedanta that I wanted to emphasize in this particular talk. And we do seem to be coming into an age, as we say, virtual reality or Maya. We live in a profound Maya. Maya, of course, is one of the key terms of Vedanta, often translated as illusion, even delusion or unreality. But essentially, Maya means appearance. We live in a world of appearances, and behind the appearances is a deeper reality that needs to be investigated And that is not always indicated by the nature of the appearances involved. The appearances that we see are, of course, defined by our minds and by our senses, eyes, ears, taste, touch, smell. And so we have a sensory view of reality as interpreted outwardly by the mind, and the mind interprets this sensory-based world relative to its own conditioning, much of which is, of course, physically based. So we view the world according to our biological needs, according to our social needs, according to our personal needs. So in other words, the mind is not really a truly objective cognitive agent. The mind is always interpreting, translating. It is pushing things in the direction of its own motivation, volition, imagination, desire. Kama, sankalpa, relative to the Vedic thought, even vikalpa, we're always imagining something based upon our desires, trying to get things or promote our agenda in the social and material world. And as we see, our agenda in the social material world is difficult. We have to compete with other people. We have to endure or go through 20 years of education as a child to function in society. We have to learn a language and function according to certain social values, conventions, and perceptions. And so the mind gets highly conditioned just to protect ourselves, which is to protect the body, the ego, our place in the world. If society were to throw us out, we wouldn't survive. So the mind has that coloring, and the senses have their limitation. On top of that, we have added our instruments, microscopes, telescopes, so many things science has devised to expand the realm of appearances, and hopefully to get what is behind the realm of appearances. But one wonders if we are getting behind the appearances, or if we are just discovering more layers of appearance that may actually be ultimately endless. You kind of like the reflection of something in a mirror in a hall of mirrors. It just goes on and on and on. You can continue looking further down the hall, but you're really not going anywhere in particular. So this is the issue, and this is the basic concern. And the first thing I want to address here is the Vedanta as a science of consciousness. And what do we mean by consciousness? That is the first thing. And what we have to understand that consciousness is not mind. Consciousness, chit, chaitanya, atma, purusha, brahman, in the Vedantic sense is not mind. Mind, we could say, is embodied consciousness, manas, chitta, antakarana in the terminology of the Vedantic thought. So consciousness is a universal, all-pervading principle like space. Everything arises from consciousness, everything returns to consciousness, everything abides in consciousness, but that consciousness is beyond the mind. Various minds and bodies are instruments for consciousness at various levels in various individual embodiments. So consciousness is an unknown factor. Mind is a known factor, but also to some extent an unknown factor in the sense that we can only know part of the mind. And because mind is embodied consciousness, each individual mind has the needs, the limitations, the perspective, and the orientation of its particular embodiment, which of course varies by time, place, person, culture. Sometimes I would say that the mind is sort of like having a flashlight in a dark cavern. It can show you certain things, but it cannot illuminate the whole. So what do? we turn the flashlight in various directions, even whatever the darkness is, and you see something. And then you try to move the flashlight here and there and try to construct the whole. Well, you can construct something relatively nearby you in physical proximity, but things that are in the distance, the flashlight can't work. At least the old ones couldn't. So we have a patchwork view of reality put together by various sensory perceptions, extensions of sensory perception, various embodied knowledge through books, through numbers, through theories and experiments, and the words of various individuals. But it's still very much a work in progress. We still really don't know who we are or what is the nature of reality. So Vedanta is asking, what is the nature of consciousness in itself? Not the consciousness that is working through the mind's instruments, or through the limitations of language, mathematics, and all the rest of it, which are limited in some ways, even though they can be unlimited in other ways. You have an endless set of numbers, but numbers itself have a certain limitation. So, what is this science of consciousness? It is also called self-knowledge, Atma-vidya, knowing oneself, knowing our true nature behind and beyond body and mind. Now, so far in modern science, medicine, etc., there is nothing beyond body and mind. There is no fundamental reality recognized that is internal, infinite, or has a nature of light, space, and consciousness beyond body and mind. And the more experiment that we do outwardly, and includes on the body, with drugs, with surgery, with analysis of various types, experiments, individual behavior, social behavior, we are still caught in the physical, social, outer view of the human being. Human being is a construct of the mind, is a role in society, is defined by birth and death of the physical body, after which it has no particular relevance and more or less ceases to exist unless you have some religious views that would put you into heaven or some other type of existence. So in this regard, what is the nature of consciousness? So there is an inner being, an inner awareness, sometimes called a witness, a seer, Atman, Purusha, that is not defined by outer appearances. That is beyond name, form, thought, image, and is the power, the being, through which mind and body work. Mind and body are instruments of an organic nature. There is no inherent self in the body, for example. Look at your human body, and what do you see? You see sense organs, motor organs, internal organs, tissues, various organic physiological systems. You have some sort of embodied intelligence. But overall, the body is a network of cells and tissues and so many things that we're not even aware of, and we have no real consciousness of. It's an instrument. It is not a self-being, like your hands and your feet or your eyes and your ears. They are instruments for the mind. But then the question is, what is the mind? Mind is also an instrument. In that respect, the mind resembles our computers quite a bit. It has a word process program. It has a calculation program. It has an imagination capacity. It has a huge memory bank. It has various types of software or conditioned patterns that it goes into for various reasons. Yet it also has volition, motivation. So it does have a sense of existence in its own right that we don't find in the ordinary computer, although with artificial intelligence, we are moving in that direction. And we would have to say that if we could create artificial intelligence that is effective, how much different would it actually be than the mind that we already have? And here, I'll look at both sides of this. In fact, a lot of our human behavior is simply programmed and conditioned. A lot of it is repetitive in nature, and a lot of it can be done by a machine, whether it's being a clerk in a store, whether it's being, working on the farmland, whether it's putting together statistics and graphs and other things. One can argue that artificial intelligence can do most things that human beings can do, and probably do a lot of them better. However, we say artificial intelligence is not self-aware. At the same time, most human beings, we are not self-aware, or we're not self-aware most of the time. We are caught in a routine. We are undergoing various patterns: eating, sleeping, moving, exercise. Even a lot of our thought is habitual. We are continuing patterns that were set in motion in our minds in childhood, or we are repeating the basic news or the basic events of the day that we receive outwardly through certain media or through a certain screen. So we can definitely say that as long as we are in the field of the mind, we are not truly aware, independent beings. We are largely a product of external circumstances and personal needs. Now, I don't wish to negate human agency or human intelligence here. I'm just saying that this is the appearance, and this is why proponents of artificial intelligence can say to us, okay, you can become under artificial intelligence and live better than you are today. And in the long run, perhaps we can dispense with or reduce our human role and let our artificial intelligence run us. The question is then, what do we do? So let's go back to the Vedantic idea. That we are a consciousness, a light beyond and behind the mind. You say, what is the proof? One of the main proofs is our states of waking, dream, and deep sleep. We are not just in physical reality. And we have a consciousness that can endure from waking, dream, and deep sleep. The second proof is via meditation. In meditation, we can learn to observe the mind and observe our thoughts. And if we turn our awareness within, we discover an inner light, an inner being, a witness, an inner self, for which body and mind are instruments, but do not constitute it. We do have an element of self-awareness, even if we don't cultivate it. We do have volition, responsibility, and capacity to grow and evolve in consciousness. This is the Vedantic view. Even in society, we are held to be responsible for our actions. We have crimes that we are accountable for. We have benefits that we can receive. We have skills and talents that we can develop and gain for. So the human being is a responsible agent, meaning it has some inner self-awareness. Otherwise, there's no need for any jobs, social order. We can all just simply be programmed like artificial intelligence and move that way. But what this means is we have to turn our awareness within. And that is, of course, very difficult because we are looking outwardly. Upanishads say that the human being is created so that all the senses look outwardly. And so only a rare person looks within. Well, that was the time when we only had the outer senses. Now we have every sort of media device and screen, so that our bombardment with outer sensations, impressions, is many, many times more than it was in the past. Which means that the ability to look within is even less, because we have to be engaged outwardly. And we're trained to be engaged outwardly at a young age, to the extent that many people don't know how to look within. And if they sit down to meditate, they pretend to look within, but the mind is still looking without. So the proposition of Vedanta is there is an inner consciousness that we can discover through inquiry, self-inquiry, meditation, looking behind and beyond thought, rather than simply pursuing a stream of thought. And that occurs when the mind can come into a state of silence or stillness, much like a mirror reflecting reality, rather than its normal interpretive role. Now, that, of course, is not easy. For one thing, the interpretive role of the mind is a biological and social necessity. We have to do that to function. And yet we do have higher contemplative, creative, and meditative abilities. We can meditate on space, silence, solitude, infinity. We can look to the eye behind the eye, the inner self, the power through which the ears hear, the eyes see, the prana moves, the voice speaks, the mind thinks. And we can discover a different level of knowledge or awareness. And that is a knowledge of being, not a knowledge of becoming. It's a knowledge of the essence. It is not a knowledge of name, form, and number. It is not a knowledge of quantity, but quality, essence, ananda. We live in an ocean of consciousness in which waves of bodies and minds rise and fall. But at the core of our being, we can go back to that inner essence beyond body and mind. And that is the subject matter, the approach, and there is a methodology for that in Vedanta as a science of consciousness. We could also say the same thing about yoga as a science of consciousness, but yoga has been removed from Vedanta Veda and has been too highly physicalized. And so even though yoga is a science of consciousness, chitta vritti nirodha, negating the mind, tadadrashtu sarupe avasthanam, resting in the pure consciousness, even though that is there at the beginning of yoga, as it is there at the beginning of Vedanta and all through it, it is not very much pursued in yoga today. If it is pursued without any proper preparation. And here is where Vedanta has a very special and important view. And in this regard, the Vedanta teaches us that to discover something, you have to have the appropriate approach, instrumentality, you could also say here. To know our inner being, we have to be able to turn the mind within and silence the mind. But the ordinary human mind is full of the gunas of rajas and tamas, turbulence, desire, distraction, imagination, attachment, inertia, darkness, compulsion, ignorance, all these things. And so it's not possible. The instrument has to be prepared. Mind is the instrument to connect us to consciousness within, just as we must prepare it to connect us to the outer world and to learn how the outer world functions, extending to our own bodies and minds, extending to the brain. So what this means is that we need a different way of knowing based upon direct experience, direct perception, non-language based, non-mental, non-conceptual, direct awareness of the presence. We don't need to get rid of the mind in the sense of a rational cognitive agent. Mind helps us there, like the mirror, but we have to go beyond the mind's conditioning and its limitation. So the science of consciousness requires a fundamental change in human nature, sadhana, and it requires different values and a different way of life. Not any person anywhere at any time can take it up and get the same results without having prepared their body and mind, as we say, creating sattva guna in body and mind in order to do that. So we need that Vedantic science of consciousness. We also need it desperately today to address the issue of how do we deal with our technology without losing control of ourselves or losing control of our world? Are we going to go to a place where the technology dictates who we are and what we do, or we can use the technology to change our outer appearance without dealing with our inner reality? So Vedanta gives us the consciousness in the transcendent, objective, universal sense, so that we can look at our technology from an inner space of awareness and say, this is helpful, and that is not. And the fact is, all technology can do for us is essentially outward in nature, but outward in the broader sense of body and mind. Technology can give you faster travel, easier communication, better equipment to work with at various levels. It can make our lives outwardly more easy or free our time from a lot of the outer imperatives that were cast upon us from our physical and psychological limitations as human beings. So we need to cultivate that inner consciousness that is beyond name, form, number, and concept, so that we can use the conceptually numerical based intelligence for what it is for dealing with external reality, but we know how to turn it off, and we do not let it define who we are in our inner being, why we are born, what is our purpose in existence, what is the essence of our being, were we there before birth, or will there be some identity after death? Is there some karma of lifetimes operating? There are many factors to consider here. But we must look at the whole matter carefully, because if we do not have the inner consciousness to counter the outer information technology, it can be overwhelming. And yet today, in education throughout the world, at even the highest levels of education, we do not find true meditation being taught, or even concentration in a deeper level being taught. Even the power of attention, silence, inner stability. We don't find that inner behavioral values like yamas and niyamas of the yoga system. We don't have that self-discipline, that self-control, going beyond opinions, going beyond like and dislike, attraction and repulsion. We have a highly conditioned and easily triggered mentality that can provoke quickly individual reactions or even collective reactions, sometimes now even extending to mob violence, as this, of course, as it has done throughout history. So there is an educational need to promote and develop the science of consciousness, teach it, and practice it. It must be practiced. If it's not practiced a couple hours a day, then it's not going to mean anything just to read a book on Vedanta or put a picture of a Vedantic guru up on the wall or quote a scientist in Vedanta how they may be connected. The sadhana has to be there, as well as the deep study and deep study of text. Texts, you say, oh, they're verbal in nature, but no, the texts are also directing us to higher values and realities, and to certain practices, viveka, discrimination between the seer and the seen, vairagya, detachment from the gunas or qualities of nature, pranayama, how to develop a pranic force that will also help purify the mind, pratyahara, turning the senses within, dharana and buddhi shakti, developing a higher awakened intelligence that questions appearances, that says, what is behind appearances? If we look at the world, most of our education is telling us to look behind appearances. Don't trust what people say. Don't trust simply the box. You have to see what it contains. Look behind the meaning of words. Look behind the appearance of the body or the mind. You need to do a lot of research and investigation to know what is the right job for you, what is the right food to eat, even what is the right partner, all these things. But at the same time, we don't look within and try to discover our inner reality. And here, to understand Vedanta, it's very important to go out in nature and to connect with these forces. Sattva guna prevails in nature. Rajas and tamas prevails in human beings, and on that field of nature, then we can expand and understand. Nature shows the waves of the cosmic reality, Parabrahma, and we can then go back to the essence beyond the Maya. As we look within, there is a essential consciousness, like the ocean, out of which our thoughts and emotions rise and fall like waves on that sea. So we can do that same investigation, investigate inwardly to the essence of our consciousness, investigate perceptually through nature to the essence of being or existence. What is the place of science in that? Science can prepare the threshold, deal with details, technicalities, practicalities, but there needs to be that inner level of meditation, or what is called samadhi. Samadhi is the direct perception of the silent mind. Samadhi is knowledge by identity, not simply knowledge by perception. All perceptual instruments are mediated. They have limits. They have their particular range of things that they bring in. And to some extent, we'd say they are compromised and biased. There is also a knowing by direct being, direct seeing, direct presence. That is where the Vedanta leads us, and that is where the Vedanta directs us. But again, very profound study is required. We do have organizations like the Chinmaya Mission, Arsha Vidya of Swami Dayananda. We have the traditional Shankaracharya Amats. We have various Vedantic gurus at various levels. And of course, the Vedantic knowledge is there in the yoga, whether it's the Ramakrishna Yoga Vedanta or the Shivananda Yoga Vedanta. It is there, but it hasn't been given the place that it deserves. And even in Vedic studies, Vedanta is not the end of the Vedas. Vedanta is the essence of the Vedas. It is the inner, higher, or even what we could say secret teaching, not secret in the sense that it's intentionally hidden, but it requires a very clear mind, sharp buddhi, and mirror-like awareness in order to understand. That is why academics miss it altogether in the Vedic text. And even those who study Vedantic philosophy don't go very far, because there's no sadhana, there's no purification of the mind or chitta shuddhi, there's no prana shuddhi, deha shuddhi. There is just the basic rajasic buddhi, the intellectually, outwardly trained intellect studying semantical differences in philosophical text, but devoid of the inner sadhana to truly understand and realize the teachings. It is like a book on how to travel in a certain country, and it's being read by people who not only have never been there, they don't even have a concept that it exists. They think reading about it is the same as going there. And that is why Vedantic studies in academia has been limited. I'm not saying there are exceptions. I'm not saying people who've done great work on text or correlations, but the creation of the self-realized sage is almost unknown outside of India, and certainly not part of usual academic pursuits. So as a world organization of Vedic studies, it must also promote the Vedanta, or even the Yoga Vedanta. I tell people that Veda is the knowledge and Yoga is the practice, but that Veda is the knowledge of self-being, universal being, and Yoga is the practice of unification with that, not just simply any yoga technique or whatever practice, posture that may be. So World of Associations of Vedic Studies should also conduct research into Vedanta. And of course, we have magnificent Vedantic texts, Adi Shankara, many modern gurus, so many traditional texts. We have Upanishads. Upanishads remain at the cutting edge of global thought even today. Who am I? It's explained there in perfect understanding. And yet so many people miss it, or they treat it as a matter of faith or philosophy than the truth of one's own inner being. And the Vedanta Atma is hidden behind the mantras of the Vedas, whether it's bija mantras like Om, whether it's mantras that are longer like Gayatri or Triambakam, or the Vedantic suktas overall, Mahavakyas, Aham Brahmasmi, special Vedic verses, Purusha Vedam Sarvam. So that knowledge is there at the level of research, and it's useful not just at this ultimate metaphysical sense. The knowledge of Atma, Vedanta, workings of the mind and consciousness is necessary for psychological health and well-being, not only for the individual, but also for the society. And even at social, political levels, we are creating so much Maya, propaganda, distortions, fanning so much Rajas and Tamas. We don't have that approach of that inner peace, awareness, silence. We're not just talking about faith or religion. We're talking about an objective inner discernment. And that is what the Vedanta teaches us. It is a science. It is something universal. It is the right use of our consciousness. It is understanding how the consciousness can unfold and evolve in human beings. This has also been discussed in great detail in the works of Sri Aurobindo, Evolution of Consciousness. In humanity, as time goes forward, we are a backward, ignorant, unevolved species at present. So we need to work on ourselves, not simply change the outer world, but cultivate a deeper awareness, consciousness, intelligence within ourselves. And Vedanta, I think, still remains the best path, or the easiest path, or the most clear, simple concepts, Atman, Brahman, self, all these things, inner being, defined practices, teachings to study, all the techniques of yoga, all the ways of meditation, defining primary values, lifestyle, pursuit of liberation, all these things. So the Vedanta remains extremely important, crucial for the coming century, because without a Vedantic awareness, the Maya of our information technology is going to disrupt us. Sooner or later, we'll evolve through it. It may take a few decades, but the more Vedanta we have, the more we'll be able to deal with it in a positive way and unfold its better essence and reclaim our true human nature, which is the cosmic being, the Purusha, not just a body, a bag of chemicals, or a collection of tissues and organs, a self-aware, universal being manifesting in a particular body and mind at this particular time, but rooted to the non-local transcendent awareness of the universal and capable of bringing that into our society as well as our personal behavior, creating Vedantic schools of that type. So tremendous work needs to be done. It will be done in the course of time, but we are moving very slowly. Many challenges are here today because they have become crucial in terms of health or even now economy. So we do need patience, but long term, that is where we need to go. So with these words, I will close my talk here today. Again, I thank the World Association of Vedic Studies for continuing these various levels of research, not only in Vedanta, but at many other levels as well. Many aspects of the wonderful field of Vedic knowledge, which is also including yoga, Ayurveda, Sanskrit, all the cultural factors, music, dance, temples, everything. That has its importance as well, because the Vedic knowledge, yogic knowledge overall, Sanatana Dharma, shows how to support that Vedantic wisdom of self-knowledge, self-realization, and spread it into the whole of life. So with these words, I'm very happy again to be part of this conference, and I'm happy to see it going forward. And I wish the World Association of Vedic Studies another wonderful future and greater relevance as time goes on. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Hari Om Tat Sat.
Atmavidya, science of self or knowing self, is the main path shown by whole Vedic literature. Our Upanishads are authoritative scriptures of knowledge on self. Your detailed explanation enlightened us with lots of knowledge in this regard. We are grateful to you, Dr. Frawley, for your very informative talk and joining us today. Thank you for being here and grace this session with your presence. Now it's time for a QA session, and I'm seeing for a few of questions in the chat box. So let me take up one by one. I have there is a question from Dr. Raj Sinhaji. She's saying for David Frawley, can Purusharth be seen as practical scientific way towards Nitya Anitya Vastu Vivek?
Namaste, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I'm very happy to be with you here in our morning, different times for different people throughout the world. Now, these are all very important questions to consider. Purusharthas are the basic values of human life. We live in a society in which we are dominated almost entirely by commercial values. There's no real sense of transcendence. We have a physical view of the human being, and even the mind is reduced to brain chemistry. So the Purushartha system indicates that the highest goal of human life is moksha, in the sense not of just physical or political or material freedom, but the ultimate freedom, liberation, transcendence of consciousness. So that gives a foundation to the human life. So the outer Purusharthas, Dharma, Artha, Kama, we do. They have their place. We give them their respect. But we also recognize the primacy of the Moksha Dharma and make that the basis of higher learning and make that the ultimate goal of our lives. And foundation of that is Nitya Vastu Viveka, discernment between the eternal and the transient, because all the outer goals of life are practical. They are transient. We need to eat food during the day, certain types of food. You need a job, you need to make money, even family system, politics, so many things are there, but they're transient. They don't deal with that ultimate goal of human life, evolution of consciousness, we want to put it in a modern sense, development of higher awareness, connecting the individual human being with the cosmic and the universal. That is the ultimate goal. So definitely we should respect that, use that introduce that, bring that value system back of the Purusharthas and bring that way of knowledge behind it. Moksha Dharma is also Yoga Vedanta. So we need definitely to do that, and that's a very important part. The Purusharthas have their scientific base, they have their base in the cosmos, they have their base in understanding the different levels of our nature from body, mind, consciousness. So yes, Hari Om.
Thank you, Dr. Frawley ji. Now we have another question from Shri Nilesh Oak ji.
Namaskar, Dr. Frawley ji. This question is related to your work on Rigveda. I have that rare book. I think it's out of print. Many cannot find it. And I find this extremely useful. And so is the book also on the Rigveda by Shrikant Talagiri. So I find them useful for two different purposes. So in case of Shrikant Talagiri's book, the relative chronology is very clear to me as to what his claim is. Would you kindly comment on if there are any differences in relative chronology, the way you say it with respect to Shrikant Talagiri's claim? And if there are differences, what are those?
Yes. Yes, first of all, I've done many books on Rigveda, and my focus has actually been the Adhyatmic meaning of the Vedic hymns. Vedic Yoga, the Path of the Rishi, for example. Many of these books you can still get. I think you may be talking about a book I did some 30 years ago called God, Sages, and Kings. We have other versions. We've done some books through Swaminarayan and other organizations. Chronology, of course, is a difficult matter because texts were overlap in many ways, and texts were compilations. Rig Veda has many rishis, many gotras, various kings are mentioned. And in my work, the thing that I've always emphasized, which I think may be a little different than Talagiri, is the maritime basis of the Vedic culture. They talk about 2 oceans, 4 oceans, 7 rivers flowing into the sea. All the Vedic rishis and deities are connected to the ocean, whether it's Indra, Agni, Soma, whether it's Varuna. Ships are there, 100 oars, 360 oars, sailing ships, crossing the seas, all these things. So my point is that, first of all, the Vedic culture is an indigenous maritime culture in India. Of course, we have the Saraswati flowing to the sea in the Kutch region, but we also have an eastern ocean that is mentioned. We have the Sarayu River, prominent in a number of places in Rigveda, which I believe is the eastern Sarayu, for example, the Ayodhya area. And then, of course, the river references, of course, are also mainly to India as a whole, from Sarayu, Ganga, all the way up to some rivers of Afghanistan, Central Asia. But the image of the ocean is dominant. So I see the Vedic culture as an expansive maritime culture to the south through the ocean, and expansive perhaps to the north, definitely to the northwest and other areas by land. And Talagiri makes a very strong case for this kind of conflict of the Devas, Asuras as the Iranian and conflict with the Iranians and the Indians, or the different aspects of the population that became eventually Iranian and Indian. I see that only as a later aspect of Rigveda. Dominant people in early Rigveda include Turvashas and Yadus. Yadus, we know very well, are in the Gujarat, Kutch region and the southwest. Turvashas are later connected to Dravidians and people of the southeast. And the maritime issues are also there. So I see the 5 Vedic people as centered in the Saraswati region, but Turvasha, Yadus towards the ocean, Anus and towards the north, Druyus towards the north, northwest, Purus, even Ikshvakus, various types are mentioned in the Vedas in the central region. So I see this as all India thing. And then this Dasharajna, this War of the 10 Kings, if you read it very clearly, Sudas defeats people in the north, south, east, and west. It was an Ashwamedha, and he had to fight the kings on all sides to establish himself as an emperor. He defeats not only Druyus, but Anus, some Purus, and I think Turvashas may also be mentioned. So for me, this Iranian theme is more of the time of Atharva Veda and a bit later. The Vedic culture was earlier as Rig Veda. And of course, at that time, the people who were part of the Iranian culture were in the Vedic culture. But the Vedic culture was also spreading in various ways at various different lines. So that is the main difference. I would have the maritime focus and an all India focus versus the Deva Asura as the Vedic and Iranian focus, which I think is of a later period. The early battles, the earlier concerns, Turvashas, Yadus, etc., we see the maritime area of the Vedas, and we see an expansive culture. Sudas receives gifts from across the seas. So he became an emperor of the Indian region from Kutch to Himalayas, and perhaps even further. You had also the, how the ancient kings connected in the Ashwamedha. So briefly, that is what I would have to say. It's a very big topic here. Hari Om.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh ji and Frawley ji. Now, another question we have can be answered by any of the panelists. So any of the panelists, like our speakers I'm talking about. The question is, what is the difference between inner consciousness and universal consciousness? And also how yoga and yagya can be used in establishing relationship of inner consciousness with the universal. This question is by Shri Anand Gaikwar ji from Thane.
Do you want me to answer it as I was discussing?
Maybe I can take it for change of tonality, if it's okay.
Of course, you both can answer.
Namaskar.
Go ahead.
So, inner consciousness and outer consciousness are one and the same when the realization dawns. And for that, meditation is the key, because Dr. Frawley has been highlighting that too. The practice is important, sadhana is important, dhyan is important. So inner and outside actually is one. That is the Vedantic message. So that's, I would say. So unless we do the practice of sadhana and put in the effort on a regular daily basis, we can talk all day about it, and then we will just continue to see inner and outer, but to be able to see the oneness between the two is joyful. And I think once you experience that, then the questions will melt away. I think that's the best thing. We have a lot of questions because we are maybe missing the direct experience. So that was one thing. And in terms of yagya, yajna, these are all various Vedic technologies. I would say start with meditation. It doesn't require too much effort, not too much time. There are so many varieties of meditation, so long as you can transcend, as I described with using the we theory, so long as you can transcend and find within you the consciousness, that slowly will become one with the eternal consciousness. Short answer. Thank you.
Just one short comment here. Just one short comment here. Yagya has inner and outer meanings. Antar yaga is yoga. You see this in the 4th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Dhyana, meditation, samadhi, these are also yagyas in the inner sense of the adhyatmic meaning of the yagya. And in order to find that inner consciousness, we must do the nivriti marga and turn within. We can use the pravriti marga externally for dealing with outer things. That's perfectly fine. But we need to have an inner view of self, or adhyatmic view. Again, English is a confused language in some ways. We need to take this adhyatmic view of ourselves and of our faculties. Hari Om.
Thank you, Dr. Frawley ji. Again, a question for you only by Shashi Bhushan Ratji. He's asking, is there any alternative to yoga?
alternative to yoga. I'm not certain what is meant. First of all, let's define yoga in the traditional way of Yoga Sutras as samadhi. Samadhi is the ultimate pramana, not the use of the senses, reason, instruments externally, name, form, and number. So yoga is the cultivation of samadhi as the direct awareness, beyond name, form, and number, knowledge by identity, pure seeing, pure being, pure presence. You can call that by different names. You can approach that in various angles. But that samadhi, nirvikalpa samadhi in the Vedantic and yogic sense, is the ultimate means of knowing that must be cultivated to discover our true nature and the nature of reality. Sadhana is the basis of that at various levels. So that is the goal, that is the essence of yoga, and that is what is necessary at an extremely high level to reach, but it is something we must aspire to. Hari Om.
Ji, again, there is a question from Dr. Chand Bharadwaj. An enlightened person is opening from all the levels of consciousness. Is that appropriate to say? This
We
question can
have
be
to
answered
understand.
by Ji. Please. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Just to put it briefly, consciousness in the inner sense, we're not talking about mind. Mind is embodied consciousness. We only know mind. Consciousness in the Vedantic set, Chit, Chaitanya, is like space, Akasha. It is like light, Jyoti. It is non-embodied. It is unlimited. It is not defined by direction or by location. It is beyond the boundaries of time and space. It is the ocean of the eternal and the infinite, or the timeless and the spaceless, in which the waves of time rise and fall. So by very definition, it is always looking to every side, if we think of it as metaphorically through our current existence. Hari Om.
Maybe I can add to that. Dr. Chandji, namaskar. We met a few years ago at the Sanskrit Bhavan. So yes, it is very appropriate to say, what does enlightenment mean? Turning on the light, right? We are going in the darkness of the external world. If you use the word darkness of sort of mithya, maya, all the words that we've heard today. And when you turn on the light, then you see inside that unboundedness. And so when you say one is enlightened, then just we can operate from the universal consciousness of oneness, unboundedness, and also operating from the sort of billiard ball reality of being small, limited, attracting and bounding. So those will be the two big high and, the absolute and the relative levels. Yes, I would say very much. Enlightenment is that idea that you have gotten access to that universal light, which is within you, but it's also within everybody. And that light transcends everything, just like sunlight connects everybody. So it's the same. So you can think of it, that's once enlightened, and yes, all levels are open to you. My thought.
Thank you again. Now it's time to to take up this discussion forward and for the presidential address also. Now I'd like to invite and request Professor Balram Singh Ji to take this forward and also for his presidential address. And before that, let me briefly introduce him. He's the president of Institute of Advanced Sciences, Dartmouth, MA, USA. He has been professor of chemistry and biochemistry Center for Vedic Studies at UMass Dartmouth, and also a director of Botulinum Research Center. He writes on value of ancient Indian traditions for the modern times. His research includes Ayurvedic science and technology, yoga and consciousness, Vedic education pedagogy, and Vedic social and political traditions. He is also a fellow of Jawaharlal Institute of Advanced Study, JNU. He's serving as editor-in-chief, Waves blog. Also, he's managing editor of Ayurveda Journal of Health. We welcome you, Professor Singh Ji, to take this forward. Sir, आप mute हैं.
Just realized. Thank you, Aparna. It's an honor to be in the presence of Dr. Maheshwari and Dr. David Frawley. I know the work of both.
Sir, again you got mute.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, okay. So what I was saying is that I'm really honored to be here, and it was music to hear all these presentations. What somebody is trying to play around, you cannot. Well, there's somebody has taken my video out now, so maybe the team can work on that. You can hear me at least. So it has been such a great honor to hear and learn so much, even though I have learned many things before from these scholars, particularly Dr. David Frawley. He's been a good friend over a long time. And when I started Center for Vedic Studies at the University of Massachusetts, he was our inaugural speaker. And over a period of time, he has been also advisor to our Journal of Ayurvedic Journal of Health. So a few comments, and I think the idea is to continue the conversation a little bit more because there is so much hunger and the topic is so relevant, so important, not only because of yoga practice and people are very much interested in, and as Dr. David Frawley Bamdevaji mentioned that sometimes yoga has not been as effective, at least so far, as it should be or it could be, as Vedanta as a science for consciousness, is partly because it has been physicalized, and people sometimes just learn too much about these things. Ayurveda has also been very helpful. I think it's becoming more and more important as especially in today's time of COVID, and as we evaluate many types of treatment for COVID, including vaccine, I feel the work of Dr. David Frawley or the Maharishi International University or many other NAMA, or including some work that is being published in the Ayurveda Journal of Health, and in a little bit of work that my lab is doing, is becoming more and more relevant, more and more acceptable. And so one of the questions while I'm commenting for both Dr. Frawley and Dr. Maheshwari is to consider is that as these things move forward, there is always a resistance. How important it is to have the resistance to advance something. So it's some kind of a little bit irony here. Should we have more resistance? Should we have to deal with all this? And I think there was some question, what is an alternative to yoga? Is this an alternative? To face the resistance, is that an alternative to yoga to advance the science? So that's something in the form of a topic that I think we could address further. Both of you, Dr. Frawley and Dr. Maheshwari, may not be aware that we have allotted about half an hour after the sessions, what we call it chai pe charcha or chai pe chit chat, because we are not able to meet our regular times where somebody knocks on your back and says, I have a question for you, or listens to you, drops in your conversation with somebody. But to have a free flow of conversation, and there is so much by looking at the questions and interest, there's so much of curiosity about knowing things, and both of you represent a substantial amount of information and knowledge. So I think that would be helpful. So just to make a few more comments about, not only the presentation, but the topics in general. The consciousness is very important as for medicine. And again, I mentioned this despite the fact that Dr. Frawley and Dr. Maheshwari both mentioned that the cosmos is not that important or not that different. And maybe sometimes it's a distraction. But nevertheless, that is something that we have to deal with because that's what people pay attention to. The health is an important thing. So in medical science today, more and more there is a recognition of not only the mind, the embodied consciousness, as Dr. Frawley is mentioning, but also the adhyatmic. There are hospitals now who have doctors who provide, at least in terms of palliative care, if not care, if not treatment, palliative care, there is a recognition that that's an important thing. And so that's why there is an avenue. And the question is, even though mathematical description is not that perfect, maybe not that relevant also. But sometimes we watch movies knowing fully well that this is a movie. When we watch cinema, we watch a drama knowing fully well this is drama. Watch a game, a sports, thinking that's just a sports. It's really not real, but there is a rivalry, and there's something perhaps there is a value to of all that in our own little journey. I was having probably an hour and a half, 2 hour conversation with my son, Dr. David Frawley. He has been to your programs. You might remember he used to blow some conch. That's what that was. Their job was to come and blow conch. And as a result, he got exposure to some of these things early on. And we had now he's doing PhD in biomechanical engineering in Harvard, but he has a deep interest in that. So we had a conversation about, how to, whether mathematics is a kind of illusion that creates confusion in people, or is this something that is helpful? We had this debate this morning. And so that kind of coming from science background that I come from, I find myself, and I did mention this at the inaugural session and probably will mention more at the valedictory again, is that science does have a value, if nothing else, to just get people's attention. Maybe to go beyond that science. But if you don't go, sometimes without going through something, it's very difficult to understand what it is. And so that is an important aspect which is relevant to the society. And there is something, the third point that I would like to mention, there is something in which I think was not raised in this idea, but there is something in karma, which is it's obviously very Vedantic. To distinguish, there is a distinction in people. Different types of people have different types of a journey. And what is the role of those of you who have reached certain level? And I think there was a personal question, Dr. David Frawley, for you. Somebody had asked the question whether have you ever achieved samadhi, and if there is a way to do that, whether you have achieved or not, but if there is, that there is a way for people to know. So what I'm trying to say is that all these things sometimes allows us and exhorts us. Sometimes this debate with people who don't believe in it and actually though oppose it, maybe refines us more, and maybe that's the value that might have. So with all those, I think the session has been particularly very, very fruitful to me personally, and I'm sure to others who have been on the panel as well as in the audience. With those few comments, I would like to thank, of course, Aparna to conduct it very nicely, and will like to continue. Is that if that's probably the motive is not, there is no end just because there is this idea of presidential or as they call it, chairman's conclusion, doesn't mean that we are really concluding. I think we're just beginning the conversation. And the chairman, the president of WAVES, Sasi Kejriwal ji, has said that we should continue because it's so fascinating to continue this discussion.
Hey,
Sir,
if I may,
we still have few questions in the chat if you want to take up those.
Yeah, if I may.
One second, Nilesh, 1 second. You wanted me to take those questions?
If you want to, you can.
Are there for me or there for Dr.?
No, for the panelists, sir. There are.
Please read. I was not looking at the questions.
Yeah, I will read. I will read.
Nilesh person. Okay,
thank you. Because it's a question from Dr. Raj Vedam. And that's a very good question. I would have asked similar question. Question to Dr. Frawley. First thing, he's conveying outstanding talk and thank you. The question now, on the journey for self-realization, is the generation of knowledge, that is of a cosmos, physical world, any knowledge, is that a distraction, or is it a pleasant side effect, or is it a necessary step on the path of self-realization?
Yes, very interesting question. Maybe all of those options are true. at a certain point. But we have to understand what is knowledge. You know, we have the idea of pramana. What are the means of knowledge? So pramanas, which are ordinarily perception, basically based on sensory perception, reason, and authoritative testimony, as, for example, mentioned in Yoga Sutras, these are activities of chitta. Yoga is the nirodha of the chitta. Samadhi is the nirodha, the negation of the chitta, which is making the chitta like a mirror. So it reflects the reality. So the samadhi pramana and the Vedantic pramana, which is the same, is not of that same dimension of name, form, and number, or knowledge of appearances. However, you'll note that in the Vedantic text, you have to study the 5 koshas, you have to study so many things about who we are, what the nature of the universe is, pancha mahabhutas, all these different things. So a knowledge of the outer world can be helpful, particularly for expanding the mind, for moving us beyond our ordinary physical, emotional limitations, and can help us turn within. But we have to complement the outer science, which is experimental externally, with the inner science of meditation, which is experimental internally, and understand how pure consciousness itself can be a means of direct knowing beyond any concept. That is the deeper view of Yoga Vedanta. It's harder for science to understand, but many of the great realizations or insights in science came from these samadhi type moments, not when they were laboring away with a machine, but when something just dawned in the mind, aha, that type of insight. So we need to know about the outer world. We need to know about our inner self. We need some prioritization as to what these types of knowledge are for. And science should recognize an inner science of consciousness. And those who follow the Vedic science or yogic science of consciousness have to recognize all the contributions of science for understanding the outer reality that blends into the inner reality. Physics is looking for consciousness. I'm waiting for medicine to look for the universal prana, not just simply life as chemistry. That is coming ahead. So we can see this convergence coming down the road, but there are certain differences. There are certain approaches that we need to understand. And the yogic Vedantic samadhi pramana, which is not a trance, it is just the direct knowing of the silent mind, the witness, the seer, needs to be appreciated, and it can be helpful with science. Science can also be helpful with it. Hari Om.
Can I just add, thank you. Can I reply to Balaram Singh ji, your question, your first question? So it's a different point. You were saying how important is resistance. Resistance is a fact of life, right? We are seeing it. But then we remember from Gandhi, what was his saying? First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they laugh with you, and then you win. So at least in our institution, a lot of scientific research has been done, hundreds of published studies showing the benefits of transcendence through a particular technique, in our case, transcendental meditation and TM Siddhi techniques, and how it improves your life here and now and helps achievement of moksha here and now in this life through a very straightforward process. So as the evidence builds and more people experience it, I think resistance will fade away or it'll come down. So it's like we call it a new proto paradigm, right? It's a new paradigm being brought out, and as we gather more support, I think old structures will collapse. Hope that helps.
Yes, that's very important. Very important. I mistakenly, I think I mistakenly thought about the origin of word yoga and yuddha being the same. I know Dr. Frawley wants to comment on that. I thought yuddha and yoga are the same, because they both confront in some sense. Confrontation or opposition is very important, perhaps serves the same purpose. because it refines you, Dr. Frawley.
Well, it's this root you that you have in yoga and yuddha has the meaning of both to unite and to separate. Yoga is also about separation, as in the Gita, separation from the factors, the Sang-yoga of suffering. So this dual idea of unity and separation is there, and that then takes us to viveka, or discernment, moving away from the forces of division, moving into the forces of unity. So yuddha is also removing the forces of disunity. And there are different types of yoga. There's yoga as uniting with the forces of unity. There's yoga as the Sang-yoga of the body, the senses, the mind, getting caught up in the forces that take us into multiplicity and fragmentation. And we must know, of course, that yoga taught in the Bhagavad Gita is taught on the battlefield. And Arjuna's karma yoga is yuddha. And hatha yoga arose from the martial arts also, the Nath yogis. And viveka is always said to be like a sword. So you also need that discerning vision of the warrior. Warrior image is there in the Vedas. So there is that correlation of yuddha and yoga, but also yukti, or reason. That's also coming from the same root. So it's interesting to see how these all blend together. Hari Om.
Fantastic idea. One, Aparna, I think there is a question by Dr.
There is a question in QA, and also Dr. R.S. Kaushalji and Dr. Purushottamji from the attendees like to ask.
Okay, good. Why don't you go ahead? Why don't you go ahead with those, please?
Okay, thank you, sir. So can I ask the host to unmute Dr. Kaushalji for his question?
Dr. Kaushal, please. Yeah, okay, good.
It's okay now?
Please,
yes.
please.
Yeah. So actually, I'm really enjoyed the presentation or the talk by Professor Frawley. My question is directed to Professor.
We lost you.
Yeah. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
So, see, you have talked about the body, mind, and consciousness, where the famous verse from Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which says that Bhumirapo nalo vayu khammano buddharevacha ahankarityam bhinna prakriti rashtadha. That means where this hierarchy is going to fit in your scheme of study. Could I make it clear, or?
Yeah. Okay. This is good. I think Dr. Maheshwari can take that question.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed part of the question, so
There is a very systematic pursuit which has been advocated by our great scripture. This Bhumirapo nalovayu khammano buddharevacha ahankarityam me bhinna prakriti rastada. How much systematic it is? Panch Mahabhutas, then comes the man, buddhi, and chit. Uske atyant aage, then there is a soul. So this is a localized picture of the human being. And this soul appears to be, according to Kabira, जल में कुंभ कुंभ में जल है बाहर भीतर पानी फूटा कुंभ जल जल समानो ये तत् कथो ज्ञानी. So there is a localized and universal, or rather ocean of consciousness. There is a connection. Just a question of removing the boundary by any method of yoga. Will you please comment?
Maybe. Okay, so let's so you're talking about the non-locality you brought out, this idea. We think consciousness is within our head. It's behind our eyes, seeing everything and all that stuff. But you know, if you look at quantum reality, everything is entangled. There is a non-local action going on. We are completely connected. So consciousness is one, and it's acting through us in a way that we are open to it. The word Ri also means flow. So to the extent we are Rishi level, the consciousness flows through us. And to the extent our intellect is very active and we are thinking always in discursive manner, we begin to sort of block the flow of the consciousness through us. In fact, if you look at the most flowing consciousnesses, whether it's Ramana Maharshi or others, they just do not talk of intellectual stuff. So I'm just reminded of the question that a Westerner continued to force upon Ramana Maharshi. Sir, you keep saying, ask the question, who am I? Who am I? To explain. Maharshi resisted. After a while, Ramana Maharshi said, well, the purpose of this question, who am I, is not to answer it. The purpose of the question is to dissolve the questioner. Now, Dr. Frawley works with the Shishya of Ramana Maharshi, so you can say more about that. The idea is some of these questions need to dissolve to be able to have the open flow with that non-local consciousness. And once we expand to that level, you will find total bliss here and now. So those questions are important because they show our keenness to understand. At some point, those questions are crutches. They should fall away, and we begin to enjoy that connection with total consciousness. I don't know if I could answer your question directly, but that's how I feel one should proceed to gain and enjoy bliss in life. Anand.
Okay. Now we have Dr. Purushottam ji with us in attendees. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Namaste. Dr. Frawley, we heard so much about you and read about your books, great writings. One small comment before I get into the question. The Indian philosophies, multiple of them, not one, some of them coexisting, some of them contradicting each other, and so much of terminology, so many varied views, and an attempt to somehow put things together to reach the common goal. It's very difficult for some of the practitioners within the country who are probably familiar with basic language and some of the cultures and some of these darshanas. But finding it, at least I find it very difficult and at some point of time very vague. Where am I going? Is it leading me anywhere? So much talk, so many words. So when some of the people like you with different background, different culture, different language backup, you are able to do this great work. It's a great wonder. I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. And now coming to the question part, since there is a little bit of a vagueness when there is an attempt to understand, you don't have the touch and feel. Touch and see type of a feeling when you deal with some of these concepts. Therefore, I would like to make it a little bit personal question because that will give us, for the practitioners, you said sadhana is the only way. I totally believe in it. However, you try to understand, probably you will not intellectually be able to reach there. Some of these understandings of the physical senses can help you as a stepping stone, but right thing is to know it, identify, like you said. Well, have you, as an individual, got into the samadhi yourself? Have you experienced it? If it is a very personal, you don't have to answer, but it would give us great confidence to talk to you further and to learn.
Thank you. A very interesting question. And when I look back over my life, I really don't find anybody there in the sense of a person as a kind of distinct entity. We find experience, knowledge, nature, so many things. And then there's a misunderstanding of samadhi as a trance. Now, what is samadhi? Well, first of all, we have to understand that ordinarily we live in our five senses and in the ideas of the mind. But there is an inner witnessing consciousness, which we can touch, particularly in deep sleep, but other moments of insight, inspiration. I would say for all of us, we've experienced difficulties in life, but at that moment, there was some voice within us saying, this too will pass, or that is not me. We've all experienced a beautiful sunset, the view from the mountain, maybe experience of the temple puja, so many things. And we've all had our moments of inner peace. So samadhi is the aparokshanubhuti. It is the direct experience behind all other experiences. So it's very subtle. It's not like this trance of Ananda where your hair stands on end if you have any hair and all those things. It arises through, even Ananda rises through Shanti. It is not an experience of up and down emotionally, Sat Chit Ananda, consciousness, the being. Samadhi is the sense of pure presence, Sadvidya, that Ramana taught. So we all have that sense of being, and that sense of being is also a sense of seeing, not in the sense of a sense organ or the mind, but in a light that is illumining things. So that sense of samadhi is there within us. It is between our thoughts. Even our little sensory perceptions are kind of brief or transient samadhis, as some of the texts say. So we have to kind of demystify the language. And what does samadhi come from? It comes from dharana. And samadhi is also sanyama. You know, most of Yoga Sutras is dealing with samadhi and sanyama. 2/3 of the sutras are dealing with that directly or indirectly, maybe more. So it is the ekagra chitra begins. That concentration, that attention, that awareness. When you are fully attentive on something, that is samadhi. And also, this is something that's not well understood. If you read the commentaries on the Yoga Sutras, Ram Sarup brought this up, that samadhi belongs to all the 5 chittabhumis. It is the ekagra and niruddha samadhis that are the basis of yoga. And the ultimate nirvikalpa samadhi is the very nature of the purusha beyond the gunas. It's not a state of mind. It is who you are. Not the body or the mind as your instruments, but your self-awareness, your self-being. And there's the continuity of that self-awareness through our lives, and we move back into that. And when we experience that, then we kind of let go of name and form, or we see name and form as a mask, and we begin to sense how our consciousness is one with nature, with the sky. What does the Upanishads talk about? Yosaudite Purusha. It's not talking about necessarily the Purusha in the human body, Hiranmaya Purusha. So yes, we all experience that to some degree. There are ways of cultivating that. There are certain approaches I've been working with over time. Many things help. Mantra, pranayama. You need deha shuddhi and prana shuddhi, sattvic mind, in order to approach samadhi. You need karmic responsibility in your life. You can't be blaming other people for everything. So if we have, that's why yoga is about the shuddhi, deha shuddhi, prana shuddhi, to prepare you for the samadhi. You need that yoga even in the Vedanta. To approach the jnana yoga, you need to have the adhikara of having gone through bhakti, raja, karma yoga, all these things. And then finally, relative to the question hidden in the beginning of all these different paths to yoga, to self-realization, many paths are there because you're moving beyond name and form. The truth is beyond words. Ramana always talked about silence, Upanishads, yato vachi nirvatante apapya manasasaha. There's no beyond speech and mind. And to my friends who are very much into the bhakti yoga, I always like to say that the closest thing to one is 2. So it all comes together, but it doesn't come together in language, in semantics, in concepts. The minds of individuals are all different, but that inner consciousness is one, but it is one within us, and you can always discover it in your state of deep sleep and in your deepest inspirations. Hari Om.
If I could add to that, so There is a premise to your question, Purushottamji. Very good question. The premise is that samadhi is very hard. I think you can experience samadhi every day, 10 times a day. Like when he said, you just approach your inner self and you purify. Ashtanga Yoga begins with all the 8 limbs. You have to have, first have behavioral shuddhi, right? From the yam and niyam. So if you don't have, then our system is so badly corrupted that we feel like, oh, it's too hard to sit down, and even dharana doesn't happen. Forget about dhyan. How will I reach samadhi? What is it? I've not met somebody. So I think there is a premise that it's so hard. That you've got to, that is for people in the Himalayas and all that stuff. It's not hard at all. I've met with so many friends, and I had a moksha experience, and I did write about moksha when I was, there's a book out there, a short book, and I presented Dr. Tiwari's help at the Sanskrit Bhavan 4 years ago. It's not difficult at all. In fact, my comment was moksha is everybody's birthright. And I think you can get it here and now. The techniques are there. It's like the car is there. If you don't want to travel, no, that's a choice. And you can say, I'll just walk because I enjoy walking and I'll just look around. But you can get there in a moment's notice like that. So I think that premise is, again, sort of we are conditioned to thinking moksha or this is very hard. But if you really want it, I think we can get done very quickly, here and now.
Thank you. This discussion is getting more and more deeper and serious. And one of our attendee, Dr. Ghereji, has said this is like a Tirth Yatra, an intellectual Tirth Yatra. And Dr. Shashi Tiwariji is also raising her hand from on the screen. And ma'am, please kindly unmute yourself. Can you please unmute? Ji, ma'am, please.
Very interesting, Dr. David Frawley ji, namaskar. Anil ji, namaskar. Very interesting discussion is going on here. And I'm totally, everything is forgotten what samadhi. About talking about, even we can feel something deeper as some realization is going on. So my question is generally, it is said that it is impossible to explain that state. When you feel that state, you can't explain. Gunge ka gud, just like gunge ka gud. In Yajurveda, it is said tadapashyat, tadabhavat, tadasit. As you mentioned, saw, then being, then that was that. They were not two, but they were only one. So in fact, they were one. But for explaining, we are saying, wo ho gaya, wo badal gaya. But no, badal nahi gaya, wo wahi tha. So explain, generally every text says that it cannot be explained. So do you think here you can express what knowledge you have? Are you able to express totally here in words? Vacha, mansa, yatra vacham na gacchati. So words have limitations. So it is very difficult to explain even that.
Can I take one word and then Dr. Frawley, you can go? One word, ananda. If you feel ananda anubhuti, you got it. If not, then you are still work to do. That's.
So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What is your experience, Dr. Frawley?
Well, first of all, I want to make one general point here, and that's it's difficult to explain in any language, but at least Sanskrit has the language. Vedanta, yogic texts, shastras have the language relative to the experience. When we try to put things into the English language, we have terms like intellect, we have terms like self. We don't have the terminology to deal with it. So it becomes doubly confusing. In the Sanskrit language, everything merges into the mantra, the pranava, Om. Om is Ishvara, Om is Adiguru of yoga. So we do have that mantric approach also. And when we say that it can't be expressed in words, but we can realize it as the state of seeing, being, and the state of the witness. Actually, nothing can be put into words ultimately. Can human existence be put into words? Can the sun be put into words? Words are just general indicators. So in Upanishad, you say you get rid of all the names and experience the reality directly. Names are necessary at a practical level, identify one thing or another. You are not a name. You don't have a name. You are the giver of names. You don't have a name for yourself. Other people have a name for you. So the direct experience of being and seeing is the ground out of which language arises. But language arises through mantra. And let us look at the Vedic language, Sanskrit language, mantric language. Take even a simple term like Agni. In the modern world, we want things to be very precisely physically defined. A particular word corresponds to a particular object in the material world. We have now so many chemical compounds, other things externally. But if we look to the Vedic language and poetic language, words about uniting. So Agni, Vedic Agni, you have a Jatar Agni, which is the digestive fire. You have the Pranagni, which is the fire of the breath. You have the Agni of the eyes. You have the Buddhi, which is the Agni of the deeper mind. You have Chidagni, which is the basis of Shakti. When we do our chants for eating, you have Brahmagni. Brahmagni has nothing to do with food. Brahmagni is Satya. So the language there is to universalize us and to take us back to the direct experience. But in that, as you move up into that universality of language, you know, the Vaikari, Madhyama, Pashanti Para, then you also go back into the silence. And Om resounds in space. Om resounds in light. It is not simply a sound made by people. Shabda is Shabda Brahman. There's a vibration of sound and light which is beyond the elements, which is self-manifest. There's the light coming from space. So all of these are what you move into relative to that inner experience of what we call consciousness. In modern medicine, brain, mind, and consciousness are made the same. In the Vedic thought, brain is the instrument of the mind is an instrument of consciousness, pure consciousness, whatever you want to call it. Chit, Chaitanya is beyond the mind, but it is our true nature, and it is the light out of which we see things. You can sense that light within. You have sense of your inner being. You have sense of a higher purpose. We have higher values. We want harmony, peace. We are not against all this negativity, conflict, duality. So that is there. Take it to a deeper level. It is there within all of us. It is in nature. It is in the flowers. It is in the waters. Tat, as Yajurveda says, Tadevagni, etc., etc. So let us just rest in that, and we do the concentration, the teachings, the sadhana, to take us there, to purify the instrument, so that we can know the light within us. Hari Om.
It's getting late in India, but again, there are a lot of questions, two or three I'm again looking at. So can we continue with the permission of chair?
Sure. I think this is such a wonderful
We're only getting in the morning, so for us, it's not much of a problem. I can continue, right? Can I add one to the previous question about, I think it's a very, very valuable question. Shashiji, you mentioned, can we present? And I talked of one word, like since you said, can you present in words? I wanted to be short, Ananda. But then Frawley also mentioned this 4 levels of voices, right? From the para level at the ultimate. Para level means total silence. Para means far away. It's all unreachable. In fact, it's like, think of it as like the other bank of the river. When you get to that bank of the river, its life is so blissful that you sort of, kind of think of the words drop, and you don't necessarily want to go back and tell other people about how the experience was. There's another story that, Gurudev Shankaracharya said, it's in tape. In 1952, he was in a videotape and on YouTube. He was telling all these common people, he said, don't listen to people when they tell you this is the path to self-realization. Why? He says the boat that goes and merges in the ocean, the paperboard that goes, doesn't come back to tell you how the experience was. So the person who's telling you how to get the experience is pretty much sort of hanging around here, has no direct experience. The person who's gone, merged, vileen ho gaye, unko, there is no desire to come back and tell this is the thing. So I think the words will vanish as we evolve in that direction of total bliss and oneness and all the joy that get to the para level. As hope that helps.
Okay, so I think the question, I think there are some remaining people with the questions. Maybe we could address them, and I think there has to be some point where we have to end the words and continue with the silence. So there, let's say another 5 minutes or so, so that we can quickly wrap this up.
So another question from the Rajiv ji, and he's saying that is zero or infinity or complete separation is the same? Sorry, is infinity, total separation, and complete union is same?
Here's again, it's a question of language. Anoraniya mahatomahiyan, smaller than the smallest and greater than the greatest. So when we look at the inner consciousness, it is not simply, we say, eternal and infinite. It is timeless and locationless. That is how it can be smaller than the smallest and greater than the greatest. It is behind whatever it is that we see. And you'll know, even for us today, I mean, we are a physical being. I'm in a certain place, you're in a certain place. We're sharing a virtual reality thousands of miles away. We can discuss teachings from thousands of years ago. Even the mind is not limited that way in terms of time and space. So we need to kind of take that transcendent view of, again, the seer or the witness of the mind. Time and space are coordinates of the mind. They're necessary for outer experience, but we are always in the presence of being. People have the image of, normally the image of time is like a river that flows in one direction and never comes back. That is not my experience of time. Time is like waves on the ocean of the timeless ocean. The wave of time rises and falls, but the timeless ocean, you could say ocean of eternity, is always there, is not diminished in the process. We are always present behind the movement of time. As Ramana used to say, there's no time or place without us, meaning the inner self. So that is how I would like to direct that particular question and discussion. We contain the entire universe and all time and space within us, because we are that inner seer and inner being. Hariom.
So one quick comment from Dr. Chand Bharadwaj. He's saying that knowledge should be that after knowing, nothing remains to be known except living the knowledge and exploring it in a day-to-day life. Has the soul acquired the mind and created the body with the help of super soul? Meditation is withdrawal of attention to its source, and it's for not focusing on attention. That is samadhi. So and again, I say, as I said, there are again 2 or 3 questions in the panel in the chat box. But now I would like to thank. I think, with the permission of chair, can we conclude this session, sir?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I will just conclude. And I think, this is a continuing, and all these scholars are available to us, and I'm sure, we will probably continue. Like I said earlier, I think there is a time when the words should end and silence should continue. So this is probably one of those things. Just 1 or 2 comments, I think, about, especially I think the samadhi idea, and I think David Frawley did not directly say whether he has experienced samadhi, but indirectly he did. So, because sometimes people are looking for a particular word and particular way, and what I think it has come out of here is there is no one particular way and there is no one particular word for it. Even though Ananda is one way of saying it, but then there are different kind of Anandas. I think I like the analogy that it all has been there. So samadhi is there permanently, like David Frawley is saying, that just like timelessness is there. And the only time you experience is when you don't have anything else. So when you when you have nothing else, which is where you're really trying to get to, with all this Ashtanga yoga. So just for intellectual understanding, it's always there, from what I conclude, and it's just only when you get rid of everything else, then you will feel it. So whenever, there is always the moments in our lives when we perhaps do feel samadhi. As Professor Subash Kak once in a while says that it's epiphany. There is something just appears. You have no idea where it came from. And that's where the total knowledge, when you have access to total knowledge, I think that happens. One last point I wanted to say before good night to people, my folks in India, and good afternoon to those of us who are, full of energy, is that there is a way, and this is a very important thing. Like this in yoga, Ashtanga yoga, and in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, it starts ahimsa, satya. It starts with yama, it starts with ahimsa. And then there is so much controversy in today's world, where Gandhi was ahimsa, Buddha was ahimsa, Jain were ahimsa. So then how come we deal with people who have ahimsa? Eventually, everybody has to believe in ahimsa. And as Dr. Frawley said, that the Gita, the yoga, the karma yoga, the jnana yoga, the bhakti yoga, all this Raj yoga, Gyan was given in the battlefield. So sometimes you have to do what needs to be done. What we might consider hinsa is a violence, like there's always a problem in translating things. I feel, and I have tried to use and would like to say it again today, the ahimsa is non-violation. It cannot be violated. When something cannot be violated, that something that can be violated has to be, it will exist, whether I promote, catalyze or not. And so sometimes what happened in the battlefield to convince the Kauravas that the ahimsa is important, I think they had to face the thing that can be violated, and that's something that cannot be violated. So I think those are always the yuddha, the yoga, and samadhi, and all these other aspects of words and silence. This is always going to exist in our conversation as long as we have. And this is wonderful to have both of you and Dr. Sahu, who could not remain for our conversation, but has been wonderful. And thank you all very much. Thank you to Waves. Thank you to Sasi Kejriwal ji, Sasi Tiwari ji, and Hiru Saab Bhai. And of course, it's wonderful that Aparna has conducted this. I've been working with her for the last 5-6 years. She has done a wonderful job of moderating this. And thank you all. Of course, my pranams to both Devi Frawley ji and Dr. Maheshwari. Pranam.
And with this, it's my privilege to be moderator of this session. And now I'm really very grateful to all the panelists and attendees for making this session a wonderful and interesting discussion.
Group photo.
And
what camera on?
Before everybody leaves,
and also now I would like to invite our Waves International President Shri Shashi Kejriwal ji to conclude phase 1 of Waves 2020.
Thank you, Aparna ji. A wonderful talk, a wonderful discussion. If I may use an analogy here, the boat that Dr. Frawley ji and Dr. Maheshwari ji described, while on that journey, that boat reaching the other shore, that journey could be thousands of lifetimes for us. So we have to deal with that boat and the lifetime. So I would like to mention you what's going to happen in that boat over the next few weeks or days or whatever. On January 1st through 3rd, we are going to have an array of, what you already saw in the last 3 days, Sanskrit professors, researchers, PhDs. We probably don't have any more Padma Bhushans and Padma Shris on deck, but we have some great research by these scholars. They're going to cover areas like mystery of life and sustainable agriculture, morality, hydrology, plant biology, Big Bang, creation. They're going to conclude all these things from the different Vedas, the Samhitas, and the Upanishads. Then we are going to have some panel discussions. One particular one is on Vedic chronology. Now that's a field that I feel, and some of the panelists here will feel, that a lot of people, a lot of experts, a lot of our panelists and our special speeches, they've not caught up with what has been discovered in the last year, 5 years, 10 years So it's very important to listen to panel discussion on chronology to update our knowledge, because it's my belief, based on after watching everything that's been going on for the last 5 years or so, that the field of history is going to be turned upside down once this churning happens and these new evidences are accepted, which people are going to have a lot of problem accepting it. But as happens with any new and radical theory, it takes a while for everybody to come to terms with it. And Nilesh ji and the rest and Balram ji, who are conducting this panel, will bring you experts that will convince you that the change is on the horizon. So please, it's a very important panel for the sake of everybody that is in this field of Vedic studies. Then we have a wonderful talk for the first time ever. There's a scholar that has gone to the source and found out where the English words came from. And he's going to talk about Sanskrit non-translatables and how he, for the first time ever, a Sanskrit document has been translated in English without using, English language words, which really distort the meaning of the original Sanskrit hymn. So we have a talk on that, a panel discussion on that, sorry, a presentation on that by Kavindra ji. So very important to listen to that, because that's groundbreaking work. Then on that'll be our phase 2 that I just described, which will be January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. One phase, which is the phase 3, which kind of happened a little bit last minute. You don't have information about it on your schedule. We're going to recreate the schedule with the phase 3 information in there. Okay, you have some of the abstracts, but you don't have a clear, distinct schedule of that 31st. We apologize for that. But when we publish the new schedule and the new ebook, it'll have in it the details about the 23 papers and a very important panel discussion we have on January 31st to give you some hint about what's in store there. And again, we'll be publishing this information very soon. The keynote speech on January 31st, which is phase 3, will be on artificial intelligence and how India and Hindus have underestimated its impact on our life in the future years. And it'll be very groundbreaking, and it'll shake us up to the core as much as Breaking India shook us up to the core when it first came out. And it's obviously, you must have understood by now from what I said that it is by Rajiv Malhotra. So it's a discussion. It's mostly a question and answer session where he's the main person answering the question, and there are a group of young people asking him the question. So it may be a discussion, but really is a keynote speech by him. Then there are papers all by youth on January 31st. For example, there's one on Kanyadanam. A young lady is looking at Kanyadanam from a modern sociological lens. There's another paper by a young lady on how Hinduism treats its women. And she has done some good research and going pretty deep far back into a lot of Vedic references to see how it was done earlier in medieval times and today. It's a good analysis. Then she goes ahead and compares how that is done in other cultures and other religions. Then there's a young man who has done some good work on, he's studying Sanskrit. He's only in high school. He's done some good work on Panini's Astadhyayi and its contribution to computer languages. Then there's a young person talking about how Vedic evolution would not have happened if we did not have the Guru Shishya Parampara. That was one of the key tools we had to propagate Vedic knowledge and to evolve it. So then lastly, there's a couple of young people from young Hindus from the Caribbean area that are going to talk about how Ramayana was indispensable. It was a lifeline for people that, in the early times, especially when they came to the Caribbean. So that's all a bird's eye view of what's about to happen on January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and on January 31st. So please, get more of your friends to join by spreading our e-booklet. And please try to advertise on your personal Facebook page and on your social media.
I think Sir's network got lost now.
Well, he had...
you on January 1st.
There he is. Okay. All right.
host, can you take one screenshot of the full screen with all windows open?
Okay.
Namaste. See you all January 1st.
Happy New Year.
Namaskar, everybody.
Happy New Year, sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar.